Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I am 4x4. That is Beatdown. We've got two series here for you in week 4, day 2 of the NACL. Beatdown, how's it going, my man?
It's going great. Found out my Xbox controller is not broken. Actually made my day. Yeah, huge news. I can't lie. Also, I'm casting NACL. Also fun. Back with you. Another fresh jacket. I heard you say you were going to get another one, but like, where do you get these things? You need to like, you said it was your wife, right? Like, I need a list of places.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, yeah, no, the first one was my wife, and then this one was my sister. So naturally, like most things that I get dripped out in that are even a little bit cool, it was not me. It was the wonderful women in my life that do so much to support me in every way. So
that's tough. You better be supporting them in different ways, Enrique.
I do my best, and she hasn't left me yet. So we're gonna go with that as a good start.
Yes, I would.
Speaking of a start, yeah, we should have some interesting series here today. Beatdown. The first one, CCG versus Blue Otter. Both these teams kind of in a similar clump in the standings, and then Conviction versus AMI, top of the standings versus bottom of the standings. AMI looking to pull off the upset to ride off into the sunset into week 5. Before we get into any of that, Beatdown, I do believe we have actually we're going to talk about this real quick. Yeah, Beatdown, just going to be kind of cursory thoughts on this one. CCG got humbled a little bit against Conviction, but look, still a 3-0 before that. Blue Otter trying to get back on the saddle a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think CCG, they lost to Conviction. It's fine. Very acceptable loss, all things considered. Was it 2-0? Conviction played really well. I think Blue Otter are the ones where, I won't say question marks. I have some concerns. We always thought as a team they would take some time to come online. And, one of their losses was to Maryville. So, again, understandable, explainable, defensible, as I think you said before we went live. So interested to see what Blue Otter are going to bring to the table this week now with a little more practice.
Yeah. So we're going to dive into both those teams. But before we do that, we do have an interview with one of the coaches of CCG. Autoboost is on the mic and ready to roll with us before this series. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your time. And yeah, before we kind of dive into Blue Otter and the series against them, wanted to talk a little bit about you and your past. I mean, you came from the LLA, and I'm just looking at your Leaguepedia here. Some names that I cover the CBLOL in English as well, so I've seen a couple of these names. I want to start off with one though. You got to coach Grell back in the day. Grell is a man that when I watched him in Brazil anyway, he was all gas, no brakes. Dardoch is similarly kind of all gas, no brakes, but he feels like a little more controlled. I guess to jump off that, what have you learned in your time south of the equator, but also north of the equator, but in South and Central America that you think has prepped you well for being able to coach here in NA and Tier 2?
The league was in Mexico, in Ciudad de Mexico. So my whole career, I was in like Ciudad de Mexico, just coaching a few teams. And yeah, Grell was in, I think, 2 teams. He was in Infinity and Estral. And yeah, he was, how do you say, all gas, no brakes. I think he's really similar to Dardo, yeah. Like in the playstyle and the way they behave, I will say they are really close. I think Grell is a little bit more crazy, I will say.
Yes.
In his attitude and stuff. But in gameplay, they are pretty similar, I will say, yeah. What was the other question? Like, they are pretty similar.
Yeah, no, I threw a lot at you. Sorry. What have you kind of taken away from whether it's working with someone like Grell specifically? Because again, like you said, kind of stylistically, they function in a similar sort of way. Dardoch maybe a little more controlled. What have you taken from your time just in Mexico and in Latin America generally, and brought here to Tier 2 in North America?
I mean, I learned a lot because I work with like Korean players, Korean coaches, and it was like a lot of progress, right? Learning when I was like my first time in like a Tier 1 division. At least it was in LATAM. I never experienced second division, I used to start working in second division after LLA got like disbanded, right? But yeah, it was a lot of experience. I think I took a lot of like shortcuts to understand things, because like there were a lot of like good players and good coaches that I could learn a few things.
Yeah, and kind of zooming in on one of the matches. I mean, you guys got off to a fantastic start, right? At CCG, 3-0 to start things off, and then ran into a little bit of a wall against Conviction. Talk to me about some of the takeaways and some of the learnings, and what scrims in practice have looked like after the Conviction loss, where you have a little bit more data to draw on. The first time a loss this split.
Yeah, it was bound to happen. If it wasn't Conviction, it was going to be someone else, which I think it has its good things and bad things at the same time. Because I told my players we are 3-0, but like we didn't defeat like NRG or Maryville, which are like the top 2 teams, I will say. So don't get confident. We can get beaten at any time. Also, our practice is going good. Like we are making progress, a slow progress, but still progress. But yeah, it could have happened at any time. I told my players also that it was acceptable to lose to Conviction in one of the games. The other one, it was not acceptable. We lost, like we didn't play the game. We just like load into the reef and did nothing. So yeah, I just told my players what I thought, and everyone agreed.
So going into Blue Otter now, I mean, what was, like I said, what were those conversations like? And I mean, does the game plan change at all, kind of from what you guys had been rolling with, like a kind of Dardoch and Aojun, right? Them being a really strong 2v2, roaming around, Fiji playing weak side. Are we going to see anything substantially different? Not to give anything away, obviously, but did the game plan change at all following the data like you had from an acceptable loss and an unacceptable one, as you put it?
When it comes down to gameplay, it's not something that we practice for Blue Otter specifically. We're just trying to like get better every week. The plan is just to make it to playoff and then actually like probably prepare stuff for specific teams. But right now in regular season, I don't really mind who we play against. It's more about like how can we actually progress week to week. If anything, it's only like a drafting that just changes between teams. Everything else is just the same in gameplay.
Yeah, against Blue Otter, obviously the mid lane is a pool that gets pinched every single time against them. Last one for you, Autoboost. Fiji, Dardoch, and Aojun have gotten a lot of love this split. I mean, Fiji obviously with a very unique play style and champion pool, Dardoch being kind of one of the leaders of this team. But talk to me about the bottom lane and kind of Cody's son in specific, because I feel like he has been, and I mean this the nicest way possible, kind of like unnoticed, just like shows up, does his job as an AD carry. Talk to me about him and the role that he's playing on this team, both on and off the Rift.
I think he's helping a lot, like the synergy on bot lane. They both talk a lot about what they want, what they need, and how they want to progress through the split. The way I see Cody is like an scaling ADC, right? That he's going to get better as we go through the split, because like he has a lot of experience. He might be a little bit cold, right? Because he wasn't like actually playing for I think like 2 years or something, and he used like field the promo relegation tournament for like a series or something. But other than that, he wasn't actually like screaming or anything. So I'm not expecting him to be like just plug and play. If he requires time, he's going to get it. Like I don't mind it. They should be fine. Like eventually, I know for sure like Cody's son is going to be like one of the top ADCs on the league, anyways.
Okay. Yeah. No, looking forward to it. I think this team has been a joy to cover. Looking forward to casting this one against Blue Otter. Before we let you go, any shout outs, anyone you want to give some love to that we haven't talked about in our time here?
I mean, I guess T5. We mentioned everyone but T5. But yeah, T5 is doing like the Twitter shit posting and stuff. So yeah, follow him and yeah, see him play. I think he's doing fine so far. He will surprise some people with the way we progress through the weeks.
Can't wait to see it. Yeah, follow for bangers. Only 35. Autoboost, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck today.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, back up to the surface world we go. Beatdown. Yeah, interesting to hear, to hear Autoboost's perspective on some stuff. Grell was a player that for the uninitiated was, we called him the Mad Mexican because like, I was glad that my assessment of him was on par with what, Autoboost thought of like, yeah, they actually are kind of similar, but Grell was just a little bit more unhinged. But this team kind of, look, they started and they kind of live and die, at least in the early game, by Dardoch. But I'm glad that he kind of gave the bottom lane some shout as well.
Yeah, I think well deserved. And I mean, it's true. Dardoch's such a big factor for this team, and the way he plays out in the early game, even when he's playing those more scaling champions on the Nocturne, he's able to use his laners, whatever pressure they may be able to get, and he's so good at counter jungling, stealing resources, never falling behind. He's ahead of the curve at 15 minutes. I think the stat was almost 90% of the time.
Sounds about right.
This guy knows how to manage his resources, and he's so good at turning that into advantages for the rest of his team too.
Yeah, extremely efficient in the early game, to be sure. Let's take a look at, kind of zooming out a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty, and talk a little more about Blue Otter. Get a look at the standings before we kick things off and the rest of what's coming up today on the stream schedule. So, you can see right here, NRG, after that match, that 2-1 over Maryville, last week, I should say, they sit by themselves atop the standings. You can see win percentage is that third column right there, because we list that because that is the first tiebreaker. So, it doesn't really help in this 2-3-4 clump, but further down the line, you see it start to differentiate things just a little bit. And beat down here, Blue Otter versus CCG. I mean, Blue Otter kind of drifting perilously close to that relegation zone as we approach the halfway point of the season.
Yeah, I mean, we are halfway, now that you mention it. So, yeah, standings are pretty interesting. I think there are some teams who are where we're basically expecting them to be for the rest of the split. And, there's some room for movement. I think most notably, Apex Mission Impossible, only team in the league without a win yet. They're going to try later today against Conviction to see if they can fix that. But otherwise, everyone else is kind of in an okay spot, I think, to at least have some potential movement here towards that end of the split. Because, still 4 weeks of games left after today and tomorrow.
Yeah. So like we said, we were rapidly approaching kind of that halfway point. And CCG, I honestly appreciate kind of the honesty from Autoboost, their coach, as you see the matches we've got going here today. Like Reeddown said, am I trying to get their first, not only series win, but even game win up against, it's a tall task, it has to be said, against Conviction. But now CCG, kind of zooming in a little bit more here. Even we got it from Autoboost's mouth, which is kind of what we had been saying off air, was like, okay, CCG are 3-0, but who have they actually beaten? And that's kind of what Autoboost said. He was like, look, we haven't beaten anybody, right? So, like, don't get too ahead of your skis here. And I appreciate not only that from him, but also him telling us that. Yeah,
I mean, there's still something to be said about winning the games you're supposed to win, but I think in terms of overall strength and ceiling of a team, we haven't seen a whole lot from CCG, and I think it was you and I casting their match against Conviction, saying, like, all right, this is their first real opponent. How are they looking? And then they got 2-0. So, I mean, sounds like they are having, a very reasonable perspective about it and expecting to try and learn the best they can to try and approach those top teams and actually be able to challenge them.
And today, they are going up against Blue Otter, a team kind of in a similar bucket to them. We'll get a look at that roster here for you in just a second. Blue Otter versus CCG. Yeah, Blue Otter, just the one win for them earlier in the year, but they're looking to bounce back here against, again, a team that we kind of expect to be in and around their spot, or in and around kind of 6th place, I should say. Ariana, Munchie, Samikin, Spawn, and Rovex. And Beatdown, to you, where have give me a consistent factor, a consistently good factor on this Blue Otter team, and someone you'd like to see a little more consistency from on this squad, because it's been kind of, it just seems like it hasn't quite clicked for a full series, everyone on the same page, to me anyway, this year for Blue Otter.
I think that's the exact reason why. I don't know if I could give you one player who's just consistently playing well. I think actually, all things considered, Spawn has been pretty good. And I think Samikin has been fine. My issue personally is that I need this guy off Galio. I understand what they're trying to do with some of these compositions, but I think he's a player who has just been so good on his more carry-oriented, like, playmaking picks in the past, whether it's like Aurora, Ari, things like that. And I want to see them use him more in, what we've come to love him for.
Yeah, those playmakers, like you said, and he's obviously going to get that Zoe taken away every single time. The Mel's becoming a much higher priority band for him, but still a lot of chances that he can do something. And look, I mean, Galio is not really. I mean, he shows up to the big plays. You kind of need him in your big plays. Yes, but I think to your point, and the way you put it when we were talking off air prepping for this game, was you don't like it when it's just one guy that is holding all the eggs, right? And it has just kind of been the Spawn show a little bit, and so. You get away from that, and I think it just gives you a little bit more versatility, like you were saying. On the other side, CCG, we'll get that roster here up on the screen for you. It is the cast that you've come to know and love here, and they're trying to, again, get this I'm not gonna. It's not a get right game. I think it's a little disrespectful to Blue Otter, but someone that I think they would expect to beat. Fiji, Dardoch, Aojun, Cody Sun, and only 35. And this mid jungle, like, let's just talk about it once more so we can just be done with it. This is the straw that stirs the drink for them. They, to me, are at their best when these two when resources are being funneled into Aojun and these two are wreaking havoc around the map.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Enrique. This team, I think, shine the best when Dardoch and Aojun are able to do their work. I think Cody Sun has been very stable and very consistent. The split, which is obviously very important as well. And Fiji, I mean, we've been talking about him a lot for good reason. Breath of fresh air. It's very fun to see new players perform, I think, as well as he has. I'm not saying he's best top in the league or anything like that, but just the fact that he came in playing his own style, which is more of that kind of supportive role. And Dardoch even praised him in an interview on their last win, saying like, yeah, it's not often you get a player who's okay taking that back seat. Most new players, they want the resources, they want to be the guy. Fiji's not really like that. He's cool playing whatever role helps his team win.
Yeah, he has kind of branded himself as the weak side king. And so often, like kind of you were alluding to, so often the guys that really shine in tier 2 are your Zamudos, right? Your Denethors, your Hoarders, these guys that can, if they want to, take over a game. And Fiji says, dude, if it gets me dubs, I'm good. Stick me on Scion, Cassante, Skarner, whatever, right? I'm good. Singed, exactly. He's got that pocket pick. He busted it out against, I think, maybe twice. But point is, our face-to-face matchup is going into a different solo lane. Now, we talked a little bit about Samikin and Aojun and the roles they play for both of these teams. And I think what's interesting is that even though Samikin has that, the two Gallios on his record, if you will, these guys actually don't overlap that much in terms of champion pool. The only champion they have in common is the Hui, whereas Samikin is going to lean a little bit more off meta. He's got the Hui in his pocket as well. The champion that they got in common is the Aurora. I don't know if I misspoke there, but the Hui is something he's got a little bit more in his bag, but that is his kind of artillery style.
Yeah, it is. Part of that's got to be a meta. I think these two players, when it comes to their gameplay last year in the league, there was a lot of overlap there. Both playing Hui, both playing Talia and things like that. But partially because of the teams, they've gone in those different directions. Where again, we're talking about Samikin playing these kind of more setup champions like the Galio, and a little less on what we're used to seeing him on. And Aojun, I think, still being able to play champs that get resources and then can do a little more for the team, have that more active impact. Again, through Dardoch finding these advantages and helping Aojun push himself further.
Looking to see those two both link up with their junglers and do what they do best. For Samikin, yeah, again, these numbers not kind of looking maybe exactly where he would want them, but I think there is a bit of a strength of schedule factor to that. I think the one that they would definitely want back is a Citadel kind of pre-lane swap win. Because again, and it's not to say anything about Citadel, but I think again, those are teams that we expect to finish kind of in that 6 to 8 bucket, avoid relegation, fight for a playoff spot, bloody subnoses on the way there. But DeAndre, the head coach of Blue Otter, has said, look, this is going to be a project for us, right? We're going to need some time, and we're looking at split 2 to really scale. But the thing hanging over everything is, look, you could still get relegated this split, so can't put your foot too much off the gas. But beatdown, another matchup we were kind of looking at was the jungle, right? And Dardoch versus on the other side, Munchie. Look, this kid, he's a rookie. He's got something. He's got something, clearly. He's got, whether it's the juice, whether it's the sauce, whether it's some third unknown substance, we don't know exactly. But we have seen some highs from this kid, but there have been a couple of oopsies in these games as well. But this kid, he could play kind of whatever you want. And, I mean, talk to me about what you've seen from Munchie, the highs, the lows, his connection with Samikin, some first impressions on this kid.
I do think pretty highly of Munchie. I think I agree overall with DeAndre, and that's kind of our thoughts as a team when we met before the split, was that Blue Otter, it's going to take some time. Not going to click right away. It's not going to hit right away. And I think Munchie is going to be that really exciting player. I believe it was their coach who even said they got a similar feeling from when they watched Kryra, who we now know is in the LCS and doing pretty well for himself. So I think that's really high praise, really speaks to the potential at least he sees in this jungler. And so, things we've seen glimpses of in their gameplay, win or loss. So I think that's why this matchup is interesting. Dardoch, known quantity, very consistent in the NACL, quite good as well, always in that top half of the standings. And Munchie, we're going to see if he can stand up to him.
And finally, just chatting about that bottom lane again. I don't feel like Cody Sun and Only 35 have gotten enough love. Only 35 has definitely got enough love on Twitter. Absolutely,
yeah.
like Autoboost said, follow below for bangers. But like you were kind of alluding to, both spots that have been really, really consistent for both of these teams. Anything you're looking at, kind of, as far as be it shampoo or anything to surge kind of one over the top, over the other side. They do play both really, really similar. I mean, just looking at champion pools, they have stuck to the meta more or less. But I don't know. Spawn has a Sivir game in there, right? Is there anything you're looking at?
Sivir's good.
Sivir's good, right? She's got her spots. We've seen her start to crop up a little bit more.
But otherwise, yeah, I would agree. I think if we're just talking about performances so far this split, I'm liking what I've seen from Cody Sun a little more. But to be fair, you have a pretty strong team behind you, and it's pretty easy to look good when your team's always ahead at 15 minutes.
Yep.
And that's not to say Spawn has been a slouch. I think Spawn is someone who I've been pretty critical of over these last couple of years. But I think so far, spring 2026, it's been some pretty good looks.
Yeah, the vibes have been a little bit better. And Rovex, I think, his transition to kind of the Enchanter meta when he's been so money on these engaged supports. He's had 2 Nico games in there. And Nico, when you're ahead, it can look awesome. When you're behind, it can also look awesome, actually, to be fair, as we saw yesterday with Dorado, as they were able to surge themselves ahead at a couple of those games via a couple of pretty awesome Pop Blossoms by Redemption. But yeah, these two going to be going at it. Cody Sun obviously had his time in the LCS. Spawn been a stalwart of this tier 2 seed. First year on Blue Otter, replacing Array, another guy who I think as of right now, I don't know, I kind of put in a similar bucket of set it and forget it 80 carries. Like you said, maybe Spawn hasn't had it as good in previous years, but so far it's been really excellent from him slotting into this new team and helping out in this project that we've all come to love from Blue Otter since they've debuted in the NACL.
And we're going to see how they match against each other today. Draft starting any minute now. It's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to match up. Who's going to play Ashe? Who's going to play Corki? That's just been a lot of what we've been seeing lately. It's okay, guys. New patches coming next week. Maybe we'll see.
Yes.
We'll see things changed up a little bit. Even though I don't know if you guys seen 26.8 is not too many changes.
No, not quite yet. As you see the predictions here on your screen, I think it's gonna be an 8-0, maybe Blue Otter. I think get a shot. I remember I'm trying to think of the predictions here as we saw. All right, so
There
you
it
are the
is.
one true believer. Conviction.
I am.
Looking like a clean sweep over AMI, and yeah, I mean, hey, we were even talking off air, and I was kind of saying, dang, one of these is gonna be really one-sided. Do you think Blue Otter has a shot? And you said, I think it's Blue Otter in 3. So.
I said Blue Otter would go to 3. I will admit,
But then your prediction says you got Blue Otter.
Yeah, I am. I'm
just
not
doing some math here,
I think it's very close. I also partially did it, to go against the grain a little bit. Can't just have
better
these
for content.
uniform
Sure.
colors. But I actually do think Blue Otter have a chance. Again, if we're just looking at these teams. Match history and strength of schedule. I think Blue Otter, again, I think their one loss to Maryville, very acceptable, very defensible. CCG, on the other hand, definitely more consistent. But if Blue Otter play to kind of that potential we saw from them, especially in week 1, I do think there's a chance for them to win the series. And also Sammy Kid, again, put him on Aurora. Put him on something. Put him on something fun. Galio's not fun.
No, something with a little bit of agency, something where he can style on people. And again, just kind of get rolling in that 2v2. Him versus, him and Dardoch linking up, and then Samkin and Munchie. I think the impact that those two are going to try to have throughout the game, and which lanes they're kind of going to visit, because, again, we kind of talked about it. Look, Fiji, he's good being the weak side king. Ariana, he's been, consistent. He's a former mid laner as well, so he's got a little bit more champion variety kind of in his bag as far as playing these carries. And Fiji, he's been able to sit back, lose lane, and be effective still later on in the game. So, again, it's a bit of kind of like, it reminds me a little bit of the discussion going on around Citadel, right? And kind of the justification for their lane swaps that Colomer has given to say, look, we believe we can be better here and in CLOL in the future because we think that the mid jungle is a little bit stronger. And everyone kind of identifying, look, this is still kind of where the game is placed. Mid laner isn't what it was in kind of 2014, 15, but this is still the straw that stirs the drink. This is still the go button in the engine for a lot of these teams. I think you can really say the same thing for both of these squads.
I mean, it's a big thing that we've highlighted for CCG as well. Again, Aoju and Dardoch, I think together being a really strong 2v2 can really go up against some of the top 2v2s we have here in the league, I think, so far. I think they've been playing really well. I think Aojun has been, trending upward for the most part since he's joined the league in the last year, which is, always exciting to see from young players. I mean, Dardoch's just been very consistently good and someone you want to have on a team with, younger players who you're trying to develop, because so many young players have, spoken about their time with Dardoch over these last couple of years in the NACL and the positive impact he's had on them. Personally, in-game as well, things like that.
Yeah, up and to the right, and I think that's where CCG's trajectory is going. Blue Otter going to try to do the same thing. And I think the fully actualized version of CCG is something that should be really, really exciting. Autoboost was talking about it. He said, look, Cody Sun, he's going to be one of the best AD carries in this league, and he just kind of chalked it up to, look, this dude hasn't played competitively in a couple of years. He's going to need a little bit of time to get rolling. Yeah, exactly. Last we saw him was in the LFL with I think LDLC, right? Or something.
No. It was Mirage Elyandra. LDLC was top 2.
Yeah.
They were good.
Okay.
Good
Maybe
time.
I just remember looking at that and saying, "Oh, there's LDLC with was Soaz on that? There like Aka or something. One of these
Aka was on not LDLC.
Yeah, well, you've got priors in the LFL. I forgot. I was
there.
League,
yeah, I was.
Yeah. I
there.
forgot about that.
It was good. I think I'm not gonna remember this. I'm gonna have to go back.
That's okay.
And check. But all I know for sure is that it was Cody Sun was on Mirage.
Yep.
Not a good split. They finished like bottom 2. It was it wasn't a good time, and that was really the time where I had thought casting that league, thinking like, oh damn, like that's kind of it for Cody Sun, isn't it? So when I saw his name here on the roster list, I was intrigued, like, okay, he still wants to play, because again, I hadn't heard a peep for 4 years, but so far, been pretty good. So, I'm glad to see it's not over for him yet.
Cody Sun walked so Toasty Alex could run. That's what I'm hearing as far as North American talent going over to the ERLs.
Yeah. I was like, where's he going with that? No, but I got you. No, okay.
Took a little bit of winding path, but I know you got me. Yeah, should be getting into picks and bans here in a little bit. Again, we're going to expect things like, obviously, the Zoe and Mel bans onto Samikin, but also Nico going to be taken away from Rovex. Yeah, and that's, I think, look, you got to, it's an enchanter that is also an engaged support. Going to see almost undoubtedly a Gwen ban as well from CCG. They've got blue side. It's just a matter of whether it comes in round 2 or round 3, how early they want to prioritize that tank for Mr. Fiji up there.
And I think something that is a little unfortunate for Samikin in a way is that, Zoe always gets banned towards him. The Mel, not so much. Now that Mel's, seen a couple nerfs and is also becoming more popular, people have worked on to answers. They're more comfortable letting it through. I think Seraphine's just going to end up being something that's just generally more powerful that you want to be getting rid of here. So I'm wondering if Samikin is just going to go for it. You can still take the champ and do some amazing things. I know you were watching yesterday when Shochi, my God, was the whole damn Shochi on that pick.
It was the whole damn Shochi. What a series from our boy. Yeah. No, it was something special. Karma going to be picked up here. Ezreal on the other side. Maybe Rovex goes on to the Bard. Again, something with a little bit of agency we've seen paired with the Ezreal. But, of course, since they know more about drafting than me, they say, no, we can wait for that. They've already picked a support. We can wait to pick our Bard. And instead grab Munchie, something that has certainly a lot of agency with the Pantheon.
Yeah, I think Pantheon's definitely the most popular, likely strongest jungler on the patch. So it makes sense that they want to just be able to prioritize that. Still a lot of options for Dardoch as we're into game 1. Could be Nocturne, as he's been very partial towards. Could also be they're holding off on that pick just to see what the damage profile looks like for Blue Water. Because, even though Dardoch hasn't played at this split, looking at the stats, he is a big Mundo player. Low damage comps. Mundo loves. Mundo likes.
Mundo-like, absolutely. So maybe you hold off on that. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just grab the Nocturne here early, but they are instead going to grab themselves a Scion. Now, this does leave a Gwen angle open if you want to take that, because usually that's banned out.
Right, so it could be the response. I don't know how I feel about it with Karma Yunara, because I think even though it will be good in the top lane in team fights, it will be easier, I think, to avoid the Gwen. But, could still be a good response. They could elect to wait. Maybe they end up going for something like the Gnar for Orianna or Rumble, because I think they need a little more damage in this composition, a little more playmaking more than anything else.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely a fair shout. It will be the Bard for now, and given these 4 or 5 bans, we're going to see how the rest of this composition is looking to shape out. I think a little more damage. Really on both sides, right? I mean, you've got an 80 carry. Yes, one is Yunara. It's going to be misconsistency, dumping out damage, but Spawn on this Ezreal. He's got priors on this dude as well, and Ezreal can be that champion if, of course, you got to hit your abilities. But I would be stunned here, Beatdown, if Blue Otter don't ban out the Nocturne. For me, again, like you said, you want to see a little bit more of that damage profile, but I feel like Dardoch Nocturne, that's too good to pass up.
I generally agree, but I think I would prioritize more early game impact junglers, and I think that's why Blue Otter is banning away the Wukong. They banned away the Xin already, although that was first rotation. Because I think the idea here is that, okay, you have Karma, you have Yunara and Sion. We're playing for scaling, we're paying for late game. Somebody has to have this early game impact, and we know Dardoch has been so good on that style as well as the farming style for his team. So even though I did kind of mention the Mundo and hint at it a little bit, I think now, just from how things are shaping out, I'm expecting him to play more, maybe like a J4 if that one goes through. But they want to respect the Nocturne just in case anyway.
Just in case. Going to take that away. Yeah, like you said, the Xin Zhao taken away. You could. Now the Gnar taken away. That was something you were looking at for this Blue Otter composition. Now for Dardoch, you're gonna be. I mean, you could rip a Brain. You could rip a Vi, but the setup isn't amazing for that. So that's lowered down. But I'm trying to think of, again, just early game high impact junglers and the kind of the triumvirate
J4
has been taken away. Oh, thank you. I knew I was missing. Yeah. There was a spot in my brain that I wasn't going. So that could be open. I mean, really, really easily. Ain't no way we're doing this again. Orianna gonna be on the vein.
Real. All right. I mean, this adds damage. This was that concern, and I think that also automatically means that Dardoch probably not going to be feeling the Mundo any longer. Although, I think it's still playable with 2 tanks. Whatever.
That's
we'll
true.
See.
If you're dumping everything into one, then
yeah. But I also still think that they need Dardoch to be able to do something in this early game. I don't know. It just feels like Jarvan. It could be Vi. I'm not necessarily sold on it. It's Ambessa jungle.
Karma mid? Question mark? No.
It was I think it went a little funny for a second, but it's probably just going to be a mid mage, just Ambessa jungle.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, fair
well,
enough.
now you've got a couple of you've got kind of a dive buddy. I'm using that term kind of loosely as the Annie is locked in here. Does this satisfy your want of an early game bridge for the CCG comp?
I would say yeah, and not just the Ambessa, more the Annie, just because you have an easy play with the stun, pretty good at skirmishing 2v2, and you do have this dive kind of setup that Dardoch can be playing for. It is tough because it doesn't have a true dive buddy. That's something he's going to have to be very careful with when he is going into these team fights. When he goes in with that public execution, he's essentially going to be entirely on his own unless we get some creative positioning from CCG. So, interesting composition. I see a lot more leaning into the late game factor here, front to back, deathball, a team fight style. Blue Otter, a little less orthodox, but definitely no longer lacking in the damage department.
No, they have a ton, an absolute ton. Pantheon's going to do his thing in the early game, but like you said, Orianna, there's your kind of, not your win con, but your ability to deal with now just one tank, right? I mean, we talked about maybe the Mundo's there. Maybe that's kind of a soft counter because you can only pick one really over the course of a team fight to dump all of your true damage into, but now the target selection becomes a little bit easier. We'll see how this one goes in lane as well. I mean, obviously, Fiji, he's happy to play the role that he needs to for his team. I'm trying to think if he's played into the Vayne specifically. I don't think he has, but I could be wrong on that. So I'll check that in just a little bit. But like you were saying, Beatdown, the angles for CCG are going to be, you have to get a little creative because like you said, Ambessa, no true dive buddy, but you've seen Annie, take these creative angles and kind of show up right place, right time, and just drop Tibbers on the backliner. And then the more telegraphed engage comes in with Fiji, with the unstoppable onslaught.
And another thing, too, I want to add with Blue Otter's comp, a little harder to execute, but I think something that's going to be really nice for them, too, is Rovex's Bard. You look at what CCG's playing, we got a lot of champs with no movement spells. It's really only Ambessa, and even then the dashes are not very long. The power there is in that there are multiple dashes. So there are a lot of chances for this Tempered Fate to isolate people, to kind of start off these fights. Yeah, you're leaning on Munchie and Rovex to kind of start these fights, and it's not exactly ideal, but if Blue Water can, hit their spells and start off these fights the way they want to, they can win this game for sure.
No, the pick is actually all right. I mean, between Munchie and, like you said, Rovex, especially post 6, buying time for everybody to get into position, buying time for Samikin to line up a surefire charm and Spawn to hit at least a WQ combo in that. But yeah, I like the early game and what Munchie should be able to do here from Blue Water. It kind of the script writes itself just that little bit more. Whereas Dardoch, like you said, yeah, he hasn't played the Ambessa, I don't think, so far, but should be interesting. Yeah, and where he kind of pays his attention again. That's really what I'm looking for. Do you leave this top lane B, right? Those are the questions I'm asking.
I think if you're Dardoch, yeah, probably. I don't really see how you can, unless Ariana runs it. I think he'll be pretty safe. And it's really just going to be more important about not getting invaded himself, I think. Because right now, you can see the lane pressure, top lane, bot lane, even mid lane. Samikin plays it well. He's trading his health a lot just to get that push. It does mean that Munchie's going to have these opportunities to get aggressive on Dardoch. Try and steal away resources. Something that we usually see Dardoch do to other junglers could happen. It could happen to him. I think that Munchie is set up pretty well to do that, especially on a champ as good at dueling as Pantheon is.
No, that early game, that early damage, and the early point and click CC that he has, like you said, makes him a formidable force. If you run into him in the jungle, that's a 1v1 that you're gonna have a rough time with. The Ambessa, she's all right in her own right. Has the dashes, like you were alluding to earlier. You can buy yourself some time in those skirmishes, maybe to draw some help. But Pantheon maybe just wins that out just that little bit more. There's nothing quite like point and click hard CC, especially in the early game. Samikin having a good time so far into Aojun here. Both these champions, gonna make their money in the mid game. I think the skirmishing power of both these champions can't be discounted. Dardoch went north to south. Munchie took the opposite route. Sort of shadowed here in the bottom lane, but not looking to get involved just yet. One TP blown by Aojun. Samikin now gonna take this recall. Okay, got the wave crashed in. I was curious as to why he didn't take that off the rip.
Yeah, and I will say too, nice move from Spawn there. They crash the first 2 waves, and he gets the cheater for the tier. It was really good as the Ezreal. Get some of that mana back. Now Aojun under a little bit of potential pressure. I like that Munchie's just hanging around just in case they can find an angle here. I think Samikin playing the Ahri, something I really wanted from him. Less of the Galio is going to be really nice, especially. So I like the idea of just covering any plays and setting him up if the play presents itself.
Yeah, holding on to that stun. Should anyone roam around? Yeah, not a ton of it. I mean, they got control of the bottom river, but the top side, they're completely blinded. But you saw Aojun shading towards that right side of the lane, playing it very respectfully, playing to where his jungler is going to be. And you can bet your top, bottom, and middle dollars that Dardoch is going to be yapping the whole time and making sure that everybody knows exactly where he is, where his strengths are, what his power points are. He comes in, he's got that pickaxe, just a little bit more combat power than Munchie. And I do mean just that little bit. So far, in the top side, beatdown going more or less the way you would expect. Nothing huge to write home about here. The Airy from the Scion. I feel like I've seen that before, but I don't know if I'm making that up.
Not the first time. Otherwise, yeah, agreed. Exactly kind of how you expect it to go. BG just going to do his best to try and farm it up. We saw in previous matchups, for the most part, he's able to have that impact even when he is falling behind in these sorts of matchups. I will say the exception was against Sniper in their last series. Yeah. It was against Conviction. But, it is Sniper. You can give Fiji that taste of what he's up against when you play this style, because there is that level of, okay, even if my champion is more utility, there is a level of falling too far behind that you're worthless.
No, there is a horizon after which you... Oh, okay. And execute.
Is this some fast... Is this fastback technology? Is this 1000 technology?
Yeah, seems like it just might be. Yep. 2-1, and he's back. Able to crash that one and should be back. Just in time. Yep, there's the call. Like he said, there is the Bramble Vest as well. Make it just that little bit more annoying for Ariana to trade. Look, only down a wave 5 minutes in. I think you're feeling okay about that, all things considered. Ariana going to come back with the plated steel caps.
Yeah, no. Overall, good stuff so far from the laners. On all sides, things are a little slow. Not as much action as you expect when you see something like that Pantheon. But I think this is typical from what we've seen from Dardoch. Even when he is playing these champions that can skirmish a little more, he will still focus on the farm. There's still that big spike at level 6 when you get access to that Grand Starfall. Something he's been able to use to great effect.
Yeah, absolutely. And at level 6, obviously both these junglers get a big spike in power. But Munchie, look, you still got point-and-click CC. You've still got a way to close a gap as the Magical Journey is going to be effective, but really how effective as the tether still lands? The damage comes in on top of him. Dardoch able to flash forward, get onto Rovex, and punished for first blood.
Yeah, nice catch out there. A good roam from only 35 to get that root. It costs a flash, but this Bard is still flashless, and now we have Munchie going for the 50-50. He is level 6.
His level 6 gets hit by the tether. Samikin will land a charm as well as a little more damage. The follow-up is there from Munchie. Saber is summoned as well by Aojun. Trying to get back to CC lands. Saves Dardoch. Rovex joins the party and makes sure everyone is okay, that everyone's got an Uber home. Is going to clear some vision.
Yeah, and honestly, I respect that call from Samikin and Dardoch, and Munchie, excuse me. The fact that they were down a man, you know, recognizing, okay, they're low on mana. I'm level 6. Like, they can't take this away from me. And they managed to deny that steal of the blue buff. You know, Munchie doesn't lose any resources, and he maintains a small lead here over Dardoch. Not something we see very often in this league.
No, certainly not. And especially, like you said, it sans that Conviction series. It's been all Dardoch all the way. He's had the brunt of the control. And if not, I mean, if it hasn't shown up in CS, it's shown up in lane presence or vice versa or objective control, right? Jungling is obviously a game of efficiency, and Dardoch is the poster boy for that. And taking those smart recalls at opportune times. No objectives fought over just yet. Grub's going to be up in about 20 seconds here as Munchie and Dardoch both making their way up top, as well as a well-timed roam here from only 35. Rovex on the other side of the map. So a bit of an overload started up here by the side of CCG. They're bringing Cody Sun up to the top side as well.
Yep, so this is that swap we are accustomed to seeing. In this case, it will give a little bit of breathing room there to Fiji. And under that bit of pressure there for Oriana. And, of course, means you do have your AD carry around for the Grub spawn. You want to be fighting for that one. But at the moment, CCG, they don't want to be doing that one. They're going to back up. Dragon is up, so there is a chance they could trade for it, but I just don't think they're in a good setup. So there's really a world where Blue Water can take both.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think, like you said, Munchie, he's the first one there. Nothing doing on that bottom side. I'm a little surprised that Dardoch didn't contest there, but I guess maybe just cleared his camps on spawn, shadowing Fiji, if nothing else, from some potential shenanigans. I mean, he's still got he's got his ult down, so he doesn't have that escape tool, so maybe that's the thinking there.
Yeah, it's tough too. So I think for CCG, even though they did have their bot lane up, like this is Yunara Karma. Yeah, you know, the Karma gives you lane pressure, but the Yunara, I mean, we're waiting for 2 items. There isn't a whole lot Cody Sun will be able to do in some of these skirmishes compared to Pantheon Ahri, which is just a really strong 2v2, especially at this stage of the game. So they're going to back up. Nothing's really traded for it. I do wonder, though, if they're going to have a setup to go for this dragon and try to stack if they can, or at least deny the stacking of Blue Water a little.
First 3 globs do go over there, like you were saying, and Dragon, yeah, Dardoch still kind of lurking in that bottom side. He did grab himself the Profane Hydra as the rush, so maybe was waiting for that first item spike as well. It wasn't a sure thing. You got yourself a lead. Why flip it? Why mess with a good thing when there are so many objectives that they could fight over later and later into the game? But up and down the roster, beatdown, I mean, it is leads kind of all across the board, except for technically in the mid lane. For CCG, despite them losing out on that first objective. Obviously, that first kill helps out a ton. First blood as well. But they're up about 1,000 gold here, 10 minutes in. Fiji, he's doing his Scion things. And it must be said, as, hold on, might have a little bit of a skirmish here. Samikin trading right back. You know, Scion, there's a reason he's played. And, you know, you can say, oh, Fiji, all you got to do is just kind of, you know, not lose lane that bad. But there is a bit of an art. And, you know, our co-caster and friend Slayer has sat down with Fiji and talked about, you know, in depth, kind of, okay, how does this work in, you know, if you're playing Scion? How does this work for playing Sage? Getting into the minutia of it. And that is what separates the good from the great. And now, despite having died once, yes, it was to a tower, he's played this lane out beautifully. beat down.
Yeah, and like you said, he's gotten the smallest, a small lead, the biggest lead so far, pretty much the same as Dardoch. Now we have Sammykin. They're just committing the ultimate there. Didn't get the stun. I'm trying to see if he can chunk him out potentially for an objective setup, or maybe Aojun miscounted his spells, because now that I'm looking, not a whole lot was done here, especially the shrines from Rovex. I mean, Sammykin's not going to lose too much out in the end, and Aojun's down a pretty big ult.
Yeah, should be back up. Well, actually, I say that. I don't actually know the Tipper's cooldown off the top of my head, but it's something you have available kind of every big fight. Yeah.
Yeah. But what if the big fight is right after Tipper's expires?
That's the thing, right? I mean, you still got that dragon up, so, and at kind of a time like that where it just looked like you were just kind of using it to just get Sammykin off you.
Ooh, good ult.
Ultimate goes right immediately onto Munchie. Gonna take the Barty back. And somehow Munchie will survive Magical Journey. I don't know how Rovex got on that side of the wall to put that E down, but all's well that ends well.
Yeah. He did really well with that one. I think the thing we're going to be looking at pretty soon is Dardoch with the finish of that Profane Hydra. He's very strong. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's the two items in Fiji's inventory as far as the armor is concerned. Hold on a second here. Munchie with the Grand Starfall. Dardoch flashing forward. Sammykin flashing out, getting away with 20 HP. As the minions do a little more to him, somehow will leave, well, scathed, but alive.
Yes, very scathed. What I was going to say, too, before we pan top lane was that Profane Hydra, that one-item spike is so powerful for the Ambessa. She's on top of you. There are no tanks on the side of Blue Otter, so he does a lot of damage. He's able to get his combo off. It's really not likely that anyone's going to be able to survive. So, the champions with movement on Blue Otter's side have to play their spells very carefully, and you got to be careful not to get singled out by that public execution, because it can mean the death of a very critical member of Blue Otter in a team fight.
Absolutely. I mean, these champions do have a lot of mobility, but, I mean, Dardoch just has, obviously, a ton of dashes in his kit, plus that flash, plus the Profane Hydra, right? Like you said, you can get on in that little bit. So that's going to be a bit of a chicken, sort of a chicken and, not a chicken, a cat and mouse game. There we go. That I think we're going to be watching as these team fights roll on. Aojun, he's got that Tibbers back up, but still just the one kill. But every time I look up, the lead for CCG is getting a little bit bigger. And to wrap up my point there on Fiji and Ariana, I mean, look, okay, this is a matchup that, isn't ideal for you, melee and arranged and all that, but the lead keeps growing for Fiji, and the itemization has just made it miserable for Ariana to trade into him.
Yeah, I like it. We have the Warden's Mail as well. He's already sitting on a lot of armor, so Ariana auto-attacking is already a little inconvenient. And he's been able to knock down some turret plates as well. So,
yeah, man.
Well played from Fiji. Orianna, as long as he keeps farming, still going to be a monstrous damage threat later on into the game, but well played by Fiji to kind of mitigate an unsatisfying, what is normally an unsatisfying top lane matchup.
Yeah, homie's got the second biggest lead. I mean, right behind Cody's son, who quietly, off the back of just an assist and like 2 turret plays, hasn't even cashed in the Cole yet. He's up 1,000 gold here on Spawn. Yeah. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, overall, CCG, this is usually how we talk about Dardoch finding these leads early on. Small farm leads, denying resources, and it's looking like top to bottom, everyone from CCG has been able to do this. Whether it's turret plates, minor CS leads, or, a kill or an assist, depending on where you were when that fight happened. Either way, it is amounting to, like you said, this 2,600 gold lead. And I like that hover from Dardoch, make sure no one's overstaying. So now, even though this lead is starting to get up there, Blue Otter starting to pick up their first items, and this is a comp again with like a lot of damage. So as long as Dardoch isn't able to get on top of someone and blow them up, Blue Otter still have a lot of ways that they can win out these team fights. I wouldn't say they're really in trouble yet.
Yeah, maybe not quite yet. Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to go next, right? Is how much does it concern you that certain lanes haven't gone kind of the way you were hoping? But I think to your point, it is going to be how the team fights play out. And even how we mentioned in draft for the CCG side of the team fights, you've got Aojun on the Annie, able to just kind of point and click, drop a Tibber stun on somebody, and with no true tanks, that can do a lot of damage to somebody's health bar in a very short amount of time. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, Ariana and Fiji, the final hour, no, not pop just yet. There it goes finally with experimental hexplate. Now the Herald goes down here in the main screen, but we've got combat in the picture-in-picture here. I think we're going to see a resolution to this, I imagine. I think Ariana maybe
nice
finally getting the better out of Fiji. Nice condemn. There's the kill coming over. Solo Bolo for the Blue Water top laner.
There it is. That's the Vayne magic, baby. Nicely done from Oriana. Ends those struggles a little bit, able to cut down the lead that he's got on him, on the side of Fiji. Allow him to farm up just a little bit. Of course, what we saw on the main screen, CCG, they got the Rift Herald. Oh, June. Oh, yeah, you gotta run.
The threat there. Yeah, willing to drop that with Dardoch in the vicinity. Think they knew? Actually, I don't know exactly that they knew that Munchie was around as well, and Rovex roaming afterwards, so maybe better they didn't kind of full commit there. But either way, I mean, Aojun, he's very much happy to just rip that Tibbers kind of on cooldown. You've seen him just use that to exert pressure a lot, and then just get right out, back on the map, swap spots with Fiji. It's like a well-oiled machine, this CCG early game. And for Blue Water, like you said, I'm really looking forward to seeing how these team fights play out, because like we sort of talked about with CCG as well, the angles that they can take, and the target selection as well, especially for Aojun and Dardoch, right? You talked about, Beatdown, how the fact that Dardoch doesn't have that true dive buddy. He needs help in some way, shape, or form. You can buy a little more time with a big mantra shield, right? With a speed up. You can kind of work around the edges there. I think only 35 is going to have a big role to play in these as well, dropping a redemption, etc. But I think Aojun and how he uses that ult is going to be just as important, because, again, like, the engage isn't super... You have one bit, like you said, you have one bit of snap engage. Everything else is more telegraphed. Yeah.
Yeah. We were talking about it. Again, that pressure on Rovex, who really does have some good opportunities to get value out of that Tempered Fate. We haven't seen the ult come yet from the support of Blue Water, but that is going to be a good way they can either isolate somebody or maybe protect one of their teammates should they get hit with that public execution. So again, Dardoch, already when that one-item spike, we saw the damage that he's able to do on everyone.
Well, Aojun's going to go first here, going to get the redemption drop down on him. Dardoch still has that public execution, but walking over a ward is Rovex. Going to ward off the full commit again, but is this enough pressure to set up for a dragon and stop that Blue Water stacking? They've been 2 for 2 in the neutral objective department, like you alluded to earlier, Beatdown. At least getting some dominion here over this bottom lane. Again, get a little bit of something here, because the gold lead has started to stall here for CCG.
And yeah, and even with TP, Samikin isn't going to come back in time to affect this dragon. So we'll very easily go over to CCG. Delay any soul potential here that Blue Water might be looking for. And it is Hex Soul. It's something every team, everywhere, ever would really like to get. And especially, I think, for Blue Water, it'll be a little bit more of a difficult way they need to play out this game. I think any buff you can get is really going to help that.
Yeah, any sort of borrowed power, and with this composition that's going to be throwing out spells like crazy, right? Ariana in kind of, if you get, this is a short-ish range composition, right? With the Annie, not exactly, not an artillery mage by any stretch of the imagination. Only 35 and Cody's Son can get the range extended once those Fiend Hunter bolts come in, which I imagine Cody's Son is going to build eventually, kind of second or third item. And only 35 in him should have a decent range to play with. But the Hex Soul, like you said, Beatdown, going to be absolutely a boon that both teams know are going to be fighting over with. Probably a little bit higher priority. Zooming out a little bit, item and a half kind of for everybody here. And it's been a slower game, Beatdown. And I'm going to be honest, I wasn't expecting this, especially Munchie being 0-0-0. Is that something that, you kind of talked about how, look, Blue Water aren't in trouble. So, maybe you don't care as much, but I guess, is that your read on how much he's played out this early game? Did you want to see a little bit more from him, or is it sort of, well, Dardoch is going to get his, so you come out even-ish, not that bad?
Yeah, I think it's fine that he went for a bit of a farm focus. It did help him out, giving him a bit of an experience advantage, too, in some of those earlier skirmishes. Not a big deal. He doesn't necessarily need to be massively ahead. Again, he really just needs to play his role in these team fights, and, of course, use that Grand Starfall to as great effect as possible, either inside lane, or as a good way to kind of start up or follow up on any engages Blue Water might be looking for here. So really not ringing any alarm bells yet. It really is just going to depend on how our next, or what I think actually will be our first 5v5 is going to go, because it's been a lot of small skirmishes here, 2v2, 3v3, but we haven't seen the full-on 5v5 yet.
Yeah, we're at 20 minutes. We've gotten a kill every 10 minutes, man. And it was a quick-ish first blood. I thought, okay, it was a little late, but it was at like the 6-7 minute mark, if I'm remembering correctly. Herald was popped here by Dardoch and company. Only 35.
Okay.
Be a little careful here. Yeah, don't want to go riding it into 3. Gonna take that U-turn. She's got a good turning radius. Where are we headed?
This is... Was it gonna expire? How long has it been since they took the Herald? I don't know. Maybe only 35 clicked it by mistake because you don't need to get in it for it to charge.
Yeah,
now I
entirely
think
possible.
big opportunity lost here either way for CCG. Could have been a bunch of turret plates. A good amount of gold instead. It's looking like.
Oh, I thought that was her windup. I thought she got close enough.
Yeah, me too. Nothing's gonna come of it. Kind of feels bad. Was thinking they'd set it up for a next dragon. Instead, we're just gonna use whatever space they got to set up some more comprehensive vision around the Baron.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be for a fight or a flip around it. Now the composition, I don't think, unless you get a 5-0 ace beforehand, feels like they have whatever it takes.
What I'm talking
Finally, we get a
about.
Tempered Fate, Rovex. Cody Sun trying to do a little bit of damage back, but it's just simply a pick. Samikin on the board for Blue Otter.
Yeah, only 35. Held his flash to his own demise, thinking that he was outside of that Tempered Fate, but that's exactly what I'm talking about with this ultimate. You have not a lot of movement spells on anybody on CCG besides Dardok.
No.
So you have a big opportunity there to get these huge value out of these ultimates. Good stuff from Rovex.
And when you do come back, you have that huge 2-item spike you were alluding to earlier, beat down onto Cody Sun. He did pop the Transcend oneself to try to, do something to help out only 35. Maybe a bit of a panic mash, but I can't say I blame him. You get jumped on like that, 3v2, don't know where the rest of the bodies are coming from. They're not going to help Fiji get himself first tower of the game at the 22-minute mark. It's been that kind of game beatdown.
Yeah, and it is a nice chunk of change in CCG's pocket, getting this lead up to 2,000. But ultimately, Orianna wisely backing off means it's not too bad. Especially because Rovex escorting Munchie to his own camps, they aren't really going to lose out on much else. And looking across the board, CCG's tier 1 towers all pretty low. All it takes is one good play for Blue Otter to be able to get, a little gold swing for themselves. Look at that tower. Has no health. 30 seconds
Hanging
now
on
to
by
the
a
next dragon.
thread.
That's the big thing here. Someone who's going to take the lead in the Drake stacking.
Yeah, no, and this third dragon is gonna swing it really and force a little more urgency out of the opposite team. Spawn gonna rip the True Shot Barrage just to kind of tickle Dardok, let him and Aoju know that they are there. Everybody else though has their ultimate available for a fight around this dragon. Gonna be up in 8 seconds, like you said, beat down. This is where the battle lines are gonna be drawn. The Hex Tech stacking those dragons, even if you don't get to the soul, even if the game doesn't last that long. Will be a nice little boon, especially for Blue Otter. Have to take a little bit more unconventional approach to these team fights. And in the late game, CCG, they have the sauce. This composition, all these compositions can do a lot of damage, but actually, yeah, both of them have a hyperscaling 80 carry.
TP. Samikin's not matching. Oh, okay. They're just gonna let it go.
Just gonna let it go. So just like that. No, hang on a second. Maybe letting the dragon go, but the fight's certainly not over. Fiji gonna flash forward, try to get something out of Rovex. There goes a smash! Decimating Smash not gonna find his mark, but it'll force that flash out of Rovex.
Alright, fair enough. They did manage to get... I don't know if they're actually going to be able to turn that into anything, but they managed to save the tower by putting a couple members in stasis. Still, successful play overall for CCG. It did cost them a bit of that gold lead because that tier 1 turret top went down for Samikin TP. They should have the numbers to knock down the mid-tier tier 1 as well. So it's basically going to cut this lead down to nothing. Blue Otter, even game state, fine. Again, execution. That is all these team fights are coming down to. You can already see a little bit of how easily CCG members can get on top of people on Blue Otter's side, just because there's no true tank, no one to really soak up that damage. Someone gets on top of you, good chance you're just dead.
Yeah, and you're kind of hoping. Look, you've got enough threats, right? And talk about you mentioned how there's on CCG there's very little mobility. There is so much mobility for the carries on this Blue Otter squad. The Tumble, the Spirit Rush, the Arcane Shift. Obviously, they're for all these champions, you've got a little bit of that oops button. No cleanse on anybody either, but you got Ghost Barrier instead here. In tier 1 should be going down. CCG going to get a little bit of that gold lead back. But beatdown, we talked about Samikin and how excited we are to see him on something like an Ahri, a real playmaker, a real, the ability to set up and burst down targets. Got himself the Blackfire Torch and the Cosmic Drive here. A little bit more damage in this build, but also a little bit of utility. Are we, I feel like the target I'd least want, well, maybe not least, because Ariana is still Ariana. That's still a Vayne, man. But it is good to see Samikin have the playmaker boots on. And he's got some eggs in his basket. There is going to be a lot of onus on him with this Ahri. And like you said, this composition that, like, for Blue Otter, you like because you don't have just one carry threat here.
Yeah, I like it if Blue Otter will be able to get that execution down. I think if we're talking about members who are going to end up being that most threat, I think there's a really strong case for Orianna, now level 16 on the Vayne, 2 items and change in his pocket. Really the one who can threaten Fiji the most. And if you look at the rest of the comp, for the most part, I think the Vayne is probably going to be the easier one to be getting on top of compared to everybody else. So I think Orianna, a lot of pressure on him in particular in these fights to get down that Vayne damage. Get those ticks of that W passive. But if he can do that, again, if. We talk about Blue Otter as a team who started off hot week 1 and struggling a little bit since then. Again, 1 loss against MU, fair enough. But overall, this is a team that we expected to take time to gel. We're 4 weeks into the split, and we're going to find out today if they've made any progress on that front.
Yeah, and this is where usually things start to go sideways. Around this kind of 25, 26 minute mark, the first big fight around the objective. Lots of on my way pings coming down to around the Baron.
They're starting Baron, yeah.
They very well might be. Yeah, now you've got a little bit of damage here. 3 items onto Cody's son.
Yeah,
on
no
this Yunara.
TP on Samikin also. So this is a good call.
Yeah, not able to match, but still going to get shoved off. And Timberfrey going to buy a little bit of time here. Rovek just kind of being a pest on this Bard on the other side, and they back off it.
Actually, very nicely done. The fact that they have a big wave shove bot that nobody's going to be able to respond to. Samikin immediately shifts mid to crash another wave and knock down some plates. Actually deny a good bit of gold from CCG while picking up a nice bid for yourself. So overall, very little cost for Blue Otter to deny that Baron. Just some ults that will come back in time for this Dragon. And they managed to get some gold for it. So overall, good stuff.
And you don't want to live in the world of moral victories, right? But if we're kind of through the lens of this Blue Otter plan being a little bit more of a 2-split one, CCG against everyone not named Conviction, they've done their best work when ahead. And
True.
they have been ahead in a lot of these games. And so for Blue Otter to just kind of have this gold lead hold between 1.5 and 2K since kind of the 10-minute mark, right? Yes. I think that's credit to Munchie and credit to, you know, guys like Samikin, like you said, just making these quick snap decisions of, okay, we're in a disadvantaged situation. What are we going to trade back? How are we going to put pressure on a 3-item Yunara to stop the Baron, which at the time looked like a good take.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Enrique. Just the fact that Blue Otter have been able to kind of keep a sort of stalemate going while getting some small wins for themselves is a big deal, but we still have the ifs. We still have the questions whether or not they can actually execute these team fights, and that's kind of what we're waiting for here. Because
yes, we are.
You know, Aojun. Oh,
ooh, what are we gonna do about it? It's the 9-man Tempered Fate. Nobody moved, but there goes the stun. Public execution into the backline onto Samikin. Finally get some action. Munchie in there with a little bit of CC. Coming right back out. Dardoch separated from the rest of the team. And Samikin with a killing blow to take him down. Orianna trying to get in a little bit closer here, but doesn't have enough backup. He's fighting into a bit of brush there. As he popped the final hour, but the reward is a kill and the Dragon for Blue Otter.
Yeah, honestly, worked out really nicely here. It was a good attempt at a snap engage from CCG, but it doesn't work. So now, Blue Otter tie the Dragon count at 2 apiece. Of course, there is no jungle here. There's no chance to go for that Baron. But I think another play like that, if it happens, Blue Otter could look to rip that Baron. I think something we hadn't mentioned yet is that, you know, with 2 marksmen, they take Baron very quickly, especially one of that marksman being Vayne. So something CCG are going to need to be aware of. I kind of hope we could see a replay of that fight, because it looked like the angle was good from CCG, but they just couldn't actually, you know, execute on who they jumped on.
Well, and I think that goes back to kind of something we were talking about is, you know, again, I'd love to see a replay to get kind of more into the nitty gritty, but one thing I saw was Dardoch went in onto Samikin and nothing
else.
Lived. Right?
I saw the tippers come through.
He lived, but it's like, then the fight kind of got dragged away. It's like, oh, if Dardoch kind of just gets isolated, right? There wasn't a second threat on top of him. They were able to deal with Dardoch as he kind of got caught up in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about in the draft. Just the fact that Dardoch is really the only member who can actually dive means the setup from the rest of his team is going to have to be really good. They're going to have to be in a really good position to be able to follow up. Otherwise, Dardoch's going in on his own. The damage from Dardoch is good, but it's not like he's running Electrocute, so the chances of 100 to zeroing someone before they can move, especially when the rest of the team is there, is not likely.
3-item spikes coming in for everybody else. Dardoch finishing up that Death Stance. Samikin on the Death Cap. You saw how much of an impact he had on that last fight. It's Fiji. See if he gets out all right. We're going to get another look at this fight. It started off with the Tempered Fate, and then the trigger was pulled.
Yeah, and I gotta say, actually, the target selection was kind of good. I like that Aojun flashed forward to get on top of Samikin, so there kind of was a follow-up, but at the end of the day, not enough gas in the tank to actually one-shot him. We got
Tempered Fate going to buy Munchie a little bit of time. Here comes the TP from the other side of the map. Ariana going to join the fight. Is it too little, too late? Cody's unable to take down Munchie, and now CCG with the tail turn between their legs. Fiji's frontlining very nicely. Look at how much it's taking to slow this man down. My goodness, they've dumped 4 spell rotations into this tank, but the rest of CCG can't get in. They don't have the vision.
Yeah, like Fiji's he's so tanky, he has so much health, and now with the death of their jungler, they're just going to go ahead and turn onto this Baron, but I don't think this is actually going to work. Blue Water still have some pretty key spells available to them, Final Hour and the Spirit Rush, so I don't think this is actually going to work, but they're just going to fully send it. They have Smite, Blue Water don't.
That is the key difference maker. At least that's what CCG are thinking. Now only 35 taken out of the fight. Exhaust out onto Dardoch. Aojun taken out. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. The Baron goes down and is walked away with by Dardoch. Fiji going to be the sacrificial lamb in this one. It's a 3-4-0 for Blue Water, though. You got the Baron, but not many members alive to use it.
Yeah, I'm honestly just going to go ahead and say not worth, Enrique. Just the fact that, yeah, you get the upfront gold, but no, you can only essentially affect one lane at a time, considering only 2 members have it. We're going to watch this one again. Like, this comp from Blue Water, a lot of damage. Got to play this one out really carefully, and they know they're just going to full send it, see if they can knock down the jungler, remove the smite, so that they can hopefully just use one of their spells to take it down. But unfortunately, they didn't do it in time. We got flashes from Dardoch and Cody's son, so they could live, but still, again, jungle and bottom lane. Those are not the only 2 people you want having a Baron buff, because generally in these situations, when it comes to splitting, they're going to be together. So this Baron buff costs you a lot of time on the map, and you don't have it on members where you're going to really affect more than 1 lane at a time. So, not worth.
No. Somehow, they still have the gold lead in their favor ever so slightly, but now you're starting to see some of the damage that's coming in from a lot of these carries. I mean, Spawn, the True Shot Barrage, he ripped that through the Baron pit, and that took out a ton of health. Yeah. Like, in the kind of, before 20 minutes, you're just using that to clear lanes. It really doesn't do a ton. Or to clear waves, I should say. But CCG have their 1 lane, and they're playing through it. There's another True Shot Barrage that puts you down to 75% HP. Charm not going to hit there from Samikin, going fishing for a target. Fiji and Ariana doing battle in the bottom lane. Top lane tier 2 does go down here. They're getting something out of this beatdown, but obviously could be getting more.
Yeah, I mean, considering that the bot tier 2 just went down as well, you're going ban for ban with a team who has a Baron buff? That should just never happen.
No.
So again, feels bad. Wise for Blue Water to split the way that they have. And again, 1 turret for this Baron. I think CCG will have like 1 more significant action left before this buff expires. And, got to give credit to Blue Water denying as many Baron buffs as they could after that play and playing the map in such a way that CCG can't get anything untraded, uncontested off this Baron buff. Now with Dragon spawning and mid lane where it is, Blue Water in a pretty good spot to just go ahead and start this Drake. But it's going to be a fight.
Battle line's drawn. Samikin does a good amount of damage. I think if he goes that Void Staff next item, then all of a sudden it's going to start to get really hairy. Spawn hits nobody with the True Shot Barrage this time around. Samikin waiting in the brush. So is Aojun, waiting for the fight to come to him. Dragon being taken pretty low here. Dardoch going to walk away with it. So now CCG on Soul Point. And that will be all she wrote as everybody got their attention turned mid.
Yeah, I guess CCG don't want to give away too much. They had Orianna pushing in that mid lane. It's not Soul either, so they're okay to just watch them take the dragon and allow Orianna to pick up some more turret plates here. So they're still getting gold for it, and it isn't a huge loss, but now the time is set, man. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. That dragon's going to decide everything.
Now this is something. Gonna try to get the jump there on the Blue Water. I mean, look at Fiji's health bar. Looks like a freaking yardstick, dude. What are we doing? That is a monstrous shield on this man. 3.5 items with the heal cut. Level 18. I mean, he is just, he's absolutely massive. But investing that TP, feels bad because you got to send someone to match, right, in different spots at some point. But I guess if you don't have TP on the Vayne, it's not the worst thing in the world. But I was a little surprised at the aggression there from CCG.
Yeah. Gotta give some credit to Blue Otter, too. Playing the map really nicely, consistently keeping these side waves synced and pushed up, always breaking up CCG's formation, not really giving them many opportunities to have to group up as 5, which again, that's really the strength of this composition. So the fact that Blue Otter is kind of keeping them apart with this map play is impressive stuff. It's exactly how they want to be playing this. And it is going to give more opportunities for them to have these more isolated skirmishes, not these full-on 5v5s. Still though, 3 minutes and 30 seconds now, what we were talking about before. It is CCG's Dragon Soul. I can tip the scales massively in their favor.
Yeah.
Blue Water let that last dragon go, which was a good trade, considering it was a risky fight. But they can't let this next one go.
And these two teams on the, like, completely tied, dead on. As far as gold is concerned, obviously going to matter less and less, and it's more just going to be about execution, about target selection, about objective setup. So that's what we're going to be trying to keep track of here as this game goes forward. A minute until the Baron. Quite the desync timer here for the Dragon Soul. Like we said, the Dragon Soul, I mean, this Hextech Soul is going to be absolutely monstrous. Blue Otter cannot afford to give it up at all. Dardoch looking for a way into this one. He's got a decent line for the public execution. Doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet. Ariana taken out of the fight. Public execution there. Finally, the target was selected for him. And Rovex takes a one-way trip to the gray screen.
Again, the pick potential of this composition, if you're not positioned well, you're going to get decimated. And Blue Otter, they realize it as Rovex flashes and he dies. Nothing, I mean, thankfully for Blue Otter, there's nothing to actually take other than gold and whatever jungle camp might be around, like that red buff, but still, this is exactly what Blue Otter needs to be careful of.
And Ariana, I think it unfortunately kind of started with him, right? He was the one that was a little too close for comfort. He burns the flash, he burns the ghost, he gets out of the fight, and then Rovex is going, oh no, I'm in danger. He was the one that was all alone.
Henrique, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Serpent's Fang. What are the components? Do you remember?
Woof.
Off the top of your head?
The components, no. I'm going to be honest.
That's fine. I'll look it up, because if Spawn's next item is not Serpent's Fang, I'm going to be very upset with him. I'm going to find out.
You hit one Mystic shot, and you just get a lot of value out of that. Yeah. He's got the pen already. He's got the Cyrildas, so it would make sense that that's your kind of next utility, right? You've already taken.
It does have a pickaxe. All right, goat. That's my goat. All right, we're gonna see this replay. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, just Fiji just eating everything here. Yeah, this was from a while ago.
This fight from earlier. This fight was actually was really good. Again, value of that Tempered Fate, and we're gonna see that value again. Rovex might have used that, I think, while we were looking at the replay, but he will have it back in time for this dragon. That's the big thing. Might not have Grand Starfall. That's really where Blue Otter can get a lot of setup. This is a tough spot to be in. Blue Otter absolutely cannot let this dragon go. So CCG have an opportunity to play for both here if they focus on setting up around the dragon, because Blue Otter cannot take that Baron trade. But CCG could also just let this dragon go and just guarantee themselves a Baron.
Charm lands, but Fiji is thick with 3 Cs and a Q. It takes so long for him to go down. Ariana standing on a ward. They know where he is. He was looking for an angle into this fight.
Hey, you don't have flash, bro. You don't have flash,
bro. Will not find it right there, like you said, down both his summoners. But hey, you got a QSS and a dream, and so it's certainly emboldening him. Temper Fate lands, Redemption gonna come down right on top of it. Aljun getting up front. Now Ariana looking for a way into the fight. Dardoch just taking him completely off it. It's Ariana versus Dardoch. He condemns him back. Tibbers drops. Tibbers taken very low. No blood spilled just yet. A couple key ultimates down, though. There was just not full onslaught. Munchie gonna jump onto him. Samikin gets onto Aljun. Can he get out? He will be able to get out. Dardoch tried to give chase, but he went over the wall. Munchie throws up the Aegis Assault to give him a little bit of defense here. Spawn trying to rip everything he can into whoever is standing there. I mean, he just hit these shots for free, but he doesn't have enough to take down Fiji just yet. Munchie getting in, stunning, hopping right back out. Here comes the TP back. Samikin joining the fight. He does have the numbers advantage. Now the GA gonna pop here. Fiji getting another massive shield. Man, that Serpent's Fang would feel so good right now. It's just too much health to chew through as Cody-san gets the double kill on the Yunara. Fiji at only 35. Very, very low. Get another little bit of CC onto Samikin. Fiji using every part of his kit to be a menace for CCG. Dardoch gets the kill there, and they mop it up with the ace, the Quadra for Yunara. Cody-san, only 35, can't believe it. hands in his hair, standing up. What the heck was that fight?
That is crazy. The fact that Fiji ulted twice in that exchange is what sealed it.
Wow.
I think Sammy wasn't ready to see that ult again. And it gave CCG all they need to close out game 1. Only 16 kills in 40 minutes, but CCG made them count.
They were down in terms of kills pretty much the entire game. After that first blood from Dardoch, that was it. And man, oh man, like you said, the double ult from Fiji. Fiji absolutely the MVP of that fight. And look, those were on really fine margins. And this is kind of, this is very revisionist and whatever, but
Sure.
if they had a Serpent's Fang there, I mean, you saw how much value Fiji got out of those shields. It was just get a shield, go back in, blah, and then get right back out, right? Get that little bit of health back, wah, and then right back out.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were other factors as well.
Yeah.
As much as, the Serpent's Fang would have been great there. I just think the fact that this is the nature of Blue Otter's composition. They have to play on these thin margins. They have to track cooldowns, track ultimates to the best of their ability, and if they think they have the angle, they have to take it. Because the game going longer, it gets so much harder for them.
Yeah.
Had Fiji not had the ult, I think that's the bigger thing to talk about here. If he wasn't able to use that unstoppable onslaught and freeze up Sammykin, who I'm confident didn't expect to see that ult again,
no,
I think that's a one fight. I think we're having a very different conversation. We're seeing Soul Point for Blue Otter. We're potentially seeing a Baron fight as well, and this could be a very different outcome. But, it wasn't. Well played from Fiji and the rest of CCG, and now we're up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to, do your job up in the lane, play weak side, lose gracefully, and then be effective later, but you still got to be effective later, and he absolutely was. We're going to go look at the post-game numbers here. Man, I mean, Spawn was just farming damage on the Ezreal. He absolutely did his job. He hit a ton of his skill shots. Sammykin was awesome in that game, really doing a lot of work as the Ahri, something we called for, something we wanted, and we saw that. Rulvex had a couple good tempered fates, but man, it just wasn't enough, right? Like you said, that last crucial team fight, the scaling won out.
Yeah, the cooldown reduction, 1 out more than anything.
Yeah.
I really do want to watch that one again, and I'm being told that is the replay we are going to see for our precision play, which is amazing. So we can kind of watch that whole fight over again. But yeah, honestly, got to give some credit to Blue Otter playing this comp out the way they did, playing the map out the way that they did. But again, we questioned it. Can they win out on the team fights? Because their comp makes it so hard to do so, and CCG just got the better of them.
This gold graph tells such an interesting story, right? Blue Otter, they both these comps had pretty decent big potential, but Blue Otter was winning out kind of on the margins, getting themselves those dragons early on, but then CCG never, they bended, but they did not break, right? You see that for a 40-minute game, the fact that the y-axis of that graph goes up to just shy of 5,000 gold.
Yeah.
That was what kind of game this was. It was not back and forth. It was just there. There was no back. There was no forth until all of a sudden in that team fight, Fiji and company blew that game open. We're going to get our big kind of game-defining Philips Norelco Precision One-Blade, Precision Replay, I should say, up on the screen for you. And it will be this team fight. Let's walk through it one more time.
Yeah, and it is funny, too, to think because this was the last fight. That's the reason it was impactful. But I really think this game, it could have gone a lot longer and ended differently had Blue Otter won it, but we're just going to see it again. Right here at the beginning of the fight, Unstoppable Onslaught comes through. Sammy can get such a big play. So for Blue Otter, again, this comp is all about spacing. Playing your cooldowns, going in, going out as much as you can, and I think they did, honestly, a really good job about that for the most part here. You're even seeing Sammy Kid. Watch him recall. He's going to go for the teleport back in here.
Yeah.
And because Munchie knows, he has the GA, he's getting in there. We're flashing forward. We're jumping in. And everyone just watch Fiji. He's going to have that ult up again by the end of this one, if I'm remembering correctly. And I think that was the crazy thing, because you're going to watch Sammykin go in here. It's going to be that W shield, and boom.
Oh, you thought.
The second Scion ulti literally changed everything. I think this fight would have gone differently.
Yeah, because Sammykin had a full health bar. Like you said, he TP'd back to the fight. He was ready to rock and roll with a little bit more combat power in his bag, right? Took a little visit to the shopkeeper. He was a menace right there, but that little bit of CC, and Dardoch and company jumped right on him. The CC chain was there. Gorgeous from CCG, but a lot of good stuff shown from Blue Otter as well. They picked themselves a tough to execute composition, and they didn't execute, but really not by much. I mean, like you said, that double ulti by Fiji, I certainly wasn't looking out for it. To grill Sammykin too much for not looking out for it, doesn't feel right because I did not expect 2 ults in one fight. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, game 2 between CCG and Blue Otter. Don't go anywhere.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni isn't the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks, or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no.
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
Mako.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. 2 different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni isn't the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks, or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no.
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
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 Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name, Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Most competitive wins. I don't know. Faker?
Faker.
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 In total, Faker.
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 This is just Faker.
I don't know. Rise.
Aphelios.
Azir.
With the most competitive wins, Azir.
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 Rise.
Least obtained. It's gonna be like Black Alistar or something.
Apex Twisterfade.
I have no clue. I don't know.
Black Alistar.
I have no clue.
The rarest one? Isn't that the Ari skin?
Is it like Black Alistar or something?
Silver Kale?
Black Alistar.
IG Aurelia.
I think 2000? 3000?
800.
1,500.
Probably over 6,000.
1400.
It's probably like 1600.
1229.
I don't know, like 1,000.
8,000. 800.
800.
17.
17. I don't know.
14, I think.
12.
14.
14.
15.
presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. I am 4x4. That is Beatdown. CCG versus Blue Otter. Game 1 had a lot of nothing, and then it exploded in one big, glorious team fight where we got 2 Scion ults. We almost got all the value from the action that we missed in the first 40 minutes of the game in that last 40 seconds. Almost, but we did get a fun fight, and we did get to see some good looks from both of these two teams. Beatdown, what did you like from CCG? I mean, they had a little bit of easier to execute composition, but why did they win that game? What stood out to you from CCG?
I think what I liked from them most of all was in the earlier lane phase. I think individually they all played their lanes out nicely, and I think they moved around the map in the early game to actually, generate some leads very naturally. There were very few kills. I think they had 1 kill, but managed to build their way up to a 2,500 gold lead. I think a lot of small, consistent interactions to make happen. So, got to give them props to be able to do that one. I think they played out the fights later on into the game quite well too. I think that last final, not that last final fight, but around I think the 4th dragon of the game, they managed to find a good angle. Aojun actually almost got hit by a charm off a Bard ultimate, but flashed the charm forward to stun out Samikin. It didn't work, but I love that he did that.
Mm-hmm. Good looks, I think, as the kids say.
Looks, yeah.
So, flipping the draft around, it will be Blue Water on the red side, but they will have first pick. No paparazzi. No paparazzi, says Samikin. So, see how the draft...
I think he's trying to get the camera to focus.
It up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I like your narrative better, though. I like your narrative
Samikin, the fame's finally getting to him. He growing up in the limelight. I mean, these last 3 years, everyone knows him. Everyone knows the style of champions he likes to play. They know how to target ban him. He just says, I can't do this right now, guys. I need a break, please. The first couple bans, pretty similar. Yeah, just kind of all across the board. Nocturne going to get bumped up in priority this time around, as Blue Water not going to opt to take it, but with 2 picks in kind of first rotation, CCG absolutely have priors for just grabbing the Nocturne very early on.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Something they don't want to play as well, because remember, Blue Water, they have that first pick, so instead they'd want to go a different direction here. It's a fun hover.
That is a fun hover.
Not real in the slightest. So I think they're just trying to debate what they want there for Samikin. All right, going to be Orianna right away. With J4 out of the picture, might be leaning towards a Wukong for Munchie, because you got to imagine Dardoch, if they pick jungle, he's picking Xin.
Yep. Yeah, I think Xin Zhao is kind of next on the board, and then Wukong with, Ambessa, Pantheon haven't already been played. J4 banned out, like you said, beat down. Wukong kind of next on that list. And the Nocturne taken off the board as well. I mean, Malphite is still around and whatnot, but I think we'll see what is picked here. Vi could even be in kind of that next tier, but again, the composition around it is going to dictate so much of what they're going to do. Going to They're going to take the Anivia here for Aojun. Again, something that both these guys, I think... Actually, no, I think it's just Aojun that's played the Anivia. Samikin does not have an Anivia game this split.
No.
But only 35 going to grab himself the Nami. It's something that he's played a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with the enchanters that are out of the picture. Really, the only other one is Lulu. So we could see that if Spawn wants to go that hyper carry route. You got to imagine they're setting up for the Corki there for Cody's son or the Lucian. We saw Lucian Nami pop back up yesterday. Didn't work, but there's still something. There's still something there that Cody's son could be looking to go for.
Yeah, just grab yourself the Corki. Maybe you aren't giving yourself a ton of range or room to work with, but with the Anivia, obviously, you do get a lot of zone control. Those walls and the Glacial Storm are absolutely huge abilities. You need to know where and how to position those. That makes or breaks separates the good from the great, as far as the Anivia players. Blind Gnar here for Samikin does leave Fiji now with a bunch of opportunities here. I mean, you could go a number of different ways here, right? You could blind something for Fiji, but you do open yourself up to some bans, so maybe not this early, right? Dedicate that round 4, round 5 ban to giving your top laner, who is a specialist, a little bit more room to cook. Or slam York.
I think York probably gets banned if they don't pick it. So that's going to just end up being that response there, and I think that's good. I like the Gnar or Blue Otter. Just like, I think you have a little bit of a lack of mobility with that Anivia. That's really dangerous. So I think Gnar, who can, hop the walls, have an easier time getting in and out of these fights. And of course, you can use the wall for the Gnar ulti to get the stun. That can be really fun as well. And wow, jungle falling to second rotation in game 2. Doesn't happen very often. Teams. Yeah.
Yeah. It could be Gnar jungle. It's not. It's not. But it could be.
No, I really don't think it could be, actually.
I'm going to stop you right there, Enrique. I'm not going to let the shenanigans go on any longer.
I'm just going to go ahead and say no. No, it can't be.
Alistar,
it would be funny.
Going to be banned away here. Corki, take it away. So now that opens up the question of where is Cody Sun going to go? I mean, yeah, Corki Nami was like the big kind of combo, right? You could go Lucian, but again, not a ton of rain. You still have that problem in this composition.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it could be a problem depending on what jungler Dardoch ends up going for. If there was a setup pick for him, like if he ends up going for the Wukong, then I think that would be fine. But we'll see. Depends if Wukong even makes it through this pick ban. The Master Yi, that is a Munchie special.
Yeah, wow.
I'm kind of curious as to why they thought he might have played it. What do they know? He did play it before. Yeah. It was fun. But now the question is, are they going to ban the Lucian as well? Are they going to ban maybe Aphelios? Could be, I think, a slightly more popular route Cody Sun could go, just to deny a carry, because right now, really lacking in damage. The more I talk about it, I think something more of the Aphelios route ban would be good. Okay, Wukong, sure. Fine too.
All right, so that gets taken away. Where will Dardoch go? Again, the Mundo is an option, I suppose, but not a ton of mobility. You don't have the engage either. I would want to see something with a little bit more engage. Now you've got that hyper scaling. There's your damage beat down, but still want something to be able to start fights a little bit more reliably here for CCG. You need a go button. The rest of this composition should be all right after that.
Yeah. Dardoch, waiting until the very end to pick his champion. Now we're going to see what Blue Otter is looking for. Rovex, now that we are kind of going down that list of Enchantress supports being out of the picture, they're going to go for the engage route. We saw the Alistar ban, so Rovex, going to go for the next best thing here. Go button, like you said. And that does open up Munchie to go for something a little more damage-oriented, carry-oriented if you want to. Because with Gnar and Rakan, I think you're covered in terms of the ability to start fights.
Yeah, 100%. And then the follow-up is there crucially as well, right? You get the Gnar or the Rakan more likely in there, or actually whatever jungler is picked here as the ball delivery system.
Oh my god!
Baby!
Okay, that's the other Munchie pick.
Yes, it is.
It is the Rengar and the Master Yi. We got a lot of squishy members on the side of CCG, so it makes sense. There's an angle. No tanks. Feels good. That hover is confusing. I think Poppy, I think that's a really great shout, to be honest. A lot of dashes on the side of Blue Otter.
No, I was going to say, and just give yourself, a tank. Yeah, it's going to be in the jungle, right? We'll see where Dardoch wants to take his build path. Poppy, you can go a couple different ways, but, you've got a little bit more beef to deal with the Rengar. But I think this is literally the first Rengar game I have actually ever cast. But like you said, Munchie's got priors for this. He's got a couple of pocket picks. And you know what? Hats off to the Blue Otter coaching staff for allowing him to go to these kookier picks and giving him the trust to do this.
Yeah, I mean, again, they allowed the Master Yi to go through. It started off really strong for Blue Otter a couple weeks back. So that was an exciting one. Leaning into, your player's unique champion picks, especially in a fearless system, makes a lot of sense. I think, again, Dardoch, really good response here with the Poppy. If he plays it just right, he actually will be very capable of neutralizing Munchie on what he's wanting to do here on this pick. It's really just going to be about, keeping mind of that steadfast presence, making sure your engage can't be interrupted, because if Munchie gets caught, he's probably just going to die.
He's probably toast. Yeah. The follow-up CC is easy to land as well. A couple auto attacks there from Cody Sun in the late game will go a long way to taking him down. 'Cause that's the other thing, right? I mean, you have a couple of big squishies to hit on the side of CCG. One of them has a spell shield, and the other one is going to be a little, beefier. I mean, yeah, it's a squishy in Anivia, right? But with the Rod of Ages and with the shielding that she's likely to get from the Seraphs, assuming she builds that, you do have a lot of health to chew through. Not a lot of resistances, but it's going to take more than one spell rotation to get into that. But like you said, Beatdown, you've got something a little more damage-oriented because the rest of the composition for Blue Otter is pretty good at starting these fights. And the follow-up is as well, right? With the Shockwave, with the, Verisalt, 10,000, Chains of Corruption, thank you.
There you go.
Got there eventually. Yeah, so the follow-up is there. So actually, you've got a couple different ways to start fights and just be disruptive. And I mean, Rovex on this Rakan, he's going to have a big role to play as well. Again, in just being disruptive and allowing Munchie to roam. This is, a bit of a death ball composition, right? Go forward, be a nuisance, disrupt, drop the CC. I like what Blue Otter have done here. Again, it's risky with Munchie, but he's going to grab level 2 here from Dardoch. Got himself the early ward, knew exactly where he was on the chickens. So off to a rip-roaring start here for Munchie.
Yeah, really would have actually felt really bad had Dardoch been able to succeed on that one. Again, something we see him do very often. Keep an eye on him to try out for more of these invades. He's been so good in NACL at now jungling, winning a lot of smite fights as well. Something I think we've talked about at length in past series. So I think on this pick, anything he can do to slow down Munchie would only be to his team's benefit. So keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, I think lane's going to go exactly how you expect. Orianna getting the push top, the double ranged, winning out against the melee support in terms of pushing the bottom lane as it goes. Munchie just wants to farm. He needs to get as many resources as he can, if he can get that one-shot potential. Because again, Dardoch's the only tank. They can circumvent him. You could one-shot someone later on.
Yeah, and you're looking at Cody Sun, right? I mean, you've got okay range, but you don't have a ton of you've got some mobility, right? But the barrier, right? No cleanse to get yourself out of a sticky situation as well. If Rovex goes in and locks up Cody Sun, doesn't spell shield right, guess what? Munchie's going to be on you like white on rice. Aoju taken very low. Tim and Samikin are going at it. And projecting forward a little bit here, Beatdown, I mean, with the Yorick, right, there's always a split push potential. And then how, it warps the way that the compositions want to play. Where do you see the responses coming in later on? Like, what's kind of your prototypical, okay, if CCG are having their way, right, where are you sending where, and where are you hoping that the responses come from?
I mean, Fiji just has to be matched by Orianna. I think that's kind of... Unless Samikin is really fed, or I don't know. I can't really think of a situation where you want that to consistently happen. Yeah. So that's why I think it's going to be pretty stock standard. Eyes are on Orianna though, winning out on that first few waves. Oh,
the Dark Possession goes down, but now Aoju maybe in a little bit of trouble here. He does have egg form, but if he can get one more Q down, potentially first blood over to Dardoch, like started in game 1, and is at the hands of Munchie. Now Rovex, if he can get one more spell rotation up, he could get the CC down on a Dardoch, but only 35 has shown up here. With one Aqua Prison, can turn this fight into something ugly. Rovex, maybe not done just yet. And then delay that recall ever so slightly.
I like that.
Yeah, be a nuisance, man. Honestly, that's what Rakan does.
I was gonna say, I wonder if if he could have gone for the W. That feels so bad. Really?
Only 35
really
though. Yeah, drop that very nicely.
Gonna cancel the next back. Okay, anyways. That was bold from Munchie, to say the least. I mean, even if you get that kill on Aoju, it's not a real kill into the egg, and it didn't even work. So now, the TP is going to end up coming through. Small bright side for Samikin is that's a big wave he's going to be able to collect in its entirety. He has a small lead for himself that he's earned. But first strike's going over to CCG, and the kill is in the hands of Dardoch.
Yep, on this Poppy, so just going to be that little bit more annoying. Going to get that little bit tankier. See if they can accelerate that, because, I mean, Beatdown, we were in this exact same spot, a pretty similar spot anyway, in game 1, and they weren't really really able to accelerate quite that much. And now with Munchie being on something that has to be a little more selfish, it feels like it's a little bit of a tougher way back, but still, there is something to be said for something we gave Blue Otter props for as game 1 rolled on. It was not a ton happened, but Munchie and company stemmed the bleeding, and Munchie never got too far behind. It was like 500 gold individually until the game blew open.
Yeah, very true. And I think, all things considered, even though that death in Flash was a little odd, at the end of the day, he's still going to have a lot of value. He's still ahead in farm. He's hit level 5. And you can just see that he's been able to, keep up. When he has that level 6, he's going to be able to set up these plays a lot better. It's going to be on Dardoch to keep an eye on him. And the one who can really put a stop to him is the Poppy. So it's on him to track this Rengar and ensure that his teammates are not getting jumped on.
Yeah, like you said, a couple of dashes to keep track of, and the steadfast presence, you can get a lot of value out of that. Dardoch is almost always in the right place at the right time. Now Munchie, hoping that wave would crash a little bit further up. Maybe get a lane gank off, but the Maiden has been summoned here by Fiji. Munchie's got vision of that Pixel Brush, and now, so does Fiji. I'm going to jump here as Ariana does not have his ultimate up. Unfortunately, used that earlier, I imagine, in a trade. That feels bad. Maybe he could have done something there. You can slam something into the Dark Procession, right? That's another wall you could use?
Yeah, you can. That is true.
Okay.
That's
so
fine.
a couple different surfaces that you could use.
Yeah, Nar is a lot of options.
Yeah, and Dardoch as well, right? With a heroic charge.
Yeah,
Could
very
slam
true.
a couple different surfaces.
Yeah, there you go. I don't think much was going to come out of it. I like that at least Munchie was able to help clear that ward. It adds a little pressure that Ariana can benefit from, but otherwise, she's going to be walking away, going back to farming, and things are going to be chill just like they were in our first game here.
Hopefully they aren't that chill, man.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so too, especially with a Rengar. Especially Blue Otter, they need something going for them. They're down 0-1 in the series. Even though they made a valiant effort in that first game, 2-0's 2-0. They want to get a win in their belts. They need to make this comp work.
Yeah, and I think there needs to be a little bit more urgency in this Blue Otter competition, because the way I read it, I mean, I'm looking at almost every lane, and you've got, an outscale here in pretty much every lane for CCG.
Oh. A lot of people here.
CCG have first purchase. They know where Munchie is. Munchie does not know where Dardoch is. Now he knows. Samikin approaching from the side. He's got the shockwave as well, but he gets locked up behind a wall. Has to flash away. Rovex went in to be the savior and popped right back out. Now Munchie going forward here. The spike comes down as well. Shockwave finds one. Now Spawn, can he get in and be a menace? There goes the piercing arrow. Doesn't get onto Dardoch. He flashes away. Now Blue Otter on the front foot. Or just as I say that, only 35 does go down, but Cody's son is here. Has the on the hunt, giving them a little bit more mobility. Aojun trades one right back onto Munchie. Dardoch, if he can get forward, Rovex going to flash over the wall and get to the safety of a teammate. Dragon, not going to be a thing right now.
Wow, I got to give credit. The shockwave worked out so nicely.
Yeah.
And it actually canceled the Keeper's verdict from Dardoch, or at least it looks like it only gave that shorter. No, yeah. Because I saw him try and go for it. It looked like it got canceled, which means that he wasn't able to actually get it off. So if they wanted to go for a dragon, I think Blue Otter could do something with that, as that's a pretty powerful tool that Poppy has to win out those fights. Ooh, Spawn.
Yeah, Spawn with the fancy feet, able to sidestep the Aqua Prison. Rovex with the Unsealed Spellbook, going to get back to lane in a hurry. Reset up that vision as Blue Otter potentially go for round 2 here on this Dragon. Certainly got the additional pressure in lane with Spawn, but it's pretty much been a stalemate here. Let's see who's going to get first purchase here, because the objective on the other side is up. The Grubs could be traded out, and Dardoch going to head up to that top side. There's the on my way ping, so we could see an objective trade here.
Yep, more than likely, especially with bot lane recalling. It's going to be a pretty easy setup there for Munchie. So that's first straight over to Blue Otter. If we talk about late game scaling, Drake stacking, Blue Otter want that one a little bit more than CCG do. So getting this pre-10 minutes, I think is really good. It does suck because losing all 3 Grubs to the team with Yorick really just means that you better hope you can keep this guy down. And not allow
That's
him
a good
to
point.
push freely, because that's a lot of work he's going to be able to get done inside lane.
Yeah, the Grubs certainly aren't what they used to be, but on something like a Yorick, where you can just have some one-on-one time with a lot of these turrets, it really is multiplicative. It can get out of control quick. Like you said, you got to make sure that you keep Fiji in check. He's me down on the bot side. Cody's son going at it against Ariana on the top side. Another few minutes here before the next objectives kick off, as Aojun roaming up here with only 35, potentially looking for a dive onto him,
I mean,
but
just
now
kill
Cody's
this
son,
guy,
yeah,
though.
maybe just try to bail out Cody's son. He pops the ultimate, gets the heal on, gets the shielding as well. Trying to get the boomerang blade out just a little bit. Rovex coming in to be the defender. Still a 3v5, a 4v2 actually. Excuse me. I don't know where those numbers came from. Ariana has to flash over the wall. He's got his flash, he's got his ult, but now he doesn't have flash. Not able, yeah, I mean, look, able to ward off, you know, Doom, I guess. But Samikin gonna have some one-on-one time with that tower down there. Made him pop in the bot side as well, keeping Spawn at bay for now.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of it, main get benefit there is the flash from Ariana, which does ruin a bit of setup there, but otherwise Munchie able to steal away some camps. Samikin also able to pick up some turret plates at all as well. Blue Otter not really losing too much, I think, on that exchange, and CCG not gaining a whole lot other than the flash, the way they moved up towards the top side. I think even in transition now, there's a wave on that bottom side turret that is going to end up being entirely lost. There's a loss there for Cody's son too.
Yeah, on the margins, Spawn played that out pretty nice. He was kind of one-on-one against Fiji there. Was able to get his before Fiji was able to transition at the right moment, losing out on the margins ever so slightly, but CCG still ahead by a few hundred gold. They got themselves the grubs, but like you said, Beatdown, that dragon stacking is going to be huge for this Blue Otter composition to get a little bit more of that borrowed power in. CCG, I mean, once the Rod starts stacking all the way, once the Seraphs gets to 360, once, you know, Yorick, if he can get ahead, can snowball absolutely out of control, and Sivir, you don't really need to say anything more about that champion. It's just really, really tough to deal with the overwhelming amounts of damage that are going to come through. Samikin going to use the shockwave defensively there. We'll throw back some damage. Just that little bit here.
I think that chunk was there to see if Munchie could come in and try and add a little more to this play, but shockwave not hitting Dardoch. There's not going to be much that he's going to be able to do with that one. So everyone's just going to walk away. Samikin forced to recall. I think going to lose out on a little bit as a result too. That is a feels bad there for Blue Otter.
A couple of those ultimates down, like you said, Aujin. I mean, once you hit level 6, you just kind of farm by pushing one button. It's pretty easy to make sure you don't miss any waves, assuming you're there at the right place at the right time. But Samikin, even in game 1 beatdown, you saw the gold leads kind of stretch like this, where otherwise things were going CCG's way. But Samikin, in lane especially, was able to give himself a pretty sizable lead. You look down at one point in game 1 of this series, Samikin was up like 2,000 gold. He's been a good laner consistently. Just been about transitioning those leads a little bit more, and I think that's why you and others, and then me to a lesser degree, have been wanting to see him on those playmakers to, you know, to get something that, okay, you get all that late, you know, you're not, it's not as easy to get a gold lead on a Galio, and then it's a little tougher to transition it, right? But Samikin on this Orianna, off to a 20 CS lead here, despite Aujun having that early kill.
Yeah, pretty good looks here. The mid laner of Blue Otter. Yeah, even on the Ahri, even though they lost, he had a lot of nice plays and a lot of nice setups that he was able to get done. Now here on the Orianna, he has a chance to do the same. This Dragon coming up in a minute and 10 seconds. That's going to be his next opportunity. Blue Otter really want to be Drake stacking here, and they've been able to get some pressure in mid and bot, so they should have a pretty good chance at being able to do it. Question is going to be for CCG. Are we committing Fiji to this play? Are we going to bring the whole team to try and secure this one? It's looking like the answer is no.
Yeah, Fiji with no TP. Don't think it's going to be up by the time the fight breaks out. Actually, it might be close depending on how quickly Blue Otter want to take this on spawn, or if CCG want to take it, you know, on spawn or a little bit later. But like you said, Blue Otter has certainly done a good job of pushing those lanes out beforehand. Their setup's actually all right here. It's Munchie. Just kind of roaming, lurking on that other side. Ariana has the TP advantage over Fiji for now, if they wanted to pull that trigger. We still haven't seen that big Gnar. We talked about the different interactions that the heroic charge for Dardoch, but then the flip as well of the Gnar for Ariana have with these different walls that you can throw up. Dark Procession, wall from Anivia. Dardoch lurking forward here. Shoot, beatdown. I think this TP, it might well be up by the time this fight starts. Well, just as I say that, maybe Dardoch is just going to chase everybody out of this jungle. I still think we're going to see some blood spilled here.
Potentially, we'll say Blue Otter's comp. I like it a lot more of one item. And all key members here at this fight have finished their first item, so I think that's why CCG are just kind of playing this vision game and not necessarily actually trying to set up. I don't know if either team actually wants to be going onto this Drake first. See Rovex even just hitting it just to waste its time. It looks like.
He's being a pest. That is what you do.
Munchie! Oh, I thought he popped his ult for a second. Never mind. It's just the blue smite. It's just the blue smite. There we go.
There we go. He's been the first one on that dragon, and right back up.
Ha! That's funny. Just using up a little bit of time. Not feeling confident about their ability to fight this one out. Orianna just throwing everything at the Maiden. Gonna put that on cooldown. I wonder if that's what they were looking for here. Just remove a key tool. I don't know.
That's not a bad shout, actually. Yeah, I mean, just a couple huge ultimates, right? I mean, a couple big, game-changing ultimates. And now with Fiji, with that teleport, and Ariana just getting this shove down, maybe you try to desync that ever so slightly, but just as I say that, all the attention is being paid up to the top side right now, as the things are coming down here onto the Rift Herald. The pace of this game, like it was in Game 1 beatdown, has slowed down very much. Very much round to a halt. Now, but this time around, I do worry a little bit more for Blue Otter's composition. It isn't just that huge, overwhelming damage composition, especially because Munchie hasn't gotten the ball rolling maybe as much as he would want 15 minutes into this one.
The issue is that time is something CCG wants more than anything else. You have a Roa, and a tier stacked item that Aojun is building. We are building hard for scaling and time. Sivir waiting for 2-3 items. So if we're delaying these dragon takes, that's amazing for CCG.
On top, Teams of Corruption there, but the Keeper's already going to drop it right back. Only 35 with the Tidal Wave just in case. Aojun and Samikin going at it 1v1 there off to the side. So holding on to the Shockwave, but Samikin down a flash. So he's one out on that one. Still has that big ultimate. Yeah, Blue Otter, I think, have the combat advantage here if they choose to go for it.
Yeah, the Shockwave, really big ult is available, but now enough time's passed. Dardoch has the Steadfast Presence, so it's just about getting that cooldown out and ensuring that it doesn't stop your two big ults. Rovex has that quickness as well, so, I mean, we gotta do something here, Blue Otter.
TP comes in here. Dardoch gonna trap him up against the wall.
Rovex dragon, no?
Locked up, and he will be fine. But he has to pop the quickness defensively. Dragon down to 2,000 HP. Wall put up, leaving Munchie out of the pit for a bit here. Aojun is frontlining, using that space control very, very nicely to let his team secure their first dragon. Now, might not be done just yet here. Dardoch flashing forward. Able to get the shield down. Munchie is slowed, but he will retreat to the safety of his tower.
Whoa, again, this last pick, Poppy for Dardoch, is just paying off big time. He's been such a thorn in the side of Munchie and the rest of Blue Otter as a whole. And the way he isolated Rovex, got a big key ult out in that last fight, was pivotal. And of course, Aojun's wall, as you pointed out. Making it so that Blue Otter have no choice but to move towards their support instead of making the angle to go for the potential Dragon Steal.
So this is a pretty interesting blueprint that you could follow, right? I mean, between Dardoch and Aojun, what they're able to do as far as bodyguarding kind of a couple, paths of entry for these fights. If they're the first ones there, entry all of a sudden gets a little bit trickier for Blue Otter. I mean, it feels like, the battle plan always has been throw a Rovex into it and, a Shockwave over the top, then you've got some follow-up CC, right? Or maybe a snap engage with the Gnar. But if it's a little slower, if it's a little looser than that, you can see the advantage is definitely going CCG's way as far as how they want to start out these compositions. Or start out these fights, I should say, with this composition.
Definitely. And Blue Otter, conversely, they have to be so careful about how they actually start these fights because Dardoch, as long as he's positioned well, holding that W, that steadfast presence, is just such a huge thorn in Blue Otter's side. Now, CCG going to go ahead and pick up the Rift Herald as well. Another big opportunity for them to earn any potential setup for that next dragon. We're looking at a Mountain Soul too. I think Mountain Soul for CCG, especially for Dardoch, would just be too nice. And I think Blue Otter just cannot allow it.
That gets tough. Yeah, that gets really, really tricky. Rift Herald taken down. First break going over to CCG in the hands of Fiji. 0-0-0, but has had more alone time with these towers. Got himself out to an almost 1,000 gold lead over his opposite number. They wrap up first tower, and every objective except for one has gone CCG's way. This we didn't see in Game 1. This kind of complete jungle dominance as far as the objectives are concerned by Dardoch. We did not see that in Game 1, and now, I mean, you've got a Rift Herald, you've got a Fiji that has taken down a tower. You've certainly got more avenues to extend this mid-game through than you did in Game 1 for CCG.
Ooh.
Shockwave doesn't find his mark, and that means it's go time. Dardoch slams him into a wall. Aojun, he has got a 9-stack Roa, and he is making it Samikin's problem.
Oh, yes, he is. TP, not going to do much. Oh.
On the hunt pop from Cody's son. TP coming down, like you said, only 35. Using that defensively, or offensively, should I say, as PG gets forward, just bonks him. My goodness, that is so much damage. Read him his last rites. He didn't like it. Rovex goes in with the quickness and gets bonked again. Hang on a second here. We didn't talk about Fiji enough and what he could do in a team fight potentially, but he's sitting on a nice little spike here after that Triforce. My goodness, and now CCG gonna break this turret and potentially this game open a little bit.
Oh yeah, this is an enormous lead that's starting to grow here. We're up to more than 3,000 just on that one sequence. They're able to knock down multiple structures, making such good use out of their, nice try, making such good use out of the 3 grubs that they were able to earn earlier on in the game. They've been able to do so much with it, 3K, and now they have such a huge gold lead as a result. Remember, time, gold, something that was such a big deal for CCG, and the fact that now they find themselves in this lead and have been able to collect so much. You're seeing a second item come through for Fiji, a second item for Aojun, and once Cody's son also picks up the IE, oh, there you go.
Beautiful.
I mean, we're here, man. If I like Blue Water's comp at 1 item, I love CCG's comp at 2. That's where we are.
Yeah, Triforce plus either like Cleaver or Shojin. That feels so good. And then maybe you just go with the other of that item third for Fiji. And then you become truly, I mean, demonically unstoppable. You saw what he was able to do with 1 last rites and a little bit of damage from the Maiden to any of these health bars, right? I mean, unless you're Ariana in Meganar, and even then, you're a bruiser. You're not a tank. You just have a lot more health. And so... yeah, and Fiji, now he's hit that 2-item spike, and then just it's Death Cap or Shadow Flame or Leandries or whatever, right? But actually, it's going to be Stopwatch as I look at the armor down there. But point is, yeah, Fiji, like you said, I'm glad you pointed out that this 2-item spike for everybody is absolutely massive. It really feels like, I mean, on top of the goal that they've gotten to slingshot themselves forward, you're getting a ton of it. I mean, look at what Aojun is doing. I mean, 1 combo with this Anivia, and half of Ariana's health bar is gone.
Yeah, it's tough. It will help. Ariana's about to go mega, looks like, but also... oh. Do we have a situation? I think we have a situation.
Dardoch asserting his dominion here. Bashes Rovex into a wall, pops the cleanse from that unsealed spellbook. Only 35, gonna rip the tidal wave. It's gonna clip the Gnar, or the Rakan, excuse me, Munchie. All he can do is stand there and watch. Turret goes down. Your support is dead. And now they're going to try to get onto this Anivia, but Munchie might have bitten off more than he could chew. Has to flash over the wall. Very nicely done by Aojun. Dardoch. He tried. It all worked out. It's still a net positive play. Munchie is running with his tail tucked between his legs. Spawn. What's wrong, buddy? Oh, no. There's a Yorick. Munchie gets back on him. Yeah, can't really do much. Flashes away from the Chains of Corruption. But Fiji does rip the Maiden there. But while all that's going on, no, don't look over here. Look over here. They're starting up the Baron here, and it's again Aojun and Dardoch being out front, looking for picks, playing bodyguard. It's all coming up CCG, man. Little by little, 500 gold here, 500 gold there, a structure here, a Baron there, and CCG are taking control of this game beatdown. Let's see if Blue Water have a miracle in them. Not quite enough. Dardoch, money with the smite, taking down another life, catching another body as Rovex dies for the 2nd time in this sequence.
Yeah, only solace for Blue Water is that they got a Mountain Dragon, but it is their 2nd one. It is nothing compared to what they've lost these last 10 minutes or so, and it's only going to get harder with Sivir getting stronger, with this Anivia getting stronger. We already see what these champions have been able to do, and now with the Baron and these grubs that they got, they are just ripping turrets to shreds like they are made of paper.
It's so rough. It's so rough. I mean, you look up and all of a sudden the gold lead has tripled for CCG. And it has to be said, I mean, Munchie just did not have the impact he wanted to in this early game. Got a little over-aggressive in that first kill. I mean, like you said, you got the Anivia. Congratulations. And then it was just tough for him to get back. I mean, just Dardoch gave him no windows in. And the laning from CCG has also been good. Man, and Aojun on this Anivia, man. Look at what it's taking for them to take him down. Look at how much they're investing here. Munchie does kill, only 35 down on the bottom side. Cat likes to eat fish. Who knew? Still true. But then on the other side, hold on a second.
Yep. Just buying time. It is a shutdown. Overall, I think that's pretty valuable here, but just wasting the time of 4 members of Blue Water, still worthwhile. Dardoch pushing wave. EG also pushing waves, so time with this Baron buff and waves just means that CCG's members are going to get so much more elsewhere on the map. You can see it, yeah, people are showing up, but Baron buff is still doing so much.
I think only 35 killed Munchie with a redemption.
Oh.
After he was dead. Because their
Speaking
death
of
timers were
dead.
desynced. Munchie soloed down only 35, and then like 10 seconds later, I see only 35 has slain Munchie, and I'm like, wait. There's no Leandry's burn. There's, you know, none of that. I see the redemption's on cooldown. That might have been what happened. It's been that kind of game for Munchie, man. It's unfortunate, right? We wanted to see him show up on this Rengar, on this pick, but if that snowball does not get rolling early, it is a tough hill to climb again. All right, so we're going to see this here on the bottom left. They run into each other. Munchie deletes him. And then, okay, he does get a little bit of help here. It looks like.
Oh,
There's
wow.
that redemption. Okay, so you got the killing blow with the redemption, but Dardoch did all the work. But still funny.
Still funny. Agreed. You called it out too, so respect.
Thank you. Yeah.
Change much.
The heads-up display, as I was telling you on off air, the heads-up display has trolled me a couple of times recently.
Yeah.
But you know, it does tell you what happened. And if I just kind of spit out what that is, I'm never going to be too far off from the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Except, of course, when, oh boy, hold on a second. Aojun is toast. Got the egg popped there earlier on in the top lane. So Blue Otter, I mean, look, they're throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. I mean, but even then, you see what they're having to do and what they're having to defend against in the other two lanes beat down.
Yeah. It's tough. I think that's the first unanswered play that Blue Otter has been able to successfully make, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just punishing the fact that Aojun is flashless, has no Anivia passive. They're going to walk away with that and just take an opportunity to breathe and push out some of these waves. But now it's tough for Blue Otter. You know, you really want that third dragon. There's no way they're going to be able to get it unless they catch somebody out, which, considering what we've seen, I find that hard to expect. The CCG, so strong and completely online, only getting stronger as time goes on. So unless they isolate someone and pick them off, kind of like those last few plays we've been seeing, I don't see how Blue Otter can win a fight.
No. I agree with you. It's really, really tough. I mean, you need a catch. You need some sort of pick, right? You need Ariana with a snap engage with this, you know, with the Mega Gnar, and Munchie to be able to follow up. Samkin with a big shockwave, but CCG just haven't left the door open at all, like you alluded to. That was the first unanswered play. Shockwave finds nobody. That you hate to see that. This follow-up CC just wasn't there. But yeah, Blue Otter have gotten essentially one unanswered play this game. But if Rovex can get in there and be a disruptor, Munchie gets in onto Dardoch, pops the Steadfast Presence. Tidal Wave not going to find anybody, but the smite goes down, and now Munchie's on the run. Brother's on the wrong side of the train tracks. It is only going to end one way.
That's right, with Munchie on the gray screen, biting off more than he can chew. It was a good effort. I like that Blue Otter are still trying on things like this, but it's so difficult. And being mindful of that Steadfast Presence, one of the few ways Munchie can interact with Dardoch with any sort of measure of success, but otherwise, goodbye, Sammy.
Later, Skater.
Oh, he lives.
Get out. Well, or does he?
I
Or
should've
does
said
he?
nothing.
The backline Dardoch is the most unexpected. Now the TP comes in. Oh, man, just too little, too late. Blue Otter are trying to throw anything at this CCG steamroll that they are off to right now. Aojun will go down. Ariana does survive, but still 5 members as far as I'm concerned in that bottom lane. With the Maiden wailing away, with the grubs that they've got, that pushing power is so rough. Yeah, I mean, they just melt the towers. It's like, what can you do?
Yeah. This is tough, too, for Blue Otter. CCG going to go immediately for this dragon. If Blue Otter want to stop them, well, this is the weakest CCG are going to be, I think, going forward. They're sitting on a good amount of gold. The last couple of plays that they made, they're really just hoping for Blue Otter to make something happen now. You secure that Drake, and you get away with 5. Even if, you know what, if you get away with 4, I will call that a dub, Enrique. And the fact that Aojun is still on gray screen does help. His TP, though, as soon as he spawns. So that's really the big problem here. Blue Otter, they need to make this a quick job.
Get in, get the money, get out. Keeper's Verdict being charged up here by Dardoch, trying to get something out of it. Munchie steps forward a little bit, but the ability times out. Here comes that TP. Blue Otter are not able to keep Dominion over the river. They're going to let this go uncontested. Aojun looking for a little bit of help. Gets the wall, gets the stun. Follow-up damage should be there, or at least buying a little bit of time for Dardoch to get forward. Another kill for him. What a monstrous game on this Poppy. This R5 Poppy.
Yeah.
What a Thanos pick, man.
Yeah, it's just paid off big time. And I really like the build path too. That Dead Man's Plate, the move speed. Just to be able to get on top of people. Nobody in this game can outrun him, as we've seen over and over again. And the only way they can deal with Poppy is if they can keep her at bay. And the fact is, it's just not possible right now.
No, he will not be kept at bay. After this one is over, so on the other side of your screen, Conviction against AMI coming up next in another fearless best of 3, as AMI look to get their first dub of the season. Tough nut to crack, that Conviction squad, but they have lost before. See if AMI can pull off the upset. Free Baron coming up here as Cody Sun on 3.5 items. Now June as well on 3 completed items. Should take this one in no time flat. Yeah, there's going to be no contest here from Blue Otter. Just a matter of dotting some I's and crossing some T's. And Beatdown, I have to say, man, I mean, I'm floored that this is still only a sub 6,000 gold lead, because it feels like it should be so much more than that. This, a lot of this has felt like CCG have been in complete control for like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, and that is the power of just the comp that they're running here. And the fact that, again, Dardoch, you said it, that Thanos pick, for that last pick that CCG went for, it's just been so good into everything Blue Otter was showing. That decision from CCG to leave that jungle to the last pick, something they do often, just paid off enormously.
Blue Otter looking for a pick there. Rovex almost gets walled off, but will grand entrance to safety. As now Fiji looking to get forward here. Munchie looking for a way in, trying to get onto the back line.
Cody.
And the rest of Blue Otter, Cody 35 goes bye-bye. But Cody's son will avenge his support with a flash and a couple of auto attacks and one ability thrown out. So there's your 2-for-1 as Samikin went down as well on the other side.
I mean, I gotta be real, man. The target has to be Cody. I know Spell Shield is there, but unless you take down the Sivir, there's no way you're gonna get any real damage done. I mean, with these kills too, I think this is the end of the game.
Yeah, it well might be. A sloppy, unfortunate end to the game for Blue Otter. Just never got anywhere near. I mean, look, they had to throw stuff at the wall. They had to take their chances, and they took them, but they didn't work out. Because now Blue Otter are going to watch their towers, and in all likelihood, their Nexus fall here as CCG will walk away with a 2-0 and their 4th win of the year to keep sole possession here now of 2nd place.
Really good stuff here from the CCG roster. Another 2-0. Again, haven't dropped a single game to anybody other than Conviction, who beat them in their match prior to today. And CCG just continue to show us what they're made of, especially when it comes to teams that are not in the top 3.
No, and they'll have next week off, but then you got a couple of interesting games. You got in week 6, you got a game against Maryville, and then a match against Citadel. So kind of two different tiers of opposition, I think it's safe to say. Then you round it out with NRG and Dorado. So CCG, they've certainly, I think they've beaten who they should have, right? They're kind of really solidifying themselves as a top 4 team. It's pretty cool to see. Meanwhile, for Blue Otter, back to the drawing board a little bit, right? I mean, this is the second time that you've had Munchie kind of on a pocket pick as the series has worn on, backs against the wall, and it hasn't quite worked out. But again, you've seen some good looks. We've seen Samikin back on Champions with some agency. Spawn and Rovex down in the bottom lane, they're doing their darndest here, but it just hasn't come together. We saw a lot of good stuff in game 1, but in game 2, I mean, Blue Otter were just shut out of it from the jump.
No, they were. And it really, again, just comes down to that R5 pick, the Poppy. Munchie wanted to go for one of his specialties there in the Rengar. It is a bit unorthodox. There is an angle for it. You're dealing with a comp with no tanks, but Dardoch, recognizing that, says, give me the Poppy. Really no hesitation. It was a really fast response, and unfortunately for Munchie, it was a really good response too. Really handicapped him this entire game. There was so little Munchie was able to do. Even the few targets he was able to get, not really the ideal plays that you want to be going for. It was just all that was available to him.
Yeah, I mean, and it's unfortunate. Like you said, it was all that he could do, and he was just fighting a losing battle every single time, right? You want to try to get onto Dardoch before he gets out of control, gets that dead man's plate really going, and he just jumps on you. Great, I'm gonna press W and just make your life really, really difficult. Actually, as we see the post game stats here. Yeah, I mean, they just kind of tell the story that, like, in game 2, it really was all CCG all the time. We've got an MVP to pick, but before we do that, we're going to have one last replay here, our Philips Norelco One Blade Precision Play, eventually up on the screen for you in highlighting what was a pretty comprehensive 2-0 here for CCG. It was a little bit, back and forth in game 1. We saw some good looks, but Blue Water at the end of the day, they didn't have enough. Your faith, unfortunately, was not rewarded, but it's not like they got run out of the building. A lot of good stuff in game 1.
Yeah, game 1 was a good look from them, but CCG, they come out ahead in both situations. And game 2, again, really good draft that I think, I don't often say like draft is the deciding factor. Yeah. But, in situations like that where, you pick Rengar, the response is Poppy. You also have Nar Rakan. I think it's fair to say draft was a factor. Perhaps a large factor.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought the precision play was the minions.
Yeah, exactly. This is
look at him go.
Most fun we had. There we go. Yeah, but again, what did we say? Dardoch and Aojun getting out of lane and making stuff happen all over the map. And we got a little bit of that, right? It was kind of the Dardoch show, but Aojun on the Anivia, man. I mean, he was awesome. His positioning was great. His walls were fantastic. Can't say enough about the kid. He's coming along really nicely.
He is, and it's some good stuff. I thought the Annie was pretty good in game 1 from him as well. But yeah, the Anivia this game, dude was just a mammoth.
Yeah, we are going to give our MVP now. It's not going to be Aojun, but very closely contested. But it's Dardoch, man. I mean, off the Poppy game alone, I feel like, and that in game 1, maybe he didn't have the out and out impact that he had in game 2, or like maybe it's more visible. But beatdown. That he was the one kind of puppet mastering everybody and saying, hey, this is what we got to do to keep this game level, keep it steady, right? And then once we get our fight, then we're going to deliver that knockout punch.
Yeah, and it really is the Poppy that put it over the top for me. I was like back and forth between Dardoch and Fiji. I think Fiji played both games really well. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think Dardoch, especially this Poppy game, it just played out of his mind and was... It's not fair, man. Like in this sort of matchup, it's like he's fighting kids, man.
Yeah, no, he really felt like he was not only puppet mastering his own teammates, but the rest of the 5 players on Blue Water in that game too. With that Poppy pick, we do have Dardoch here for a post-game MVP interview. Beatdown, take it away.
Thank you so much, Enrique, and welcome Dardoch for yet another interview. It feels like we're always meeting like this, and that's a testament to you and what you and your team are able to do. So congratulations on the 2-0. First question, getting right into it, was I'm kind of curious. You faced off against this Blue Otter roster, mostly the same a couple times now between last year and this year. So going into today, tell me about your expectation versus how the match actually played out. Like, how'd you think you guys were going to fare?
Well, I viewed this series as like a must-win for us, because we view ourselves on CCG as a team that we want to be, by the time playoff comes around, a team that can actually win in a best of 5 against, the top of the table, Energy, Maryville, and Conviction. So for us, we can't view like going, like the first game, for example, going to 40 minutes is pretty bad on us. There's a lot we could do better in that game, so there's a lot to learn from. But the second game is definitely more close to what we would expect here, like a more one-sided, in our full control kind of game where obviously there's still stuff to optimize. We could have beat them in a more one-sided fashion, but everything that happened in that second game was like on our terms. That's got to be the goal against these lower teams. So I think it went okay today, pretty decent.
Fair. Then you mentioned it too. I kind of want to talk about your match against Conviction a little bit and what you guys' kind of takeaways from a series like that. You were beating everyone else, including Blue Otter, 2-0, and then you guys lost 0-2. So can you tell me a little bit about what happened and what you brought into today from that?
Well, I think we had a really bad day, to be honest. Like, we played really poorly around the board, I think, individually and on the team aspect. And like our coach kind of attested to in the pre-game interview, one of those games was acceptable because, we made mistakes in laning phase and we did well in game 1 to come back and kind of claw our way back there. But game 2 was like, we had options, we had control, and we just made the bad decisions and ruined the game on our own terms. So that's the one that we were not really happy with. But overall, I'd say as a group, leading into Conviction, we're obviously not expecting anything other than to be competitive, and I think that's what we were. And next time we meet them, we're going to take them down.
All right, I like to hear that. So I'm curious too. Going forward, you guys have a week off next week, at least from what 4x4 was mentioning. Do you find those times, especially at this point in the season, like valuable? I know some players say like they'd rather be playing constantly, or do you think you guys can use that to kind of refine yourselves a little bit? Like, what's your take?
No, I mean, for us, at least for CCG, we're looking forward to it. I think we need a good week of scrims to really iron in, because right now we're really consistent on stage in terms of like our effort level and our focus, but in scrims we int a lot. So we gotta do a little bit better in the practice so that we can actually learn these sequences that we are making mistakes on in the mid to late game. So I'm looking forward to the week off.
Fair. And speaking of strategies, I gotta ask, you guys were, you left jungle till last pick in that game too. Were you kind of expecting that Rengar to come through from Munchie? I know he plays it a lot, but you responded with that Poppy almost suspiciously fast.
Yeah, no, we were prepared. Obviously, we know Munchie is a Master Yi and Rengar player for his tenure in solo queue, and he definitely is respectable on those picks. And obviously, we banned the Master Yi 4-5, but
yeah,
those who know, I used to be a Rengar OTP myself, and I've had many a games on Rengar, even in LCS and tier 2 over the years. So definitely not something I'm not capable of playing against, especially on 5B.
Yeah, and you just knew like it was the Poppy angle, and I mean you played it beautifully, man. It was a really good look.
Thank you.
Well, Dardoch, thank you for taking the time as well. Congrats again. Before I let you go, anything you want to say? Any shout outs?
Shout out my girlfriend, always supporting me, and all these teams I've been on over these last years that we've been together. It's been awesome. And shout out my awesome teammates. Everybody's doing great, working hard. Shout out my coach. Shout out Sheldon, our manager. Krim, owner, the GOAT. Everybody on CCG. Yeah, shout out everybody.
You'll love to hear that. Thank you so much, Dardoch. Congrats again. Enjoy your week off. I hope you guys get the practice that you need, and we'll see you next time.
Word. Thank you very much.
No problem. And Henrique is back on screen. There you go, guys. That's our MVP. That's our GOAT. I feel like we've interviewed him several times now, but he wins MVP so often. He plays so consistently well. You just kind of expect it.
Yeah, this Dardoch kid, he might have a future in this game.
He might have a future.
Really,
maybe
really promising young prospect, Mr. Dardoch. Yeah, no,
young upstart.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's like, oh, I want to give some of these other players a limelight and shouts out and whatnot, but like you can't watch a series and not come away thinking, dang, Dardoch was top 2 in that game, but he might not have been 2, as the kid's saying. So,
True.
So yeah, no, absolutely a treat to get him on and hear his perspective on things. And yeah, I mean, look, they see themselves as a team that, like he said, should be blooding some noses and getting kind of looking at top 4 as a realistic way to as a realistic thing to shoot for. So I appreciate that perspective, and that we are going to get a week of scrims for them to iron things out as we get rolling here. But series number 2 we got coming up for you: Conviction versus AMI. Beatdown, let's not sugarcoat it. This could be a very one-sided game. AMI, they've done some things well, but hey, look, we're professionals, all right? Conviction, they have looked really, really sharp this whole time. So to get a little bit more insight onto their split so far, we have an interview with Mash, their head coach, coming up right now. Mash, thank you so much for being on once again. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to us before the match against AMI. Talk to me a little bit how you guys are approaching this one, if anything. I mean, with a team like you guys that are shooting for the top, this is kind of just another week, or is there anything that you're taking differently into preparation for this week? Maybe not against AMI, but learnings from your first few games.
Yeah, just like from the last interview I gave you guys, we literally always have something to work on regardless of who we play, right? Just because, like I said, you take the most out of the stage games. So at least against CCG, our mid game was still like not where we would want it to be. So that's going to be like our main focus. I know I told you guys, early game communication and whatnot. So that's where we're at coming into AMI. And I believe if we literally just work on what we have to work on, we'll pull a W.
you got a lot of players on this roster that have been in the scene a long time. Some of them with LCS experience. This is one of the favorites in this league for a reason. How much of your time is spent, kind of on, like you said, things like early game, things like how this team are going to play together versus coaching up individual habits?
Yeah, in terms of getting everyone, obviously our roster is talented. So the main focus for me is like making sure we are playing like a team. Just because it's been a while since everyone here has played a competitive game. I know we're in week 4 now, but when you come play in the off season, just playing solo queue for 5 to 6 months, and you're playing week 1, even probably when you guys are casting, it's like, whoa, it's all pretty bloody. People are making crazy mistakes. So when it's on season, that's when people tighten up their gameplay and take less risk, more discipline and whatnot.
How do you feel you've kind of grown as a coach? I mean, you've been to Worlds, you've been you've bounced up and down between Tier 1 and Tier 2 as a coach, as a player. You're one of the old heads in this scene.
Yes.
And again, coaching a lot of players that have a lot of this experience. How do you think you've grown as a coach in, let's say, the last kind of 5 years, ever since Worlds? What's your journey been like, and what have you taken from it?
I mean, I started off as a positional coach / assistant coach. Now I'm doing more head coaching. Just the way the environment is, there's more demand for assistant strategic coaches / head coaching. So in terms of my actual learning is actually being a leader, giving objectives, goals every week, doing a lot of mental talks and whatnot, basically doing a lot of things. And every team is always going to be different, right? Not every team is going to be operated similarly, but how I like to operate is see what kind of group of guys I have, whether it's more rookie, more experience, and just literally go from there. And everyone needs different things, right?
Yeah, no, and I mean that's such a big part of in any leadership role, right? I mean, whether you're coaching or in business, right? You feel out the group you have under you and realize that different people need different things. 100%. I was going to go a different way, but you brought up something, and obviously get into it as much as you do or don't want to, but you talk about kind of the mental side of things, and like you said, you go a long competitive break, and then everyone's still, you're playing competitive, but you're playing from kind of your own locales. What is that mental side of the game that you're trying to impart on these guys to help kind of guide the weeks through the season?
Sorry, could you repeat that one, that question again? Yeah.
The basically what you talk about kind of the mental side of things, and the lulls that come from a lot of time in solo queue. Now you're into the grind of the season. What sort of mental lessons are you trying to impart on these guys?
I would just say, I mean, the players are smart. They're challenger, whatnot, for a pretty good reason, right? Because they are playing the game at a high level. Their mechanics are fresh. But in terms of what it takes to win in competitive compared to solo queue is really different. Yeah. You can solo kill your laner twice, but if you don't know how to convert, you don't know how to play the team game, it just does not matter. So for me, when you have such a talented roster with CNV, it's just very important we don't really focus, or at least I don't focus so much on the micro. Obviously that's really important when it comes to your laning phase or team fighting, but just for me, when you actually have the leads and you're rotating around the map, you're making plays, set plays, tracking tempo, all those buzzwords, whatnot, that's where I really force it. Hey guys, let's be playing as a team, no greeting, no overstaying for random creeps. You see top laners TPing for 2 creeps pretty often in the league, so you'll see, at least for me, I don't want that, or my teammates definitely don't, or my players don't want that. So it's a lot of random solo queue habits that you probably still see it, but when you come into later into playoffs or as playoffs comes, a lot of teams, the good teams will literally break those bad habits and play in unison to make sure you get the W. Yeah, no, they'll punish you for it. Mash, again, thank you for your time. Before I let you go, any shout outs, any last words you want to get in? Chilling over here, but just shout out CNV as always, and the players. Loved work, or not loved, but enjoying my time working with these guys. Hell yeah, love to hear it, Mash. Thank you for your time. Yep, take care. All right, back up we go. They are taking on AMI. Beatdown. Let's get a look at that conviction roster. Talk a little bit through about these players, the strengths, right? Like Mash said, these dudes are here for a reason, right? More combined LCS experience than the other 9 teams combined. Sniper, Tomio, Insanity, Meech, and Breezy. These guys are big favorites, not undefeated, but big favorites for a reason. And it's like Mash said, it's not about ironing out, individual laning, micro stuff. It's the mid game, which always separates. I mean, we were talking off air, right? Where do things fall apart for, AMI? It's not like they're hopeless laners or anything. It's in that mid game when you have to operate as a team and work as 5.
And that's what MASH want to focus on with conviction. That's where things tend to fall apart for their opponents here.
Yeah, and it's tough too when you're looking at the roster we were just looking at. A lot of experience. They know what to do typically at those stages of the game. And it's a really hard thing to overcome when you're a little less experienced. I mean, the things we could talk about, the history that these players have in this league, could fill several slides just to talk about the things that they have done. So AMI certainly have their work cut out for them. This roster with some experience in the league, but also a lot of new talent, newer talent who are still trying to find their footing here in the NACL.
Yeah, it is Arbrio, Bio, Retrozing, Bass, and Protus, 3 rookies to tier 2 in the solo lanes and then in the support role. Bio and Baz both in year 2 in the NACL. So I mean, that's part of it, right? It's the experience not only in tier 2. I mean, shoot, their opponents have tier 1 experience, and some of these guys graduated in tier 3 for the first time. It's and this org as well. They've been in 25 relegated and then re-promoted, and now staring down the barrel of relegation again. And and again, beat down. They've got some things going for them, but after the 20-minute mark, things tend to go off the rails a little bit, and few teams I think could exploit it any worse than Conviction.
Yeah, and it's tough too because AMI are the only team that are winless right now. So in sole possession of 10th place. So they need a win. Even if it's not against Conviction, it's going to have to be against someone. And the hope is that little by little, what we've seen from other teams in the past who struggle in the league is just, that study, that learning from every loss and to develop enough so that you don't fall too far behind. Because, of course, everyone in the league is learning, practicing, improving. So that also puts that onus on you to improve, at a much faster rate just so that you can keep up. And in this case, avoid bottom 2.
They're going to have some learnings from this one. Absolutely. I mean, and we talk about maybe, okay, what advantages can AMI get, right? I mean, because look, you can go into the mid game, this all important mid game that we've been framing here. But if you don't go into it with a lead, if you don't go into it with something to play through, you're going to have a bad time no matter what. And for our Philips Norelco One Blade face-to-face matchup, we wanted to focus on something that AMI is doing that maybe other teams aren't doing as much. And it starts in the bottom lane. Baz versus Meech. Baz, his champion pool has been a little kookier this time around. Here, beatdown.
Both Baz and Protos.
We've got for Baz and Protos. That's true. We'll get to them in just a second here. 2 Corki, 1 Sivir, a Ziggs, an Ezreal, and a Caitlyn. So they have a couple different ways that they can play this out. I think my only concern is, okay, great, you've got some fun little picks here. A couple of the different ones are scaling picks. A couple of the different ones are things that are going to be more effective in the late game. A lot of these games for AMI aren't getting to stations where they can be competitive at the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty important here for Baz and, of course, Protos as well. They might have to lean on those picks. I think that's going to be that big way you get past players like the ones on Conviction who, just so much experience, so much skill to work with here. We're going to have to, we're going to see how Baz and the rest of Apex Mission Impossible are going to draft and play that so that they can try and take a game off of CNV.
It's going to be tough. Yeah, but in the support role, like you were saying, Protos, he's got a couple fun picks as well. Pulled out the Heimerdinger as well. Played Leona in the big 2-6. We're still doing that, apparently. But the Nami, the Karma, the Bard, right? He's got the Enchanters in his bag as well. But you see the stats comparison there for into Breezy as well. And the stats are going to look a lot better for Conviction, right? They've only lost that one series early on in the year. I think literally week 1. But otherwise, yeah, you've got the potential to throw a wrench into stuff in the bottom lane. That's where we're focusing here for AMI.
Yeah, and I will say we're looking at lane stats compared to Meech and Breezy, Protos and Baz.
Actually, all right.
Actually looking. I was gonna say they're actually looking okay to the point where I was kind of doubting the stats a little bit.
I was surprised by some of these numbers.
I'm using this conversation. No, it's true. I'm looking at Game of Legends. Wow.
Oh, you have little
lane
faith.
Stats are not great. I mean, I just we have high expectations for this team.
Mm-hmm.
They're 5-2. I didn't expect Meech to be ahead in CS at 15 minutes, only 28% of the time. So it could be something. Fall behind. Your opponent's playing scaling picks. Maybe the Ziggs or something like that is the way for AMI's bottom lane.
Yeah, and look, Baz has certainly made good on the the gold that has been invested his way. If you're looking at things like, again, I'm just looking at the gold GG page, right? 23% gold, 24% of the damage. So that is an avenue that they have been able to play through pretty consistently. RetroZing, he's been playing like a little bit of everything. I mean, has only repeated a champ once, and that was just the Rise, just that one time. But yeah, it just hasn't quite come together kind of past that 20-some minute mark. But for Conviction, man, I mean, what more can you say about them, right? If you want to, fill those slides like you wanted to, right? I mean, Sniper, we've had him on a couple of times. Talked about how he wants to get back to the top, and a lot of these players still do. Insanity, the growth that he's had, anything other than a top 2 or at worst a top 3 finish is really not acceptable for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we were talking about it in the preseason, we had the week before NACL started, we were talking about how this is top 2. Like Conviction Maryville, top of the table. There was an argument for other rosters, but I think that was kind of what most people had landed on. And I think so far they've been making pretty good on that. And you look at both of those rosters and the success they've had in the NACL, it is really hard to argue, especially when you consider the success they've had in this split of the NACL. So they're consistent.
Yeah, it's been really, really consistent. And again, you can kind of not throw the week 1 result out the window because, again, it was against Maryville, right? The other team that's going to be, probably in and amongst it. But NRG, right? And I think that's kind of the party crasher, right? Because they beat Maryville 2-1. They play tomorrow against Blue Otter, and then but until week 7, they've got to wait to play both Conviction and CCG. So NRG got a very interesting path down the line that could very much determine that playoff seeding. Yeah, top 2, they get a bye, and then 3 through 6, they're gonna have to face off elsewhere. Beatdown. Any final thoughts before we dive into draft here? Any other avenues you want to talk about AMI? Maybe they can get into, right, some craziness that, I mean, Bio, he's had some good looks here and there, but I really think it's RetroZing in the bottom lane for me. Is there anything I'm missing you want to shout out or build on?
No, I think you said it pretty well. I think we got to be honest about some of the matchups we have here, Enrique, and that this is a very difficult one for AMI. Still trying to get the ball rolling for this team versus a Conviction roster that's just been pretty hot from the start. And again, the experience, the skill difference, it does speak for itself. And if I'm being straight with you, it really is just going to be for AMI getting the most they can out of this series, again, in hopes of that future growth. Because they want to stop being the only team who don't have a win in the league and avoid bottom 2, where you're going to end up facing relegation. These are the matches you got to learn from as best you can. And maybe they can surprise us. I would love that.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, no one wants to see them just keep losing. And next week, they've got a couple interesting opportunities. They play Blue Otter and Dorado in consecutive days. And Dorado was the other team that some people had, I think, again, in the preseason, you were like, okay, it's probably going to be kind of the bottom 2. Now, they've taken games off pretty much everybody. They got their first series win yesterday in a 2-0 fashion against Citadel. So not only did they win a game
off energy,
they win a series. They looked really sharp. And everyone was kind of talking, look, Dorado, they don't have a series win, but don't sleep on these guys. Redemption and the boys are looking really, really sharp. He's someone that caught my eye very early on, but he's someone that's got priors in tier 2 and tier 3. So it's good to see him show up and shine for that roster. But yeah, next week for AMI, that's where really, like you said, you take your learnings that you get against Conviction and you apply them next week against Citadel and Dorado. Should be or Blue Otter, and Dorado. Yeah, should be a good one. Tomorrow, got Maryville, Citadel, NRG, and Blue Otter. So a couple, ones that could be a little more one-sided, but NRG they're looking really strong. I think that's kind of been my most fun takeaways. Them and CCG being the gate crashers, right? Being the ones that are going to be challenging Maryville and Conviction for someone that are going to be really, I mean, outplaying certain teams, not on just the map, but also in individual skill expression. Zamudo landing in a really good spot after the visa issues kept him off a wagon of a Lion roster, right? And then we land in a good spot here and hopefully able to get your way back to tier 1 on this NRG core.
That's what everyone is aiming for here, Enrique. Yeah, this split isn't what decides it, but it's the next split. You have the chance to make it into the LCS, and we are just getting word that there is going to be a roster change. We had a last-second sub situation. You might recognize that big, beautiful beard on the left there. It is Zazel coming in for Breezy.
Yeah, so we had, like you said, this is not the kind of roster swap. I don't think that we're gonna.
This is not planned.
Yeah, no, I don't think the one that anybody's gonna get punished for or anything. This was just, things happen. Zazel's gonna be subbing in. There's a chance we still get Breezy back. Apparently a power outage hit wherever he was. It feels bad. Can't control that, but Zazel. This man is someone who has priors in tier 2. Zazel has been in this scene a long, long time, and like you said, it's always a joy to see that big, beautiful beard on our screens.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player who we talk about Insanity and Tomio, and the performances they've had in the split, where the finishes they've had winning NACL more than one time. Zazel was with them when they did it, and he was not a small contributor. So while this is a sub, not the original roster, Zazel's got game. He is, I think every time we've seen him in tier 2, tier 3 the past 5 years, dude is top 2.
Yeah, man. He brings a level of certainty and consistency, and just a wealth of experience, right? A couple Worlds appearances, obviously. He's reached kind of as high as, any North American support has gotten on the international stage. He's been there. He's done that. And the role that he's played in tier 2 here, kind of settling into this new life as a tier 2 stalwart, like you said, it's just fun to see. Even I know he knows that we're watching him and the camera's on. That's part of the whole contract here. But just nice to see the guy just constantly smiling. He comes in here, okay, play some League of Legends with my friends. Why not?
Yeah, and generally good attitude, super chill guy. So it makes sense that he's able to bring a lot to a team environment, not just skillfully, strategically, but positively. That's some good stuff, especially reuniting with old teammates.
Yeah.
They've done some great things in this scene.
Yep. Yeah. Breezy. Yeah, like you said, he's reuniting with Meech from kind of the 2022 CLGA days, but this was a long time. Meech and Zazel and Tomio and Insanity, right? That's a core that have been together for a long, long time in tier 2 and has been knocking on that LCS door. And the contrast can't be more stark with Arbu. I mean, I remember covering the OQs when AMI were coming up, right? They were a double-digit seed. They were not supposed to be there. And the jokes and the memes wrote themselves. Apex Mission Impossible, Apex Mission Accomplished, right? Came up, had a strong French-Canadian core and attitude, right? That they came through with. And that was just so cool to see. It very much was the 5 guys in a dream getting to tier 2 and then, coming back down, but coming back up. But it's really fun to see. And look, they've got a challenge ahead of them. We're going to take it to a quick break as we still got a few minutes until we get into draft. So stick with us. We've got our next series of the day, Conviction versus AMI on tap. We'll be right back.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. 2 different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni. Perks. Or wait, no. Oh, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako. Mako. Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Most competitive wins. I don't know. Faker?
Faker.
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 In total, Faker.
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 This is just Faker.
I don't know. Rise.
Aphelios.
Azir.
With the most competitive wins, Azir.
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 Rise.
Least obtained. It's gonna be like Black Alistar or something.
Apex Dystrophy.
I have no clue. I don't know.
Black Alistar.
I have no clue.
The rarest one? Isn't that the Ari skin?
Is it like Black Alistar or something?
Silver Kale?
Black Alistar.
IG.
I think 2000, 3000.
800.
1,500.
Probably over 6,000.
1400.
It's probably like 1600.
1,229.
I don't know, like 1,000.
8,000. 800.
800.
17.
17. I don't know.
14, I think.
12.
14.
14.
15.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
All right, we are back. Breezy's got his power back. That means we've got Breezy back. We've got the full intended rosters. Appreciate Zazel being able to step in, in a pinch, but got the original roster back. So that's what we're going to run with yet into picks and bans here in just a little bit. Reminder, this is AMI versus Conviction. Best of 3 here to wrap up week 4, day 2 of the NACL.
Exactly as you say, Henrique. Breezy is back. No more big beard. Makes me a little sad. I do love watching Zazel play, but that's all right. We're getting right back into it. A lot of the usual suspects being banned away. Nothing really crazy has hit me just yet. And there goes the draft. Well, we had a good run, Enrique. It was okay.
Yeah, fortunately, we should be able to keep the show on the road here. As just, nothing crazy being taken away here. But I wonder if there are a couple of picks that they want to target ban away from AMI, or if we're just going stock standard. How much respect are they paying AMI, I guess is my question. It'll be back. Watch. I'm so good at this game.
Dude, stop messing with the draft
4x4.
I know it's you.
I've got the foot pedal. I need to stop. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, man. Like, just, you had your fun. We had a 10-minute pause.
I did.
Let's keep it pushing. Yeah.
That's my reward for vamping, is I get to mess with the draft a little bit. Ooh, what soccer jersey is Sniper wearing?
Juventus?
Oh, I think it's a national team jersey. All right, if he pops off, you'll ask him what jersey he's wearing.
I will. Oh, it's so close. The logo's right there. That's actually pissing me off. My money's on Juventus.
I bet national team jersey. And I think from...
No, that's too vague. Pick a country if you're going to say that.
I think it is, as we get Rise countered immediately by Oriana. I think it is either Iran or Iraq. I forget where his ancestry is from. Where his family's ancestry is from. Do you know?
True. Oh, damn. Dude, hold on. You might be right. Damn. Why did I say this?
It's got like the 3 stars on the shoulder there as well. So, and I forget which flag is which, but one of them has kind of 3 stars running down the middle. Anywho, in a draft we go. As Bard going to be locked in. Yeah, Protoss, he's got that Bard. And it'll be paired up with, in all likelihood, the Ezreal. The Karma was taken away, so Ezreal, look, you can still get it, play it with Anami, you can play it with Alistar, probably you can play it with just about anything, honestly.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if actually Meech went to go pick that one for himself as a result. Just to deny that pairing and put Baz onto something else. A lot of people are hovering Smolder today. Then I don't know.
We did see it in the LCS.
That's true. Oh, immediately Yunara, Lulu, respect.
Yeah.
Not as much of that in the last 2 days, but still very powerful, especially in the late game.
Okay.
Yeah, as Caitlyn makes sense.
Yeah, Conviction not messing around. They are taking themselves the scaling team fight win game as it gets over to 25 minutes composition, and hey, into a team like AMI, who unfortunately have kind of just fallen apart at the 20-minute mark. When we're looking at some of their goal graphs and stuff in preparation for this one, and in a lot of their games, they've got slight leads, or just very insurmountable leads the other way, or very surmountable, I should say, leads the other way. But then around that 20-25 minute mark, everything just kind of goes to pot. We've got a powerful lane here in the bottom lane in this Caitlyn Bard, and hey, if you don't get it going, then games are just going to go the same way they have been. So putting a lot of agency in the hands of Bass and Protoss, as we kind of were hoping they would.
Yeah. And I like the Viband. You see Yunara Lulu, no engage really whatsoever side of Conviction, so they need to get something. I think Vi was the easiest answer. I wonder if they want to ban Wukong as well. Just anything that can full send. Oh,
Ooh,
the Trundle.
Trundle ban.
Okay.
So Arbrio Ornn, Scion, something like that,
Could
maybe.
be. Yeah, could also be something they know Tomio is willing to play, and Bio might just be leaning towards the. Bio honestly might be leaning towards Skarner as well. That could be what he's thinking. Oh yeah, Zinban.
Yeah, so now, what do you got? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 junglers, 7 junglers taken off the board. As far as the bans are concerned, we are into the weeds now, and by the weeds I mean probably Wukong Malphite or something. So maybe not maybe not the weeds, but yeah, Wukong I think is going to be popped by one of these. I would love to see Wukong on Conviction's side. You talk about Engage, great wild growth target as well.
Yeah, so it is the Skarner. It's a bio special, something he plays. I think it's his most played jungler. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty confident in that.
Definitely got it, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a lot of games on that one, so it does explain the Trundle ban. And it still does open up a tank option for Arbrio, as you also pointed out. Giving him that last pick as well against someone like Sniper, I think that's very wise.
Yes, but they are going to put the boy on Scion duty, which, because it's Sniper, you hate to see it, but hey, it does round out this team composition. And now we've got Lee Sin, only picked once before in NACL.
Yesterday.
Yes, you are correct. But into this one, yeah. So now Tomio, okay, he's got a lot of agency in his hands, and gonna have to kind of lead the charge in the early game in this one.
Yeah, so he not really quite the engage you're kind of expecting, but you know, you do have a frontliner. Sniper can technically start off these fights, so I think the Lee Sin, you know, gives you that early game pressure that you need, and it also, you know, offers more playmaking potential for Tomio, who we know has the hands to do it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this dude is as experienced as they come again. And Tomio and Sanity, they've been a mid-jungle duo that has found a lot of success in this league for quite a few splits now. On the other side, we get Zahen in the top lane. So, banned out the Trundle, got the Skarner in. But, hey, look, I mean, you could flex either one of those, right? Top or jungle. But Skarner more likely in the jungle, so that flips Zahen up to the top lane. Zahen, he needs engage. He needs to be, you know, someone that has someone go in before him. You've got a couple sources of CC and engage. Really just one source of engage, a couple more sources of CC. You feeling okay about this comp for AMI? I feel like they have just enough.
I think just enough is probably the best way to put it, but it really is just going to be contingent on Baz and Protoss. You have Caitlyn Bard. It should have that edge over Yunara and Lulu. It's just going to be about can they get leads? Can they get chunks? Can they force Meech and Breezy out of lane with the help of Bio and just, you know, pick up turret plays? That's really the whole idea here with Caitlyn. You need to get ahead. If Baz can do that, I think the rest of the pieces fall into place for AMI.
Yeah.
If they don't, Ryze, Yunara, Lulu will be your father for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Couldn't have said it better myself. It is going to be, you know, B to A to continue the father metaphor, potentially. If those three get rolling there. Yeah, it's just going to be nigh impossible to play, and Scion is going to be scaling out of control. And just, oh, jeez.
Okay. That is top two things you don't want to happen in this game, and it's not two.
No.
Lee Sin getting a kill.
I mean, shoot, 1 and 2 is losing your flash that early and dying that early. So it's both 1 and 2, actually.
Both things. Yes, actually, really great point, 4x4. Really great point. That's just brutal.
Oh, man.
Basically what we're saying here. It cost Tomio his flash, but yeah, Lee Sin starting the game with a longsword.
Yeah, that's a champion that did not need that extra power.
He really didn't. He was already strong. And now he's going to be stronger. Retro Zinc, Baz, and Arbrio all need to be very careful for the Lee Sin gank.
Yeah. They absolutely need to be on their P's and Q's. They've got to watch where they are going, make sure they're playing respectfully, especially in that mid lane. Very immobile. You don't have an oops button, really. You've got Flash. Insanity's got Ghost in this one as well. Phase Rush in the last couple patches that it will be around. I forget what patch it's leaving, but they are removing Phase Rush from the game. So if you didn't know that, sorry.
Oh, I missed that. They are? That's crazy.
Yeah. Sorry if this is how everyone found out. But yeah, Phase Rush not going to be in the game anymore. I forget what they're going to replace it. I read it in Portuguese. I got it from a Brazilian outlet, but I forgot what it does. But yeah, no more Phase Rush.
Honestly, fair enough.
Yeah,
it was strong.
Yeah. Okay, now we get to see exactly what happened here. Bio.
Oh, he literally just didn't know.
Yep.
That is actually very sad.
Simply had no idea. Burned the flash. And then, 80 gold goes over to the Scion. And that 400 onto Tomio.
Yeah. And you can already see Tomio, that longsword, doing wonders for that clear speed.
Yeah.
Combine that and the fact that Bio got delayed because he still had to walk back after dying. Tomio's going to have a little extra time on the map to do something with his bot lane pushing in. Baz, Protoss, they need to be very careful now. And they're going to crash that wave. They need to do it soon.
Yes. Arbrio doing all right here. First off, into this lane match, into this Scion matchup. Zahen can really get out of control in his own right. I mean, you know, the scaling of Conviction's composition is much ballyhooed for a good reason. This is going to be a really tough composition to play into. But if, and again, big if AMI can make it into the late game, Zahen has a bunch of, you know, percent pen that just gets built into his kit later as the game goes on. That is an avenue you can play through. Anivia's going to scale very nicely. Not quite as well as the Rise, but going to scale really well.
Yeah.
But the Caitlyn, once you get into the late game, into anyone except the Scion, and even if you get 6 items, I realize I'm throwing the ball way down the line here. Beat down.
Yeah.
But it's not totally cursed if you get to 30 minutes and the game is still salvageable.
I honestly not sure I'm as sold on that. Just because the whole thing with Caitlyn.
Whoa!
I think Sniper is just gonna fly. Yeah, he lives.
Hang on a second.
Whoa, what happened bot lane?
Yeah, and in the bottom lane, we've got supportal combat as both supports get on the board here. Breezy has to flash away.
Nice. I mean, that's... I call that a win for AMI. Even if Baz doesn't get the kill, you know, assist cold, gets the farm, crash this wave, and Meech is losing out. On a cannon wave, too. 2 waves. So we'll call that a dub. And back to our late game conversation. I think late game, unfortunately, Rise, Yunara, and Lulu just mean late game is not AMI's friend, unless Baz is like 6k up. So 30 minutes in the game, I don't think AMI want to be there.
A lot more onus.
TP. That's why they're
on
doing
Baz
this.
And Protoss. Yeah, now the TP coming in here from Arbrio. It's Retrozing. Still on the back line here. Yeah, got forward, so trying to create a little more pressure, but not able to get anything done with it. Still keeping their foot on the gas, though, and I'll appreciate that. You got to go down swinging if you're AMI, right? Like we talked about, the scaling's all right, but it's simply too much to overcome in all likelihood. For Conviction. Meech gonna grab himself a cull. Very much not afraid. Just opting out of this laning phase, saying, you know what? Okay, we're not going to go down that much. Caitlyn, you have a BF sword, which normally a terrifying prospect, but something clearly that Meech is not concerning himself with. Bio.
Yeah.
Getting invaded on here by Tomio. Now here comes the Realm Warp as they're trying to bring everybody in here. The wall very nicely placed by Retrozing as Bio actually trying to go back in here as Protoss is roaming up. With the bar damage, it's a little sneaky, but Tomio, again, was accelerated early. He's got the Tunneler. Bio trying to get the CC down, but he's separated from the rest of his team. Now they get a little bit onto Insanity. Breezy with his 2nd kill of the game. Insanity will somehow survive it. Magical Journey pop. Tomio follows him right in after it. Retrozing caught between a Lulu and a Lee Sin, and it might not go well for the boys. Insanity comes right back up, surely. Okay, yeah, Retrozing will go down here. Sonic Wave lands. Gonna cook an egg. And Conviction off to an absolute dream start here, beatdown.
And the fact that Insanity gets that kill, as low health and mana he is, yeah, it couldn't get any better for Conviction in this moment. Small win in the bot lane turns into enormous loss into the jungle. I can respect that they wanted to defend the Wolves. At the end of the day, Insanity had the wave crash, so there was a clear numbers advantage that I think was not respected.
No, well, and that's the thing, right? As Tomio should be able to shimmy his way to safety. Bio and Protoss get up there. Yeah, and it's like, look, you can invest if... Hold on, shut up 4x4. The players are playing. Sanity. Not going to get anything done because
why did
the
Protoss
shutdown
get it?
is taken by Protoss, unfortunately. The ace in the hole, not allowed to connect. Breezy going to be taken out of this one. As AMI do get a little something back here.
I mean, yes, but that just feels so... Oh, there's an angle here. He's not paying attention.
Ward gets down here. Ignite goes down as well. Meech pops everything. Gets a little help from Breezy. And it's going forward here. Meech, he's doing Yunara things. He's going to get 2 here. Protoss is going down. Meech is on fire. Finally getting paid back. Breezy saying, dude, chill. I got like 100% KP. You gave me the gold. I got you, dude.
Yeah, really well played. Another play mid.
AMI, they're going down swinging, man. As Bio gets in there into the wall, and Insanity finds himself kill number 2 here. 8 kills to 2 at the 7-minute mark, rocking way over a kill per minute. Conviction all over it.
Oof, and it only gets worse. Tomio still is gonna just keep taking resources away from Bio. Has that level 6. He was already ahead because of that first kill, and he just continues to be accelerated. Shutdown be damned. That means he has access to more playmaking potential. And I spot a play in the making. he really wants to flex his gold lead a little bit. Could potentially go for 5.
Very well could.
No, he's gonna leave. That's not as fun.
No. No, more blood for the blood god, please. We've already gotten so much into it. Tomio, I mean, Breezy, yes, 100%, or had, Naz got 75% KP or whatever, but Tomio just everywhere. And look, he got that early lead, and like you said, it not only makes you stronger, but the clear speed accelerates. Like you said, it does wonders for it. Arbrio, gonna pop the ultimate here, just get on the sniper, trying to take him down here. It's a little tough to trade into a pretty big Scion already, but hang on a second here, Decimating Smash. The revive will come back up eventually, and they both back off here as Tomio ready to help just in case.
Yeah, Arbrio flexing the Zaheen skills a little bit. I guess he's going to stay, He had the passive fully stacked. I thought he was going to stay in combat a little longer.
Yeah.
At the end of it, Tomio also hovered just in case. It's definitely fine for him to spend his time there. He can just kind of do whatever he wants. He definitely has enough gold where it's hard to make a mistake as this Lee Sin.
Yeah, he's absolutely on one right now. Goes over the wall. Tomio, actually looking for something. The Q does connect. He can take it just completely over the wall and over the magical journey, but I wanted it too, man. I wanted it too.
That's the Lee Sin. That's the Lee Sin bug talking to, bro. That's the voices. You can't listen to them. Any champion with that kind of skill, Lee Sin Q, Akali E, you can't listen to the demons, bro.
No, heart's telling me no. Body's telling me yes.
But my body.
No, he could have gone over, ward up, just booted someone in the general direction of Meech. Watch him just Yunara them to pieces. I saw the vision, man, but thankfully, Conviction know better than I do. As Insanity will find himself in the gray screen here. Surely. Okay, shut down. Okay, goes over to Bio. Very nicely done. He at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah. And I like tracking that. I like that they tracked that flash timer. Insanity didn't quite have it back up yet, so they took advantage. Tomio was not able to respond. Much needed gold into RetroZing's pocket. Not just the assist, but the turret plate he was able to get as well.
Helping him out just that little bit. Yeah, I mean, Insanity on the rise and RetroZing on the Anivia on very similar build paths early. As Protoss gets himself out of dodge there. But the gold influx early on has been, I mean, monstrous so far. Insanity's already done with his Roa. He's already got that tier stack up to 177. As Breezy in a little bit of trouble here. Meech ready to back him up. Should he need to ace in the hole, will do nothing. Now
Tomio, the other side of the map, to very easily collect the grub. Nobody is, quite the split pusher like like we saw last series with the Yorick, but Insanity's still going to be able to do work in that side lane with how much stronger he's gotten, and any siege Conviction go for is going to end up being that much stronger. More importantly, it's Conviction getting everything they want so far this game, and it's looking like that's going to continue because, Meech and Breezy were supposed to take time, but they're already a menace. Let's play work.
Bio, Wild Growth popped onto Breezy, just pops it onto himself. Protoss, maybe if he can get one more swing with the Meeps, not going to be the case. Meech returning fire all right here. You know what? I'll give it to Bio, man. I mean, he is everywhere on this Skarner, and he's sacrificing a lot of camps to just be there. And look, the ganks have actually worked out okay, right? They've gotten a couple summoners. They got the kill there onto Insanity. But it's like, what else is he supposed to do, right? He's on this Skarner. He's making good use of his mobility.
Right. And, props to him for recognizing that that's like his basically main option right now, just to keep his team into this one. It's Conviction starting this dragon. So it's a 12-minute dragon, but it's going to be, another objective in their pocket. And Dragon Soul is something that they can build towards if we get that far. Yeah. And now, a few hopes here for AMI, just with how this early game is going. Baz, even Baz, who was ahead early on, is fallen behind, and we've already talked about what a death sentence that is on a champion like Caitlyn. You need to be ahead. You need to be collecting plates. You need to be getting ganks. You need to be getting ahead. But it just hasn't panned out for AMI so far, and they're going to continue to pay for it.
No, and that Tomio's going to keep swinging into that wall as often as he can. And he well may find stuff, but Conviction just seeing the gold lead grow ever so slightly. And they're just like a half item ahead of all their counterparts, right? I mean, only the first items are just now starting to come in for AMI. And I think the only real kind of sin, if you will, of Conviction is that they didn't try to like maybe force a big fight, try to really swing that lead when they were all at one item, everybody else was on components. But the fact of the matter is, they simply did not have to.
Yeah, I think that's really the kicker. Good recognition there.
Tomio gets in, flash right back. RetroZing is a dead duckling, or at least he will be in just a little second here. He'll go down into egg form, buy the boys some time to create some havoc. Bio in there onto Tomio. He hops onto Breezy. Now Protoss getting decent damage down, but RetroZing will be able to come back. So, doesn't give the kill credit over, but you did blow the flash on the Anivia. Talking about tracking those flash timers on the immobile 80, on the immobile mid laners. Baz able to get back with 90 caliber net, got the headshot off, but Meech able to shield himself up with that barrier. Not take the business out of what could have been a pretty nasty trade. Breezy and company.
It's gonna be.
Looking at Baz. Might not be long for this world. Here comes Bio. Wee-woo. Breezy. Gonna flash away. Now the ace in the hole comes in. Bio actually able to get decent damage down as Protoss bringing up the rear here. RetroZing, Breezy with the wild growth on him. Will not survive. Protoss with his third kill of the game. Tomio gonna take one back onto Bio.
It's always Protoss, man. He keeps getting these kills. I need someone else to get it, not this Bard. Still able to get something. Unfortunately, Conviction gonna get another thing right back.
And that's kind of been the story, right? Is even in these trades where you go even a little bit, it's just that little overstay or Conviction. The AMI just taking a little too long to kill their opposite numbers. And Tomio flashes forward, trying to get the Sonic Wave onto. My goodness. Baz.
He's so good.
Red like a piano. Tomio just so clean on this Lee Sin.
Red like a piano.
Don't worry about it.
That's an okay.
How good is Tomio, man? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, great. Dude, good hands. We love to see it. We're definitely having a little fun now, I think.
Yeah.
But there are... Ooh. Oh my god, man. I don't know. Herald's up in 10 seconds. Dragon's up in 2 minutes. We're going to see them get both. I think Breezy having a little too much fun here.
Maybe a little too much fun.
Thinking that he's actually going to dive. And again, I will say, credit to AMI. They are far behind. This game is looking so rough, but they keep trying. And, you know, barring some small errors, these plays are working. They are able to secure some of these kills. It's just, at the end of the day, when you tally up the gold, experience, AMI just keep coming up short.
Yeah, it's one step forward, one step back, and then one step forward, 2 steps back. There hasn't been kind of that big commanding, skirmish win or an objective taken off the back of it, right? And I think that's kind of the bigger thing is AMI, they're looking for kind of, flips and trying to create advantages where there aren't any. In Conviction, they meet them where they're at. They're not losing too much at any given time. Tempered Fate not going to find anything as Meech is dumping the damage onto Protoss. He gets away with a magical journey for now as Bio drives on by.
I wish I knew it. It was like a meme song, but I don't actually know the name of it, so it doesn't work. Tomio, though, ward hopping over the wall, that's going to work. I'll send it to you later.
That will work. Oh, that's all right. Oh, you hate to see it.
Oh.
RetroZing. I mean, he's toast. It's just a matter of who he goes down to. No one's going to come up to help him out. There's no one on AMI close enough to be able to do anything worthwhile here. Insanity going to grab himself kill number 3. Protoss coming in hot with the magical journey. Bio trying to get forward here. He does have his ultimate, but Meech is going to get wild growth. And he could just 2v3 this. I believe in Meech. I believe in the power of Yunara Lulu. But he is a little low on mana.
Yeah, but, they're going to respect it regardless. Did cost a couple of resources, but AMI are forced off, and no one's going to respond to Tomio going for this Rift Herald. First brick goes up top. You got to imagine this Herald can very soon be used to get second brick, and I am looking at that mid-tier 1 turret. It's looking very destroyable.
Very destroyable. Yes, absolutely. And like you said, we drop that, create the pressure, the prio that way, get onto the dragon, get number 2 rolling here. We'll see what soul is up for grabs. Bio, to be fair to him, again, he hasn't spent a lot of time in his jungle, but the CS deficit has been about 4 camps for what feels like the majority of the game. So from that perspective, he's not getting just run out of the jungle. But Tomio going to take this one by himself. Pretty much no problem. No questions asked here. And even looking down at the bottom lane, just kind of to go back to, a couple of the win cons we kind of set up. I mean, look, everything kind of got not thrown out the window, but certainly the window was open.
Chucked
and
out the window?
The screen was removed when Tomio got that first kill. So we're preparing to leap out the window, but in the bottom lane especially, things just not going his way. And the Rise going to outscale the Anivia. And Arbrio's having an okay time in a Sniper. Congrats. That's like the one positive you can take away, unfortunately.
Yeah, but even then, okay is really the operative word there. Even Arbrio is down about 600 gold. Sniper's playing and farming out just fine. You can see in that bottom lane too, Insanity nicely using the Realm Warp to escape a gank. So just removing, again, one of the few responses AMI have been able to have this game. While Conviction just take everything across the map here. This mid-tier 1 turret, not long for this world. Got to imagine when Conviction so choose, it's going to be yet another casualty in this war against AMI.
And everyone's getting involved, too, except for Sniper. Sniper doesn't get to get in on the fun. He's it's like the Squidward meme, watching SpongeBob and Patrick have fun outside. Meanwhile, he's stuck watching, making sure Arbrio doesn't, like, get into any shenanigans. Another tower goes down, second one of the game, second Dragon. The objectives outside from the 4 kills, it's been perfection here from Conviction early on. Dragon's Rage as Insanity going to get fed another kill. Grim Deliverance over. Hang on a second here. Tomio able to hop and flash back and forth. He's definitely having fun. Now another kill. Going to go down. Help land the Root. Insanity going to pick up kill number 4. And now, just going to grab... Yeah, they didn't even need Shelly for the mid-tier 2. They nattied that one. Or the mid-tier 1, I should say. They'll natty this one as well. Bam. Into the wall you go. Now going to get the second one. Tomio going to hop in there and make sure Shelly gets to her rightful destination. It's a stomp, man. It's all Conviction.
Oh yes, and Conviction are wearing their biggest shoes to this match because, man, they're stomping all over AMI. Bio.
Whoa, blowing everything here.
Trying to do what he can.
Actually almost worked. Meech. Oh, if the tower was alive, I think Meech goes down there, but the tower went down at just the perfect time. Ace in the hole. Going to be eaten, but doesn't matter. He did go down. Breezy going to get hit by Arbrio here. Should be able to go down here as well. Should be a 2 for 2 after all things is said and done. Sniper gets locked up here, and eventually the Scion will go down despite his best efforts. And Retrozing, poor guy, was auto-attacking him and feeling the grievous wounds on him. Sniper eventually finally goes down, but meanwhile, after all that, Insanity found his way up to the top side. Is having some alone time with that tier 2 as Baron has spawned.
I think if oof. It's tough. Shutdown does go down, but it once again goes into this Bard's pocket. The only lead that AMI have... Wait, that looks so funny.
Yeah.
The only lead AMI have is in support.
Because Protoss has 4 of his team's 6 kills.
Yeah, 2 of the big shutdowns, which is not far less than ideal.
No, he's playing Bard like I play Bard, as if I'm the main character. And
yes.
It's fun, but not conducive to victory, generally.
I agree.
Yeah. Leandry's, Deadman's, wow. Love the Deadman's. But...
I mean, if you have all this gold, you might as well do something with it.
Yeah.
Although it's not going to be still as impactful. Of course, Baron, you can do it whenever you want. Conviction are 7,500 up. And it's going to be going up to like 8,000 or 9,000 after this.
Yep.
And Conviction are basically poised to give us our fastest game of the split.
They could do this off one push. Arbrio, God bless him, he's doing the Lord's work down there in the bottom lane. Try to get something done here, get an objective bounty up. But as soon as Sniper shows up, he shoves him off that tower with little to no trouble. Yeah, but with one final push here, beatdown, they could make this happen. Insanity is now on the Holy Trinity of Rise items. He is unstoppable.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. Now we're seeing it. That bottom wave is being pushed out, and you can see Insanity, you just mentioned, is also shadowing a Sniper. With that bottom tier 2 down, it really could be the angle where Conviction look to kind of close this one out. Attacking mid and bot right now. But yeah, they could actually just drop this bot inhibitor if they forced it.
No, they really could. Insanity has the meat shield in front of him. Not a lot less health than Sniper, it should be said. Like, it's only got like 800 less health than the Scion that's almost at 1,000 stacks. Now, everybody, get down on the bottom lane. Tempered Fate not going to find its mark. Realm Warp, meanwhile, into the mid lane as they take a 2v1, but that means a mismatch here as well. Arbrio will go down with the Zahen passive. Sniper goes down as well. Retro's going to grab the kill. Now on its way back, Arbrio will survive just barely, and I mean
Wow.
just barely. As Tomio gets some alone time there with that mid lane tier 2. So they didn't get exactly what they came for here in the bottom lane, but they got what they came for in the mid lane. And after all that, they got the push, going to grab themselves their third dragon of the game. Just dot the I's, cross the T's, you know, and not greed, not stay for those extra camps or those extra minions like Mash was saying.
We'll say, AMI, they managed to hold on to that one pretty well. They didn't lose a turret in that exchange. Even Tomio wasn't able to knock down that mid tier 2 while everyone was focused bot side. And that Zehen passive ensures that, you know, they got Sniper and didn't have to trade anything. Tough though, because now Conviction are still at Mountain Soul point. I think Mountain Soul, a very difficult thing for AMI to have to deal with, especially for the Scion, who is very tanky.
Yes, and he goes barreling with the Unstoppable Onslaught into the wall near Arbrio. Retrozing doing his darnest, try to get some damage down with that Leandries, get that burn going. The Conviction, the rest of the squad has shown up. Tomio and Protoss doing battle on the other side. Now Arbrio trying to move over and help him out. Tomio going to Dragon's Rage Protoss into his own tempered fate, but that just gives enough time for Meech and company to show up and send him into the Death Realm. The charge goes onward. Mid or top lane tier 2, not much longer for this world. The wave's going to take a little bit of time to catch up, but they still got the Baron buff beat down. The party is still going as far as Conviction is concerned.
Oh yes, party has not stopped. Have Baron buff for 5 more seconds, maybe enough time to take down that top tier 2. At the end of it, Conviction's not done. They want to get whatever plays they could possibly find, and I think they have one.
Ooh. Way to cancel the CC with the Grim Deliverance, but that's kind of the only cool thing that he's going to do. Tomio going to latch onto him with that Sonic Wave. And Lee Sin, I mean, this is, again, it was a dream start for Tomio on the Lee Sin, and now he just gets to play, I mean, it's like playing Lee Sin in an ARAM, right? When you just kind of really get rolling. You're not thinking about things like composition, or you're just trying to get kills. Beach. Protoss actually giving him the business a little bit, as well as Baz in the bottom lane gets locked out of any sort of escape. Breezy did his best. Breezy dumped everything onto him. Heal, Wild Growth, Barrier as well. But another kill goes over to AMI.
Yeah, really unfortunate timing for Meech, just that he didn't have Flash just yet. It's back now, but at that time there was no way for him to really do anything about that. But still, doesn't change the fact that Conviction are 9k ahead right now. 25 minutes in the game. And we're 2 minutes from the next Baron. We're 3 minutes from the next Mountain Dragon. And I would imagine Conviction gonna have an easy time doing both. You really got to credit these players for the dominant game they have played so far. Tomio securing that first kill and just running with it all the way until now.
Yep, took the ball and ran with it. Like you said, got that first little lead. And got exactly what he wanted. Insanity just going to rip Wellmore just to be able to get onto anybody here. As Baz able to 90 caliber not net himself away to safety. Bio going to drop everything there. There's the Impale. TP coming in from AMI.
Oh,
they look to try to get something back here. Arbrio going in, gets polyed instantly, knocked up with the Wild Growth, decimating Smashdown, starts the CC chain. The Rune Prison is going to finish it off. Grim Deliverance used again defensively by Arbrio. Not where you want to find yourself. Protoss doing his darndest with the Dead Man and the Leandries, but can't really do much else. Magical Journey out. Arbrio is not in a much better place. Baz, the Caitlyn left alone in the front line as the rest of his teammates ran away. Now the Sonic Wave goes in. Arbrio and Protoss are in no position to help, but Tomio will hop right back out. Couldn't get the angle there for the kick.
Retrozing forced the flash, just on the risk that Tomio was going to use a bio, sort of to taxi him to his mid laner. It's really unfortunate. Nothing came of it, but still that summoner had to be blown. And while it isn't quite them breaking into the base, Conviction continue holding on and slightly seeing this lead bit by bit. Because now I think their sights are set on this Baron. 20 seconds left. That should be what they need to close this. I don't think we're going to get to that next dragon.
I mean, the timers are close enough to where maybe, I mean, if AMI try a Miracle Flip and this happens, where Conviction just kind of sit in a bush and wait for them to walk into their arms, then I think, yeah, we probably don't get that that Dragon Soul. But if AMI don't put themselves in a compromising position, then maybe they grab that just for fun to make sure that the push goes as smoothly as possible. Either way, point stands that this one should be done and dusted here for Conviction. They have not let their foot off the gas at all. AMI, they've had their moments, a couple of bright spots, a couple fun picks, but this game never felt in jeopardy beatdown.
No, definitely not. Now with this Baron, Conviction just going to be able to attack 2 lanes. And basically wait for their opportunity to strike. And close this one out.
All smiles on the side of Conviction. And why not? Sniper. Still not a kill to his name, which feels bad, but hey, you're on Scion duty. Sometimes that's just the way it goes. He kept Arbrio locked in a lane. And that might be the best you could hope for. Bio and Arbrio looking to get into a creative angle here. There goes a Tempered Fate. Goes out. And actually locks up Meech here, so that's a big source of their damage. Not available. Pretty good pick here from AMI. Storm goes down, trying to create a little bit of space. Insanity goes forward. Gets ripped through, though. So does Arbrio. He is out of this fight. Going to take a trip to the fountain to heal back up. This Tomio just soloing. This one down in the mid lane onto Retro Zing. Paired up Cannon Minions provide that extra range. But AMI not going down without a fight.
No, they've been able to get Meech twice in a row now, I think, during these fights. That is slowing things down a little bit. Meech did have Flash then, and didn't end up getting a chance to use it. Now, if you're AMI, yeah, you just got to keep pushing, hoping that you can secure another kill, turn that into denying of this Mountain Soul. Tomio can still look for the steal here. He has help from his teammates, but AMI have to do this. They have to try.
Getting in, kicks Retro Zing through everybody. Baz and company trying to get the heck out of dodge. They do grab and deny the ocean, or the Mountain Soul, excuse me, but that might be all they get. Arbrio will be the sacrificial lamb as everybody else going to run the heck away. Double kill for Insanity.
Yeah, so much damage. This Rise is pumping even when Meech isn't around. Level 17, working on, what is that, item number 4?
Yep.
And with the two kills that they have, especially Baz being one of them, not just the inhibitor, they have a wave, they have the Baron. I think we're looking at the end.
This could be it. It's a Decimating Smash lands. Sonic wave in. Resonating Strike right back. Hang on a second here. Tomio gets Wild Growth. Tempered Fate gonna buy the team a little bit of time, but really it is moral victories right now if you are AMI. But Impale does land onto Sniper, excuse me, getting Retro Zing that last kill in zombie mode. Actually able to take down Bio because Scion is a menace. That's what that champion does. But Baz and company really can't do enough here. Ace in the hole, not going to get anything. Insanity has 10 gajillion health, almost as much as his Scion. There's the lockup. And the second turret goes down, and so does Protoss. Arbrio trying for the hero play here, has the Grim Deliverance for a miracle should they want it. Breezy has to flash away. Conviction not done just yet. AMI said, fastest game of the split, how dare you? We are going to take this past the 30-minute mark.
It's looking like it. Health bars are low enough that maybe we're just going to be backing off. Insanity not changing his mind. Backing, not backing. I think they're just making the call that they can end this, or at the very least, knock down all 3 inhibitors before they walk away.
Going forward, gets damage onto Meech in the Grim Deliverance, trying to get it onto Breezy, using that to slingshot himself towards the hapless Lulu, but not enough as Meech is on 4 items, and he is a demon right now. Can just right-click people to death, gets Wild Growth up, tried to get him onto Baz, get him those extra kills, but with the support, with the help of a Lulu, man, Meech is just unstoppable. This Yunara is absolutely unkillable. Tomio doing 1v1 combat on the other side. Dragon kicks another member of AMI into his buddy. It's a mess down there in the fountain, as they are not even trying to take down the Nexus, letting the minions do that job. GG's. Conviction take game 1 in dominant fashion.
Yeah, honestly, not as dominant as maybe I was expecting, given how most of that game went. But
had some fun towards the end.
Yeah, we had some fun those last 5 to 7 minutes. But Conviction won. They scaled, and it got to a point where it was impossible to defeat them, and they blew up the Nexus.
Yes. All those things happened, and that's kind of the takeaway from this one. Look, series not over yet. We'll see what AMI can come back with. Obviously, you try to avoid the disaster start to Tomio. Gonna get that post-game breakdown on your screen for you. Protoss! Most damage on the team?
Tied for most damage on the team.
Oh, man!
Leandri's is doing work.
That truly, I say to you. And Meech and Insanity just scaling with... in demonic fashion, getting 44k damage, over 1,000 per minute. Yeah, look, like we said, not much to write home about in this one. Only 2 turrets taken by AMI. Arbrio was doing his darndest on that Zahen to try to get something going in a long lane, try to set up something around the bottom side of that map, flip for those dragons, flip for a potential Miracle Elder, but it never really looked in doubt at any point. We're going to get one last Philips Norelco One Blade precision play to look at before we send it to a break to try to wrap this one up and get AMI and company ready for a valiant defense of Game 2 as they try to get their only win of the season here, Beatdown. It's still eluding them as we are finally, rapidly approaching the halfway point here, and don't think it's going to come against Conviction, but they've got some more winnable plays coming up here. What do we got for the precision play? It is Tomia with a monster Dragon's Rage. Yeah, it's that last dragon fight.
Yep. And of course, the damage there from Insanity was crazy. The Rise was pumping. Got that double kill, which really just sealed the deal there for Conviction.
So with that, we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, Game 2, Conviction versus AMI. Stay right there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Trim, edge, shave. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks, or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
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 Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, it's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Most competitive wins. I don't know. Faker?
Faker.
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 In total, Faker.
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 This is just Faker?
I don't know. Rise.
Aphelios.
Azir.
With the most competitive wins, Azir.
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 Rise.
Least obtained. It's gonna be like Black Alistar or something.
Apex Twisterfade.
I have no clue. I don't know.
Black Alistar.
I have no clue.
The rarest one? Isn't that the Ari skin?
Is it like Black Alistar or something?
Silver Kale?
Black Alistar.
IG Aurelia.
I think 2000? 3000?
800.
1,500.
Probably over 6,000.
1400?
It's probably like 1,600.
1,229.
I don't know, like 1,000.
8,000. 800.
800.
17.
17. I don't know.
14, I think.
12.
14.
14.
15.
NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, y'all. Thank you for being here. Last series of the day, but if AMI have anything to say about it, maybe not the last game of the day as they try to pull off a miracle against Conviction. It was front-to-back dominance. It got a little hairy there the last 5 minutes. AMI did put up a fight, it has to be said. But as we get into the draft for Game 2, they're going to be on the blue side. They got themselves first pick here, beat down. So, you know, you got some agency in the draft. You got a way to dictate the way this game is going to go, potentially. You got a couple strong jungle picks that I expect to go towards Bio.
Provided they don't get banned away, as I'm seeing Nocturne and Pantheon already out of the picture here.
Yeah, you got Zin and J4, but still 4 more slots to go. I think if you don't get either of those, then you're in some trouble here. Malphite gonna get banned away.
Yeah, another jungle pick.
Yep.
A lot of answers going through here. I wonder if all 6 of the first bans. I mean, we still have Zin. We still have J4, Wukong.
Yep.
Maybe
Vi.
just Vi. Yeah. If they really want to put Bio on that back foot, they can really make him dig deep.
Yep. Let's see here. Okay, so will be the Nami going to take that Enchanter away from Protoss. They paying him a little bit of respect. Yeah, Protoss, he's played, I think, 2 games of the Nami already, so in all likelihood not going to get to play this series, but got a couple things that you can pair it with. Seraphine going to be taken away. Yeah, this champion beat down. I mean, Seraphine, the Ash has gotten through in some other situations, but Seraphine has been, I mean, Miss 2026. Just has been immune to being moved from the meta.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Yeah.
I think talking first picks, it's looking like it is going to be Zin and Wukong. I'm kind of expecting a handshake. Really, whichever one Bio is going to end up preferring, or could be mid laners as well. It will be Orianna for Retro Zing. Would work with either jungler mention. I think no matter who Conviction go for, Bio should be fine.
Yep, got a good ball delivery system no matter what, whether it's that Wukong. I wanted to see it paired with that Lulu, but instead we were treated to a dandy of a Lee Sin game from Tomio. So if that J4 gets locked in here, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go. I mean, shoot, you could go J4 Rumble here, right? I mean, just get the hot pot combo going, give Sniper something with a little more agency.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to pick the Rumble right away. Our Brio could just go for that Aurora counter. But I do like the J4 just because, Orianna, already really good response, less than mobile champion, really susceptible to that flag and drag. And in a way, it's good for Nico too. So
yeah,
really strong start in Conviction's draft.
I was going to say, absolutely. This is awesome. This jungle support, as far as go buttons, as far as ways to engage and start these fights, is you kind of can't ask for a better 1-2 in given the picks available to them. See what are going to blind. On the other side of things, Karma taken off the board. Nami taken off the board here. The Bard has already been picked in this series. So, see what they want to grab themselves here. It will be Elise. As I imagine in the support role, don't think she's going to be in the jungles. So we've got a hype. Another, again, I appreciate this, and I appreciate that our read was decent for AMI. Give Baz and Protoss something to cook on.
Yeah, I mean, Protoss did play the Heimer before. Definitely not afraid to play the more spicier support picks. I mean, Sivir would kind of work just because that spell shield. You can just soak up that cocoon shot.
Yeah, real.
It would just kind of make that whole bot lane combo kind of useless. So it will be interesting. It is going to be Sivir locked in. And I imagine they're just going to target that jungle pool from Bio just a little bit more. It's an opportunity to... they could ban Zen, yeah. So already just all the S-tier junglers now are unavailable.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden AMI, their draft gets a little bit trickier. The Malphite, they banned that away. That was going to be my next idea there, right? You get the Malphite in, you throw the Shockwave or the ball on top of him, rip the Shockwave, make Bio's life a little bit easier. Retro Zing, the follow-up CC is there. Galio going to be taken off the board as well. That does combo nicely with the J4 Nico, it has to be said, but still looking for a little bit more damage. Well, do you need a little bit more damage when you have Jarvan, Nico, Sivir, your Conviction?
Depends. If AMI go like the tank route, like if they go Ornn or something, maybe.
Yeah. I don't want to leave it to
maybe
just
you start
Meech.
thinking about stuff like that. Yeah. But I mean, Sivir definitely pounds in that late game. By the way, I think you're right about the jersey. Now that we're seeing Sniper zoomed out a little bit.
Yeah, like the flag right in the chest, right?
No, you're absolutely right.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff. Catch. Look at you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, World Cup coming up. Was really excited for it to be in our home countries. And then I saw those ticket prices.
I know. Dude,
Really?
don't get me started.
Oh, yeah, no, let's not actually. Because
I was never going to go, but man, the city is going to suck to live in for a little while.
Yeah, because you're how far outside Ribbon Band there for Sniper, not for nothing. How far outside kind of downtown are you?
Maybe good 20 minutes. But, you know, in Toronto, that could be anywhere.
I heard that gets that traffic around the city gets nasty.
A little nasty. It's going to be nastier. It's going to be even nastier when the World Cup comes. So I will just simply not go downtown.
Yeah. Financially and mental health wise, it's probably a pretty good decision. We got ASOL here for Insanity. He has priors for this, does he not?
He does. And we even, I'm pretty sure we did a content bit a couple of years ago.
Nice.
About all of us playing ASOL, and Insanity was actually judging us. It was either he was judging our
fun.
ASOL or he was judging our Udyr. I think it was, or it might have been both. I definitely remember recording myself playing ASOL, and it was terrible. That's all that matters.
Yep. But again, Conviction going with a super scaling draft with an active jungler. This is kind of just the formula for them, or at least it has been. I mean, we've seen this in other series for them. They just relying on their strengths and giving Sniper that R5. So into the Cassante. Look, you've got, you know, the Gwen springs to mind naturally, but you could take it a couple of different ways if you're Sniper as well. And there's that Wukong. Actually, okay.
Oh, another Rengar.
If the Wukong was locked in, I was about to say, actually, I kind of like this composition for AMI. You've got a dive buddy.
Okay, but like, what if Sniper plays
pop
Pop and Top? Because if he does, I'm gonna cry.
No, you know what? Dude, I didn't even think about that. You're absolutely right.
Dude, like, it's fine enough into
like you have to.
Cassante, like, it's fine. You don't have to. Like, Nara's good too. There's plenty of picks. I just think it would be really funny, given how our first series of the day went.
Yep. All right. So it will be Nara.
Sniper's not as fun.
Unfortunately. But Rengar does okay, you've got two, you know, we've got one assassin and one champion in Elise that there are various parts of her kit that is going to be really tapered, you know, really tailored to shutting down targets in the early game, right? She's got the missing health portions of her kit as well. You've got a dive buddy on the Rengar. You've got a decent ball delivery system. Actually, don't hate this composition for AMI. I see what they're trying to do here. You see the win conditions.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest, I like this Rengar angle a lot more than I liked it for Munchie in the last series with Blue Otter. Yeah, because A, there's no Poppy, which is great.
True.
B, there are a lot of scaling elements on the side of Conviction, so you're likely going to come online sooner. And you have a dive buddy. Munchie did not have one. He was the only one really going in. But now, I like that you pointed it out, Rengar with the Elise, Proto, Bio, they're going to be syncing up almost certainly. Pairs well with that Orianna too, but they can move together as like a small unit, and you know, while their champions are strong because they'll come online first, they could find advantages. They could get a lead because, you know, Sivir, ASOL especially, notoriously long time to scale.
Yes. Yeah, but again, right, if you don't give Conviction kind of the same start that they had in game one and allow them just to essentially play the game up 2,000 gold, Mish needs to stop doing the leg thing. It's making me dizzy.
Just close your eyes. It's okay.
As we get into draft, but to your point, look, there are a lot of early game strengths in this composition for AMI, and it's not just coming from one place, right? And you've talked me into the Rengar a little bit. I was so happy when I saw the Wukong. I saw great. This really knits it together, right? You've got you've got a dive buddy for the Cassante, right? You could be so disruptive, good ball delivery system, and then my heart kind of fell with the Rengar, but nope. No Poppy, and there are, you know, the setup is better. So I appreciate you kind of, you know, talking me off the edge there a little bit.
What a great choice of words. And you're welcome. So now we're going to see if AMI can make this one work. There's going to be some prio that Bio can be working with, especially mid lane. And even bot lane if these trades go well. And yep, there it is.
There it goes. Flashing immediately. There's the Ignite as well. Protoss looking to get onto Breezy.
Oh,
Doesn't have anything left, unfortunately, in the tank. And now Baz might be in some trouble here. He's got to flash away. Ward drop. Meech pops the barrier. First blood over to Conviction. And now Breezy trying to help him out. Meech going to flash over the wall. Breezy should be all right here. Don't know if Protoss has enough in the tank to straight up kill him. But Meech does have a boomerang blade. Can't step up to that minion wave, brother. Yep. He might be just toast here. Going to rappel to the safety of a minion. Just barely going to get out free.
Holy crap. I gotta say, I respect the angle, but the fact that it didn't work is not good.
No.
Well, for Meech, it's fantastic.
Yes. Yeah,
that worked out nice. Yeah, if that Q Baz through over the wall landed, that's a kill.
Yeah.
And that's a level 2 Ezreal. Fight's very different. Unfortunately, these are the breezer thin margins that we're playing on here.
Yeah. And look, again, AMI, because I mean, you and I have cast a lot of League of Legends in our time, Beatdown, and how often have you seen a team that is overmatched pick something with, you know, a little bit more early agency and just kind of not do anything, right? You're not taking those swings. And so then you get to 20 minutes and you go, oh no, we lost the team fight. How did that happen? So, well, even Johnny Silvercaster here can tell you that. Like, you didn't take your swings. You didn't play to your composition strength. So at least they're going for it.
Yeah, you know, and when I was casting LFL in like 2022, I always had a joke called Farming Fever, where if you play those early game champions, but you do nothing but farm, it's like, wow, we lost another to Farming Fever. What a tragedy. Luckily for AMI, they are immune because, boy, do they try stuff.
Oh, they do.
I love it. Oh,
now Tomio, try to get onto Retro Zing. He does have Flash, and that will be burned by the Flag and Drag. Kind of went to script there.
Yeah. And it's a really easy gang, successful. Tomio can just leave, do this again in a couple minutes, and go back to what he was doing.
Now Meech able to spell shield very nicely. Bio able to get the Ignite down as well, or the Electrocute, excuse me. That was what came down from Protoss. So, got one back there, and crucially, it doesn't go onto the support. We're so back with them.
Yes, we're so back. Like this, I literally just feel like the Society if meme, and it's Society if the support doesn't get all the kills. And I think we're approaching that society at the very least, Enrique.
When Bio gets 4 stacks of the Bone Tooth necklace, we get flying cars.
Yes, exactly. It's a direct correlate.
Yes.
Goes without saying, but I just felt like saying it anyway. So good stuff. Nice play there from AMI. And yeah, for those who were watching the second game of CCG Blue Otter and are thinking, man, this Rengar champion can't do anything. Watch this game.
Oh no, he can.
A little more out of the
this
champion. He can do some things. He can do some things.
Yeah. He can't do certain things. He can't do some things.
I don't want to overshoot the expectations now.
No.
Just he can do some stuff.
Yep. So, look, you've got the snowball rolling for Bio, and you know, again, he's year 2. Him and Baz, the solo lanes and Protoss are the rookies on this team. Conviction, my favorite stat about them certainly is more combined LCS experience than the other 9 teams combined. And right now, Retro Zing and company, again, just try to get themselves on the board here. Still looking for their first win. That 0-4 record you see on the top left of your screen, that's in best of 3 series. But unfortunately for AMI, it's 0-8 for their series. They've gotten 0-2'd across the board. But right now, they've got themselves their win condition going. Baz got a decent recall here with, I mean, you'd like to get Sheen, obviously, with your first back, but if you get Tyr and a little bit more sauce, you're feeling okay about it. Meech, similar path for him that he took last game with the Yunara. Got himself a call. He's going to sort of just opt out, play for that late game. There's the Ignite, the Electrocute as well. Spell Shield up from Meech. Got the barrier as well. Bio was looking for a way in, but Breezy does enough damage to where he gets one back. Bio not going to get in range, unfortunately.
I appreciate the angle they were going for. Just going all in before the wave crashes, just to make an easy dive setup for Bio. But unfortunately, bit off a little more than they can chew. Nice route coming through from Breezy. Hope to secure that one. So canceled play. Bio ended up wasting his time a little bit, which feels bad. Tomio, on the other hand, wants to make good on that gank from earlier. Retro Zing still flashless.
Burn the flash with your first one, get the kill with your second one, but Retro Zing playing very respectfully. But now he's got Protoss in tow.
Level 6.
Crucially got level 6. Tomio famously does not. I think they could do this. The Shockwave goes down.
Wow.
And now with the low health, just barely able to get over the wall. Percent health threshold. Not quite hit there, but skies did descend. A sniper in some trouble here. Arbrio with the solo bolo goes all out on the Cassante.
There you go. Seeing signs of life from
All right.
Apex Mission Impossible. What we like to see. And
Whoa!
oh my god, the response bio follows up. It's all coming up AMI.
Hang on a second here, Beatdown. Now we're cooking here. As Arbrio got himself the solo kill on the Cassante. Again, this was something that Sniper picked into it. Arbrio coming out on top here so far. RetroZing, crucially, I mean, a lot of time has been spent in this lane Beatdown, and all they've gotten out of it is a flash.
That's right. Which is good stuff. Props to RetroZing. Only had to blow the flash. Otherwise, he's been playing very respectful, recognizing when he's vulnerable. Some good stuff from the rookie in the mid lane here for AMI.
In this bottom lane, things not exactly going to plan as Breezy did get that second kill. So this is still very much a power point that Conviction have in their favor. Down in terms of kills, down about 100 gold, a non-zero amount, a nominal amount. But Bio, crucially, up 2-0 and up 1,000 gold. Beatdown. Let's get another look here at how this all-out went. Yeah, just kind of beat him to shreds.
Honestly, I kind of want to see how that started, like maybe a few seconds sooner, just
Yeah.
because why once his Mega Gnar expires, I don't even know why you stay there.
Yeah, you got to back off. Yeah, you know that he's got his ultimate as well, right? He's got a gap closer, he's got CC. He can't be doing that.
What am I missing? Oh, looks like we're missing Tomio taking the dragon. Be an easy secure here. A little earlier than usual. Less than 8 minutes. How about that? Prioritizing drink stacking a little bit.
This is the like the guy locks in meme, right? He leans forward.
Right? Yeah.
Now you're down a kill, and now it's like, okay, we can take these on spot. Actually, is a fun thing we can do.
I like that. Yeah. Now the grubs are up. No one's really going for them quite yet. It's really just going to be about Drake stacking. Considering Conviction's comp, they do scale nice. You have Asol, you have Sivir. Just getting that first Drake and not really caring about the rest. If you have to force them or if you have to fight for them, I think is completely ideal. You will have more than enough time, even if AMI get every dragon going forward, to hit your key item breakpoints.
Yeah, fighting on that first item. See what they can do about that. Bio's going to grab himself a Hubris, my king. Making sure that he is able... Yeah. Look, he's playing this champion like you have to. That is aggressively...
Risking it for the biscuit.
Yeah, on the front foot. And he's kept the snowball rolling here. Up 1,000 gold here on his opposite number. And now Beatdown, I mean, in these 5v5s, right? Again, this composition has some synergies built in, right? I love what they've built around the Shockwave. And the fact that you do have a lot of upfront bursts with the Rengar and the Elise, but you still want to see more fights being picked. You still want to see, okay, hey, you've got the Hubris, you've got even a Sheen, right? And it's on these small margins, right? Like we've talked about with a team like AMI going up against a team like Conviction. The margins are thin, but they are there. And I know it's easy for me to sit here and say from my home office, just force more fights, but it's not quite that simple.
Would have to agree with you. And that's still what AMI are going to be looking to do. You have Rengar, you have Elise. It really is just going to be a game of fight as much as you can. Especially with that Hubris build, as you pointed out, is going to be quite strong in Protoss. Protoss is going to have a lot of burst damage. We're looking at a lot of squishy champions on the side of Conviction, especially with these fights centering around the bot lane. So their burst damage is going to be very potent.
And Baz just ever so slightly behind the curve in terms of power. Well, I mean, each has the cull as well, so both of them kind of taking a little bit off the top right now just to be able to get a little bit of more power in the late game. So actually not horrible, all things considered here. Sniper gonna go Mega. See what he's able to do here into Arbrio, but no objectives to fight over right now, so could get a little bit of a lull stay for the next couple minutes here, unless RetroZing maybe looking for a solo onto Insanity. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Much closer. A lot more confidence coming from the rookie here on AMI. Really nice lane so far from RetroZing. He's been the target of Conviction's ire in this early game, and still they're making it work. Sniper
tried to throw a house at Arbrio, and he missed, and Arbrio makes him pay for it.
Oh my god.
One of the other rookies on AMI having Cassante moments up on the top side against the LCS veteran.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Nicely done. It's going to be another turret play at the completion of this top lane quest. I mean, another plate. It's just looking wonderful for the solo laners of AMI. Really good stuff so far this game. It's looking way better than in game 1.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's night and day. I mean, it felt like after 5 minutes, the rest of the game 1 was a bit of a formality, a bit of a procession, but the solo laners in a really nice spot, especially up on the top side. Arbrio, 2 solo kills, doing it all himself. Insanity, can Arbrio jump onto him? He's going to be able to force the flash out of Insanity. Gets in the brush, and Bio doing Rengar OTP things.
It's looking so good. In fact, I thought we were going to see more.
So did I. I'm a little surprised we didn't, honestly. Maybe just not having eyes on where everybody is. Man, oh man.
Waiting on the cover. He's 2 levels up, by the way.
Yeah.
Bio is just eating good this game. And this is exactly the game plan that AMI needed to execute on. And you got to give him credit.
Yeah.
0-4 team haven't won a single map playing against a team where a lot of us are just saying is going to be top 2. They're really taking it to him in this early game.
Really are, and with the bot lane not going as planned either, right? That was kind of your kill lane, right? And they went for it. Level 1, went for a really aggressive trade, almost came out the better of it. Like you mentioned, the margins of, man, if one more spell hits, Ezreal's level 2, that's a completely different fight. Baz could be on a Triforce right now, and this is the kind of snowball that can happen here. But Meech and Breezy have been money in this bottom lane so far. Breezy got himself a kill as well. But on the top side, it has been all Bio and Arbrio. So 2 completely kind of night and day differences across the map here. And Retrosing ever so slightly ahead as far as his matchup is concerned, mean that AMI have a slight lead. They got themselves the Grubs. They should have themselves the Dragons. Second one of the game does spawn right here, right now. Vision is more or less completely dominated by AMI, aside from that pixel brush. Arbrio going to go all out again, going to take Sniper out for the safety of his tower. He's got his flash to follow up on him. Make it 3. Arbrio, take a bow, young man.
Oh my god, he is just putting he's taking Sniper to the cleaners, man.
Dude.
It's a really great look here from the rookie top laner of AMI, and I want to bring back to your point, really just off the back of this, where topside is looking so good for AMI. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, Bio, he got his ankles broken by the clone here, but the rappel is money. Well timed by Protoss. Baz over the top from another zip code. Rips the True Shot Barrage. The skies descend now as Insanity and Conviction try to claw something back here. But if you let Bio get another set of spell rotations off, he will kill your characters.
And this is literally the point I was about to make. Top side is looking so good for AMI. Bot side is looking great for Conviction. And the answer of whether or not it's worth it is how they interact. I'll tell you what, Rengar and this Elise are absolutely smashing it in these skirmishes. And of course, Arbrio is crushing the top 1v1s. So this is everything Apex Mission Impossible we're hoping for in this early game. So the big question is going to be, all right, can they turn this into that match win? Something that they have struggled with on occasion when they do run into situations where they are ahead of the game after 15 minutes.
4,000 gold just off Arbrio and Bio. I mean, that is almost 2 complete items. Yeah. Just a fantastic, fantastic work here from AMI early, executing their composition literally almost perfectly. I mean, I think if you would have asked me, okay, AMI are ahead 4,000 gold at 15 minutes, I don't think the top lane would have gone as well as it did, but Tomio just toast again. Protoss going to get the killing blow. Bio maybe on the wrong side of the train tracks here. A huge, and I mean a massive shutdown for Sniper. He wipes away 1,000 gold from his deficit almost with that kill onto Bio.
Yeah, that is brutal, and he's looking for more.
Yeah, Sniper might get another one here. Protoss going to flash away. Baz with the True Shot Barrage over, and Protoss just overstayed his welcome ever so slightly. Baz almost got the return kill onto Sniper.
Yeah, huge for Sniper to be able to. It feels really bad for AMI. They just wipe away. You can see Bio, you know, face, palm to forehead.
Yeah.
This Gnar wiping away almost that whole deficit in that one play. Still, Arbrio finds himself a little bit ahead, but Bio giving away a shutdown does feel a little bad there. Still, I like the aggression. I like that they keep trying.
Yeah.
And we're at the point where Conviction have objective bounties up. I never thought I'd say that when they're facing a team like AMI.
No, definitely not on my bingo card. But this has been a treat to watch, man. And do it on unconventional picks, man. They're playing with their own flavor. Arbrio almost had it on to Tomio there as Bio and Protoss, man. This 2-man, just early game death squad roaming. Anytime there's blood in the water, they come screaming in.
Yeah. I think Death Squad is a very apt analogy there. They are so dangerous. Again, no true tanks on the side of Conviction. So this combo is just so potent. And the fact that Bio is so far ahead at the moment just makes it even stronger.
Yep, he's still looking really good. He's still the only one, aside from Arbrio, that has 2 items now. As Protoss has himself the Proto Belt, flat pen, a little bit of extra movement. Got to keep this snowball rolling beat down. And, you know, Conviction. Got to put the handbrake on just that little bit.
Yeah.
Make sure they're not just giving over those free kills. Because, I mean, look, Conviction's composition is absolutely going to outscale, obviously. But, sort of like we've talked about Fiji, you know, playing weak side and going down early, there's a limit. There's a limit to all these things.
Yeah. Still, things are slowing down. 2 minutes till this Mountain Dragon comes up. Honestly, would be a huge buff for AMI if they're able to secure it. 3 dragons are what they are missing before that soul comes through. Herald should help them recover this one pretty easily. We look at the precision play presented by Philips Snorkel 1 Blade. That is, yes.
Wow. Money.
Goat.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And Baz, nice for him to get on the board. Jeez, he's been just shut out of the good vibes of this game. As Protoss and company smash Shelly into that mid-tier 1. 3 towers now for AMI. The line of scrimmage has been moved back completely to these tier 2s. Yeah. AMI with not just control of the kills and such in the early game, but in control of the map. And often that's kind of the missing ingredient, right? We talked about with AMI how things tend to fall apart for them around the 20-minute mark. Look, we're still not, you know, still got a chance here as the Wombo combo trying to come in here. Breezy gets nothing, and that is huge. True Shot Barrage going in over the top. Bio trying to get onto Breezy, but the Breath of Light from Insanity wards him off.
Oh.
Conviction tried for that pick there. They do not get it.
If RetroZing was able to get the ball just right, that could have been a filthy shockwave. But it isn't going to come through. At the end of the day, though, pressure continues to mount against Conviction. You know, often we'll see teams use that Herald to secure dragons, but they use this, as you pointed out, to knock down that last tier 1. And I think moving that line of scrimmage further is really important for this comp as well. If you're able to push that vision line, you just make it so much harder to walk into AMI's composition. Again, if you don't know where Rengar Elise is, how can play, man?
How can play, man? Indeed.
How can play?
and to build on your point there, Beatdown. I mean, as you see on the sidecar there, Arbrio and Sniper, the damage still in Sniper's favor, but the 2 kills coming in for Sniper, I mean, have really salvaged this gold deficit. But it was at 2,000 at the 14-minute mark. As AMI going to grab themselves Dragon number 2. There's a Mountain Dragon. So we Mountain Soul on the cards in just a couple, 10, 15 minutes.
10 minutes.
Potentially. Yeah, let's see. But you talk about the vision aspect of pushing that line of scrimmage up, right? Making it so much harder to walk into AMI. Makes it so much easier for AMI to walk into Conviction, right? And keep that snowball rolling, because if you can just pin Conviction inside their own jungle, like you said, if you don't know where Elise is, if you don't know where Rengar is, who has all those fun interactions with his kit, with the brush, and a lack of vision, that's how you let this game get out of control. This is how I win.
Yeah, and playing into the jungle is so good for Rengar too, just because of the amount of bushes. That's why this is so good for AMI. They can play really far forward. And yeah, now with Baron spawning, all it's going to take is one more successful play. They can get a very powerful buff into their back pockets. They need more time so they can get that second item for Baz and even build themselves closer to that Mountain Soul. And Baron can get you a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you said, I think that's an interesting way to think about it, right? You just give yourself that time to get everyone else caught up, right? And Baz, I mean, with the Ezreal, that 2-item spike is huge. And then once you get the pen going, then things start getting real fun as Baz gets onto that Mana Moon. But again, you have Leech, you have Insanity, Sniper. Gnar can be a bit of a one-button Boris, but it is a very powerful button.
Yeah.
He can push in these late-game fights. Bio still with a monstrous gold lead. It's all about him, and Protoss to a lesser extent. But you see the aggression that they're playing up with, right? Just pushing this out, getting this northern quadrant completely lit up with blue. They know that's where they are. Hang on a second here, Arbrio. Maybe caught with his pants down a little bit. Breath of Light comes out. True Shot Barrage is going to clip Insanity just a little bit. Sniper trying to get to the fight. Arbrio is surviving. Doesn't go all out, so still pretty tanky. Baz trying to get the damage down. Skies do descend. And that does a little bit more damage than last time. That's kind of how this champion works. A few more of those. That starts going Conviction's way.
Yeah. Arbrio caught a little bit, but is able to play his life with that flash. Of course, he will die if it happens again. I want to go back to that point of, Meech and Breezy and how strong Meech is and how he's only getting stronger. I mentioned before, again, it is about how these comps interact.
Yeah.
Meech, the way he positions himself this fight, it really is going to, rather for the rest of this game, it's going to be so critical.
Huge.
He needs to be able to get his damage off. That's why he actually built the Hex Optics. We don't really see that. It's one of the new items this season. We don't really see it in pro play a lot, but I think it is really fitting here because I believe it's every time you get a takedown or someone you damage dies within 3 seconds, you get extra auto attack range, which I think is so huge when you're running into champs like Elise, Rengar, and even Ezreal to an extent.
Yeah.
Getting that extra auto attack range in these team fights, all it's going to take is that one kill to allow Meech to interact with the fight that much easier. So really, Meech has to be a pretty priority target for AMI.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, you don't see it kind of as much. You see it on Caitlyn a lot, obviously because the autos are just the most important part of her kit, right? And that extra range. I mean, Caitlyn, not that there's a champion that needs any more range that's named Caitlyn, but yeah, no, I think you hit it spot on. I mean, the way these compositions interact, and I love that you pointed it out, even when we had kind of the diverging leads building as Bio takes a chunk out of Sniper.
Is he gonna?
Oh, no, come on.
The way he
Bio.
jumped into the bush, it got me.
Yeah. No, yeah. You know what? Fair enough. Yeah. With the wave coming, maybe Sniper steps a little too far forward. Thinks that he's safe. But you mentioned, like when you have the lead in the top side for AMI, the lead on the bot side for Conviction, but when one of those leads runs into the other, guess what? The Assassin is going to beat the AD carry. And this time around, Meech still very much in a good spot. Yeah, but his positioning is going to be absolutely critical.
Christ.
And yeah, that is...
what the hell is that, bro?
Oh, man. That's Rengar things, man. And it's funny because we haven't seen Assassins in kind of high level of League of Legends in so long, right? Just like watching this stuff happen, it's solo queue stuff, right? This is the FF at 15 angle when they start doing that much damage. You're like, dude, what are we doing here? And now Bio's got a Cyrildas, so he's got the pen in his kit now. How much does that actually matter for Bio?
I mean, the steel caps they're not nothing.
Yeah.
It will negate some of that that armor that they give you. I think the interesting thing for me about it is the slow. I believe it's if they're below 50% health, they do get your damage slows them, which is pretty good. I think Rengar has enough slows in his kit, so if he can just stay on you that much easier, it's going to be so good for Bio in these fights later on. I think now this Dragon's going to be an easy pickup here for AMI, so now they're 5 minutes away from a Dragon Soul. And it's worth noting too, with mid-tier 2 and bot tier 2 also down, the danger just increases on this side of the map. It makes it so much easier for AMI to increase their chances of getting that Dragon Soul.
Bro, 0 towers for Conviction. They've got nothing.
Okay, that's actually crazy.
Yeah, I mean, AMI just they've battened down the hatches, right? It's one thing to be as aggressive as you have to be with this composition, and almost always running something like this. And again, no disrespect to AMI, but they haven't had the cleanest mid games. This is when stuff starts to hit the fan. You leave the door open in some way, especially into a team like Conviction, into a jungler like Tomio, who can lead the charge and assign lanes and all that good stuff, right? And get something back. But 0 towers, just the one dragon is a neutral objective. No grubs, no herald. That's all that Conviction have gotten.
And you can see it now, posturing, just in case we see, preemptive Baron start here from AMI. Now the vision is cleared. They are going to go for it.
Wow.
The recalls are coming through. I'm seeing 0 pings. They have either no notion or they have just completely accepted it.
I think they have no idea. It's like you said, there are no pings. Yep.
Oh, yeah, and they're just straight rushing.
Onto the top side. Very nicely done. And that buys you that time, like you were saying. Try to, push a little bit more, equalize off some of this gold that is in this scaling that is naturally going to be coming into your Insanities and your Meeches. And even Snipers to a slightly lesser degree. Man, oh man. I mean, they're just ripping through some of these structures. Bio Gonna deal the killing blow there, as now that's 5 towers. Just that mid-tier 2 left standing as far as the second line of defense. Protoss being a nuisance off to the side. Bio is 5 levels up. He gets onto Breezy, pops the pop blossom, buys a little bit of time, to be fair. And that's just what Conviction need. They get in there and get 2 kills compared to just 1 for Protoss. Sniper now TP's in. There's the CC, the Flag and Dragon to lock Arbrio up. Sniper giving chase, gets a couple boomerangs down onto him. They've got the advantage here, do Conviction, and they're going to try to rip through AMI and make their Baron buff useless. Arbrio goes all out, gets some damage onto Tokyo. Or Tomio, excuse me, but now Insanity able to get a shutdown as well.
Wow, that fight was a little scrappy. I kind of want to see that replay. It looked like we jumped into Nico while she was ulting, which was a little dangerous. Maybe the thought was we could kill her fast enough so the ult doesn't go off, but that is it's a very narrow window to try to play for. We're gonna see it. Yes, I want to watch this one again. Oh yeah, he'd already jumped on there. Oh, that's brutal. So really nice ultimate there from Breezy to be able to help set that one up. And yeah, you could just tell Conviction players this experience, they know instantly this is their moment to push, and it allowed them to remove several Baron buffs off of AMI.
Yeah, not only the kills, not only the shutdowns, but also making sure that a lot fewer members are wearing purple. All of a sudden, that gold lead cut in half. Negative 1,700 gold power play for AMI. Another objective bounty goes down. Sniper is back even to his opposite number. They're able to kill the Nico that time. Before she got her pop blossom off, Protoss on the board with another kill. Mid-tier 2 still going down, so not a hopeless Baron push here for AMI. They do give over a lot of gold with that swing, but they got a couple tier 2s.
I think you get more.
Yeah, hold on, Arbrio. Insanity going to buy himself a little bit of time with that stopwatch, and the skies do descend, and they do be descended. Here, beat down and doing a lot of damage. Bio gets locked up, and he gets taken down. Tomio giving chase, gets the chilling smite down. Shockwave up, but that will be just that. Just a shockwave. No kills coming over. It's time to pay the piper. Beat down. AMI watching their lead slip away. Sniper tried to bounce forward with the boomerang. Will not find the kill under Retro Zing.
No, sir. Wow. It is... Oh, my...
Ouch.
Okay.
Decision was made.
Decision was made. It didn't work. Happens to the best of us. That was a great fight for Conviction, though. And this is the difficulty I think AMI are facing. Scaling elements of Conviction are so strong. Again, target selection needs to be players like Meech. Now, 4 items. Has the LDR, has the... Infinity Edge now, since we last checked in, so very powerful. And he's just been doing good to keep his distance. And unfortunately for AMI, we're getting to this point where, okay, blowing up Breezy, blowing up maybe even Sniper in some situations is really just not good enough. Has to be the Sivir.
Yeah, and what a win condition you have here, right? Or not even a win condition, just a way to get yourself into this position where now Insanity has caught back up. He's on 3 items. And all the borrowed power he's got in his kit, there's just too much to deal with. He's got himself the stopwatch back up again. It was just a Seeker's arm guard beforehand. But now, I mean, AMI, I don't know if you need to contest this, unless, of course, you get some CC onto Sniper before he goes Mega, but a big stun there as Breezy goes in with the Pop Blossom, going to lock up one member of AMI in the backline. Arbrio trying to get forward here. Locked up, Bio trying to get into the backline and met his doom. Tomio sets up the Flagger Drag with the Cataclysm, and Meech is just going to auto-attack people to death. Conviction are inevitable. Insanity going for the 360 spin with the Breath of Light. Protoss trying to get forward and thwarted by a Golden Dragon. It's an ace.
Oh, it's not only an ace, it's looking like the end of the game, Enrique. They have a wave. We're looking at 40-second spawn timers. And just like that, the best 30 minutes of League I've seen from AMI this year is still going to end in a loss. It's got to feel bad.
You're telling me, man. Not like this. That is so...
I know.
That is so tough. Like I said, it was the best 30 minutes we had seen. And just one little overextension, right? Trying to kill the Nico before Breezy got the Pop Blossom off. That's what started this whole chain of events. That, to me, felt like it was 30 seconds ago. And now, the game's over. And those are the kinds of margins, like we said, that AMI are playing on, and the kinds of margins that a team like Conviction will punish you for. It's a 2-0. But they made him work for it, Beatdown.
You could say that again. They made them work for it 4x4. And credit to them for making it happen. Again, that's some of the best gameplay we've seen from AMI so far this year. And to take Conviction so far, all things considered, that really is something to be proud of. And like we were saying at the beginning of this match, it really is just about, even if you lose, what are you taking away from this? How can you grow from this? Because it is that race to grow as much as you can so that you avoid the bottom two.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Even if you do get into the bottom two, you still have a chance to come back up, right? You go into the relegation tournament. You are not relegated. So getting enough experience to where actually when you get into the relegation tournament and you are the big dogs, then you're not going to make the sorts of decisions and mistakes that are going to get you thrown back into tier 3 and have you compete back up to the top again. Great game by Conviction, man. They held firm. Like I said, it was not good looks initially, but I think that I give more credit to AMI than I do want to throw shade on Conviction in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I really think that was just no. I think for the most part, it really just was a well-executed early game. You know, the composition that Conviction were working with was, a little slower. Not a whole lot to do other than Tomio on the J4. So the fact of the matter was, I really think AMI just played that early game like so nice. Protoss and Bio, you got to give them the shout out. Playing as well as they did, finding such overwhelming advantages.
Yeah, they executed to their win condition flawlessly. Protoss and Bio, they were that two-man roving death squad. And how about Arbrio? Man, 3 solo kills.
Yeah.
That into a quote-unquote counter
sniper.
matchup. Yeah, and it's a sniper, right? I think that's the more impressive thing is this dude has LCS experience. He's been, the chosen one, the wonder child for what feels like, 3 or 4 years. And Arbrio, a rookie, came up from tier 3, reigning ACL champion, Arbrio, but still new to this scene and one of the tougher opponents he's going to have to face, and made him look silly there for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, I really hope AMI can take some confidence from that, just to see that potential that they could have, taking a team like Conviction so far in this game. And Conviction get another win under their belts, 2-0 fashion, and they're going to continue that fight for the top of the standings, just like we expect.
Yep, just a 1 loss to their name, like we said, but they are up near the top, and as the rest of the standings shake out, we'll see if NRG can hold that first perch, or if this clump of teams, this Maryville Conviction, CCG triumvirate of 3-1 and 4-1 teams, can launch themselves into a genuine first place challenge. Top 2, of course, is what gets you the bye. But right now, to wrap up this series, we've got an MVP to award. We're between Tomio and Meech. Ended up giving it to Meech. Monstrous performance on both these hyper-scaling AD carries. Held out in the laning phase. Had some good moments in the laning phase. Into a couple tougher matchups as well. Played the 2v2 well. And then dominated when he needed to in the late game.
Yeah, I honestly think, even in that early game, when Yunara isn't the strongest, I thought he played out those interactions very nicely, even with little oopsies towards the end. I think the Sivir, both the build path he went for and how he spaced himself in these team fights was honestly really important. So yeah, that's my vote.
Yeah. You see that over 1,000 DPM, that's always going to feel good. Gold difference at 20, 2K. Not bad work if you can get it. But right now, we do have some time to sit down and chat with Meech. Beatdown is going to interview him in our post-game interview, so I'll let you get to it.
Thank you, 4x4, and thank you, Meech, for taking the time to speak with us. Congratulations on your win, 2-0 fashion. I got to ask you just right off the cuff, how are you guys feeling after that game 2? It was very scary for a long time, at least from our perspective.
Yeah, definitely feeling, I don't know, honestly, it was a pretty fun game for me, so I just still feeling good about the win, obviously, but I guess it was kind of stressful. Sure. I know some of my team was definitely stressing, but I'm playing Sivir, and we also had ASL, so I was like, we're going to be alright.
You're kind of scaling into forever. Oh, what was fun about it for you? I'm curious, because I don't know. I saw Rengar jumping on you pretty often.
I think after my second death, I just completely griefed and dissented. So I was like, oh my god, we can actually lose. So I kind of just tried to lock it after that a bit. And I don't know, I like playing close games more than stomps. It's fun to go to late game for sure. The ADC dream is always 6-7 items.
30-40 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, fair enough. I gotta ask you, I feel like I know the answer, but just to hear it from your mouth, expectations for AMI going into today. Obviously, game 1, probably how you thought it would go. But game 2, do you ever think they could have pushed you this far?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to like underestimate them. Obviously, they haven't won yet, but they can still like win a game if they get certain conditions met or whatever, like a gold lead. And they had like champs like Rengar. I know I gave him a free kill, and then he kept getting kills. So it's like, oh, you know, they can definitely win. But I don't know. I try not to like think about that or like mistakes in game. I just try to just be present and just play the moment more than think about that type of stuff.
Just focus on right now, basically at all times. All right, fair enough. Well, now that you've, I believe you guys have played Maryville already, are there any particular matchups that you guys are looking forward to? Do you think about that kind of stuff, Meech, or is it more just you focus on whatever's going on the day of?
You
looking?
I think I'm looking forward to playing everyone, kinda. I mean, it sounds kind of like typical or whatever to say, but I'm definitely looking forward to playing everyone, honestly, because I haven't been in NACL for a while, so just playing versus everyone, especially all the new ADCs, is pretty fun.
Yeah. What about new ADCs is enjoyable? Is it just like the not really sure how it's going to go? Is it motivating for you to face new players because, you know, they also want to make it the same as you?
Yeah, well, I think it's mostly just like I want to see just how good I am, I guess, versus everyone, honestly, or like how I stack up. And it's fun to play versus new players because sometimes it's a bit surprising, you know?
Well, fair enough. I appreciate that attitude. Well, Meech, thank you for taking the time. I got to ask you before I let you go, as always. I'm sure you know. You have any shout-outs? Is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, shout out my team, obviously, coaching staff, everyone else, and yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Meech. Congratulations again. Enjoy the rest of your night with your team, and we're going to let you go. Take it easy, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Enrique is back.
Yes, by unpopular demand.
Hello.
Let's wrap up this game and get you on your way. Talk about the standings a little bit. All right, let's wrap up kind of the the results and then zoom out a little bit more for the standings. Yeah, so
Can't get rid of us that easy.
No, not that easily, despite my best efforts. Yeah, there's a couple 2-0s on the cards for us. Unfortunately, yeah, I mean, we kind of expected a 2-0 in game 2, but in Series 1, Blue Otter unfortunately just couldn't quite match up, unfortunately, into their opposition. But yeah, a couple 2-0s here, and we'll see what it means for the standings here in just a little bit. But Beatdown, any broad takeaways? I think for me, the biggest takeaway was that, I mean, CCG, they had that stumble against Conviction. But, Blue Otter are no slouches, and to 2-0 them as kind of resolutely as they did goes really, really well for this squad that have been one of the fun surprises of the season so far.
Yeah, I think big takeaways for me today are that, considering that one game of Blue Otter, very difficult to execute comp, I thought they played it really well even though they lost. It does inspire a little bit of confidence that they'll continue to grow and come into their own in the coming weeks. CCG, of course, I mean, for me, they were already top 4, and this is just kind of like proving that. The more they win in this 2-0 fashion. And, big takeaway for AMI. Shout out to them.
Yep.
Just hearing from me that their team, because you know what happens very often in these matchups that I've noticed in interviews. I think it's worth talking about how players will often say when a lower tier team has taken them to this like 40-minute game, it's looking like it's really close. You often hear players say like, kinda, yeah, but given XYZ factored, like this was kind of our expectation. We were kind of playing for this to happen. But for me to just straight up say like, no, we were stressing. Like, of course, acknowledging the scaling factor of Asol and Sivir, and that they had some kind of late game assurance, but still saying that they were stressed and that they really believed that they were going to lose. I think that's pretty interesting and impactful because you usually don't get that response in these situations. No. And it really just shows you how close AMI really was, that even Conviction was like, holy crap, like, we're going to lose.
Okay, we got to lock in here. Although he said it. Yeah, like, okay, time to lock in. Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
no,
cool. and like you said, it's so easy to give that response, right? Of, oh no, we are the better team. We have the scaling competition. Now, I was never really worried, even if it wasn't true, to project that aura of confidence.
Sure.
Try to get that mental edge over your opponents, etc. Now we're going to take a look at the standings, where NRG still do sit at the top. They're the only team that haven't lost any series yet. CCG up to 4-1, sole possession of second, and then that clump Supernova quietly sneaking in there at 3-1 after their dub yesterday as well. And Beatdown, unfortunately, it kind of looks like we've got it's not early.
A little bit of a cliff.
I was going to say, quite a top half, bottom half situation.
We do. Yeah. It's actually going to be it's already kind of showing us that top 5 is, I don't want to say solidified, we're only halfway through the split, but it is kind of telling on who's going to be fighting for kind of what area as the split goes on. I mean, you look at some teams like Winthrop, they had some pretty hard matches to start off the split for the most part, so maybe things will get a little easier for them as they go through the split, but even still, it is very interesting. Usually we see, top teams, a bit of a clump. I don't recall in recent memory seeing such a drop-off like that, so it's interesting.
Yeah, quite the little cliff, so we'll see how that merges as we go on. But of course, it's not about top half, bottom half. You gotta get top 6. As we see tomorrow, we will see you back here, same time, same place. Different cast of characters as far as the casters and the players. Citadel versus Maryville,
yes.
And then NRG taking on, I missed the last one, NRG taking on Blue Otter.
There you go.
Should be a couple good ones there. You get to see some big boys in Maryville and NRG. See how the post lane swap era is faring for Citadel, and see if Blue Otter can bounce back from their loss to CCG. Beatdown, I'm going to give you the final word, my friend. Anything else you want to get out to the good people before we let them go on with their Thursday?
Shout out AMI. Really happy they looked so good even though they lost. And I hope they get their first win. I'm watching. I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, guys that we've all followed here from tier 3. Like I said, I remember casting their OQ matches, and I casted like some of the early stuff, and then I look up, kind of had a couple days break, and then I get to the kind of the final 2 rounds. I go, hang on a second, they're still here, they're still around, and there's been some roster turnover, but the org has remained more or less the same, right? And some players have transitioned into coaching roles and all that good stuff, but they're a good story. Would love to see them retain their NACL spots, but we know that there are sharks in the water in tier 3, so got a long road to go until then. But for now, Beatdown, thank you. Pleasure as always, my friend. That's it for me this split on NACL. So
really?
It's been a pleasure. Yeah, just the 4. So done for the split. We'll see you potentially next split. But either way, it's been an absolute blast. Thank you guys for having me. Shout out to Liga Ace, the production crew down in Mexico. Thank you to the players, the coaches, for lending us their time, allowing us to tell their stories. Until next time, I have been 4x4. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you later.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.